Chapter 2069. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on Chen Zhao's door. Zhang Tianyi stood outside and looked at Chen Zhao, who'd opened the door. He looked Chen Zhao up and down. Did you forget something? No. I remember we're doing it tonight, right? Then go change. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened as he looked at Chen Zhao, who was wearing boxers. This pair of boxers was kissed by the goddess of victory, Chen Zhao said seriously. I've never lost in this pair of boxers. Zhang Tianyi gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Zhao. What does winning a battle have to do with these pants? Be serious and go change your clothes. No, I must wear this pair of boxers to the battle today. Aren't you afraid of running naked? These pants are made of dragon scales, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. Zhang Tianyi took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Whatever, as long as you're happy, but you should at least wear a t-shirt. You're really not suited for that wild style. Chen Zhao didn't even want to wear a t-shirt. After all, normal clothes were almost useless in every battle. In Chen Zhao's luggage, even normal t-shirts cost $100 or $200. They were all high-end goods. Plus, it wasn't like he was going to conference. There was no need to wear a suit. Zhang Tianyi could feel Chen Zhao's perfunctory attitude. Forget it. He was the one asking for help. He could only accept this perfunctory response. When it was time for the mission, Chen Zhao wouldn't be perfunctory. The location wasn't very far from here. It was only 100 kilometers from Rome. This time, Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi didn't take a car. They flew in the night sky. Zhang Tianyi observed Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, do you want to compete in speed? Sure, let's bet something? Sure. Zhang Tianyi agreed without hesitation. If I lose, I'll help you for free, Chen Zhao said. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened again. Didn't that mean he didn't pay anything? If you lose, you'll strip naked and run around Rome. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi disappeared before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao froze and realized that Zhang Tianyi was already several kilometers away. Chen Zhao gasped. So fast. How did Zhang Tianyi do it? There was no airflow caused by the high-speed movement. No, this wasn't just speed. This was a spell. However, Chen Zhao didn't plan to admit defeat. Bang! A violent explosion came from high up in the sky. While Zhang Tianyi was resting, Chen Zhao had already rushed up to him. What followed closely was a terrifying airflow. The skin on Zhang Tianyi's face was almost deformed by the strong airflow. Chen Zhao's t-shirt was completely destroyed. Zhang Tianyi looked at him. You seem to be faster than I thought. You're not slow either. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi. What spell was that? Ground shrink, Zhang Tianyi said. Luckily, your spell needs to recover, Chen Zhao said. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have one. Zhang Tianyi's eyes flashed. She returned? Looks like I have to get serious. Then I'll get serious too. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. Zhang Tianyi's ground shrinking didn't stop at all. Chen Zhao had to take back his words and speed up at full speed. In less than 10 seconds, the two appeared in a small town at the edge of a forest. They reached the entrance of the town in an instant. The difference was that Zhang Tianyi had arrived without a sound. On the other hand, Chen Zhao's method was much more violent. The moment Chen Zhao landed, a crater several meters wide appeared in the ground. This distance is too short. We'll decide the winner in a split second. Chen Zhao had used all his trump cards except for giant spirit form. Next time, we'll go around the world. Do you dare to compete? Zhang Tianyi was also very stubborn. Why not? You're so old. Don't die halfway. Damn you. I can even go to the sun for a spin. If you can really go around the sun, I'll admit defeat. After the bragging session ended, Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi walked into the town. Neither of them sensed any signs of life. Suddenly, a figure popped out from the corner of the street and charged at Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi. Without thinking, Chen Zhao punched the figure. The figure dissipated instantly. Then an old man in a red robe ran out. Covering his face, he pointed at Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi, who's this guy? He's too heavy-handed. Chen Zhao looked at the old man. He wore a golden crown and held a scepter. His entire body emanated a holy aura. This guy isn't the Pope. This guy isn't the Pope. Who told you to scare people by pretending to be a ghost? Zhang Tianyi mocked. The old man looked at Chen Zhao and sized him up. This is the helper you hired? When did Huaxiao have such a young and powerful expert? Everyone in this town is dead. Of course they're retreating. How can I let this happen? Just then, 2 cars drove over with their headlights on. 3 people got out of the car in front. 2 of them were the 23rd generation Mary and Kamor Deacon. Chun Zhao didn't know the other one. His eyes were cold. He had an extremely young and handsome face. However, his hair was silver white. A few people got out of the car behind. There were young people and middle-aged people. Celestial Master Zhang, you're early. Kamor Deacon walked up to Zhang Tianyi politely. I'm not like you guys who procrastinate, Zhang Tianyi said coolly. Okay, everyone's here. I'll start assigning tasks. Zhang Tianyi was the main person in charge of this incident and also the overall commander. Thus, even the old man with the golden crown had to listen to Zhang Tianyi. Kamor Deacon, you're in charge of the first passage. Bifla, you're in charge of the second passage. Blood Mary, you're in charge of the third passage. John, you're in charge of the fourth passage. I'll be in charge of the innermost passage, Zhang Tianyi said. The passage between the Netherwater and the human world was divided into 5 levels. The lower one went, the more dangerous it would be. Zhang Tianyi took the seal in the deepest part. It was mainly because Chun Zhao had come with him, so he felt like he was the safest. Of course, based on the danger level of the lower 3 levels, it was reasonable for Zhang Tianyi to assign Mary, the old man with the golden crown, or the cold-haired handsome guy. After I finish the seal, the one above will activate the seal. Where's the friend you brought? What's he doing? Protecting me, Zhang Tianyi said matter-of-factly. John looked at Chun Zhao. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Tianyi brought a bodyguard. Rather, he was surprised that Zhang Tianyi didn't choose his disciple, but Chun Zhao, who didn't seem to have much strength. Chapter 2070. Except for 23rd Blood Mary. Everyone else couldn't help but observe Chun Zhao carefully. Kamor Deacon squinted. An obscure glint flashed across his eyes. But no one said anything. When they reached the edge of the forest, they could hear intense gunshots and cannons ahead. Is it the Sacred Army? Kamor Deacon asked. Puffed. They seem to have suffered heavy casualties. Kamor Deacon sounded like he was gloating. Old John's expression was extremely ugly. He was truly the Virgin Mary in the spiritual world. John suddenly flew into the sky. Holy light shone from his body, almost covering the entire battlefield. My children, retreat. Leave the rest of the battle to me. John's holy light healed every injured Sacred Army member. At the same time, it caused great damage to the impure souls that ran out of the tunnel. This old thing, doesn't he know how to save his mana? 23rd Blood Mary complained. He's using so much mana now. Can he endure the seal later? Each of the 5 seals required an enormous amount of mana to maintain. Zhang Tianyi and 23rd Blood Mary were fine. After all, they were Shangqing realm experts. Their mana was almost limitless. The small world could increase their mana recovery speed to an unimaginable level. This was something spiritualists below Shangqing realm couldn't achieve. Unless the mana consumption exceeded the recovery speed, Shangqing realm was basically a perpetual motion machine. John was powerful, but he was still one step away from Shangqing realm. He was using too much mana here. This meant that there would be greater danger and trouble during the sealing process. Moreover, Old Man John was in charge of the 4th layer, which was second only to the 5th layer in difficulty. As the commander, Zhang Tianyi arranged for John to be in charge of the 4th seal. Even 23rd Blood Mary was in charge of the 3rd seal. Of course, it was because of John's power. Of course, it was also because he was the big boss of the church. John hadn't reached Shangqing realm, but he controlled the ultimate power of holy light. He had absolute control over spiritual bodies. After a while, old John descended from the sky. He looked rather tired. John, you bastard. Don't tell me that you don't care about our plan. 23rd Gen cursed. But I can't watch my children face the threat of death without doing anything. You can't save everyone. At least I won't allow my children to die in front of me, old John said solemnly. Fine, I don't care about you anymore. If you fail, more people will die, Blood Mary warned. I won't fail. I know what I'm doing, old John said. The deeper they went, the more corpses they saw. All of them were the corpses of a sacred army. Old John's face was full of sorrow. "My children, please rest in peace. Heaven has opened its doors to you, and I will look up at you from earth as you return to the embrace of the Lord. If you delay any longer, more people will return to the embrace of the Lord." The 23rd generation Blood Mary was an impatient person. Old John was still praying and purifying the fallen Sacred Army soldiers. "Fine, let's go," Old John said sadly. But before long, he saw many impure souls crawling out of the tunnel. They were capturing the souls of the fallen Sacred Army soldiers. "Damn it, give me back my child's soul." Old John was enraged once again. Old John didn't care about other people's gazes at all. He just killed his way to the tunnel. By now, the tunnel had expanded to a diameter of 100 meters. Moreover, the periphery was still collapsing. The tunnel was bottomless. Actually, it wasn't bottomless. At least, Chun Zhao's little world could reach the bottom. It was about 600 to 700 meters. But the bottom of the tunnel wasn't really eerie water. Moreover, at the entrance of the passageway, unclean souls were constantly coming out. Of course, no one would be suicidal and offend these monster-level humans standing at the edge. The people gathered here were probably the strongest group of humans in the current era. "Chun Zhao, let's go down first." Chun Zhao nodded and jumped down with Zhang Tianyi. "Can that kid really do it?" Khmer Deacon asked with strong doubt. "Old Zhang Tianyi is probably training him," the 23rd generation Blood Mary said. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi were both free-falling. Not long after, the two of them reached the bottom. No, they entered the eerie water world. It was a huge, alternate dimension. It could also be called a little world. When Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi landed, they saw that there were sacred army soldiers here. The leader was a fat old man. Roslick was here too. They were fighting against the impure souls here. "Hey, little fatty," Zhang Tianyi greeted. "Wow, Celestial Master Zhang, you're here. Great, you're finally here. I don't have to die." Tears and snot flowed down the old bishop's face. "I still want to become the Pope one day. I don't want to die here." Zhang Tianyi knew the old bishop's personality. "Why are you here?" "That bastard old man." "No, His Holiness the Pope felt that his position was threatened by me, so he used his position to avenge a personal grudge. He actually gave me this mission of certain death. He told me to come here and directly stop the impure souls from charging out of the passage. You finally arrived. Aren't you an archbishop? Even John can't force you to die. He said that if I don't die, I'll be crowned as the official successor, and I'll be in the top 5. Zhang Tianyi looked at the fat, old bishop, even though he had been complaining in front of him. Although the old bishop had been complaining before him, he didn't seem injured at all. Moreover, even the mana was very abundant. Hurry up and save me. I'm not free. Zhang Tianyi glanced at the old bishop. You guys continue fighting. I'm going to activate the seal here. Before I do, don't think about going anywhere. You want me to die? I'm not doing this. I'm leaving now. Let's go. If you can go, then go. Ignoring the bishop's complaints, Zhang Tianyi started releasing his magic power. The fat old bishop complained incessantly. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out of the bishop's palm. A powerful impure soul was destroyed instantly. Chen Zhao glanced at the fat old bishop. This move wasn't the holy light cannon, but the effect was exactly the same as Chun Zhao's. Chapter 2071. Zhang Tianyi turned to look at Chun Zhao. You're not going to help? Do you have time to talk to me? Chun Zhao kept looking at Zhang Tianyi. Chun Zhao was waiting to see what Zhang Tianyi would do. Surging magical power surged out of Zhang Tianyi's body. Like tentacles, it started exploring the surroundings. I'm still looking. The seal can't be seen with the naked eye. I can only search with magic power. It's like looking for a chamber pot at night and aiming at the mouth. Dragon Tiger Mountain doesn't have a toilet. The toilet was only installed after 2000, so there's only one chamber pot. Fuck, can we not talk about this in such a tense atmosphere? Go help me. They don't seem to need my help. Chun Zhao looked around. The Sacred Army didn't receive Zhang Tianyi's orders. However, they tacitly formed a line of defense around Zhang Tianyi and surrounded him. Looks like their defense line is very solid, Chun Zhao said in a relaxed tone. I can't do anything. They look relaxed now, but they'll be in big trouble soon. Really? Chun Zhao looked outside the defense line at the flying, unclean souls. He didn't discover any powerful spirits. At this moment, he felt that the tentacles that Zhang Tiany's magic power had turned into suddenly grabbed something. You found the seal? Yes. Zhang Tiany nodded. Immediately, his magical power was released 10 times more than before. Zhang Tiany's expression was still very relaxed. It seemed like 10 times more explosive power wasn't his limit. It made sense. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 in the supernatural world. If it was only to this extent, there probably wouldn't be many people who would admit it. At the same time, the unclean souls attacking from the outside started becoming stronger. Large numbers of terrifyingly strong, unclean souls appeared. Apart from the fat old bishop, the other sacred army was starting to run out of strength. Most of the sacred army were actually ordinary people. They were very similar to Klaus. They also had superhuman bodies, but they didn't exceed their limits by much. Coupled with hard training, they were proficient in fighting and firearms. Then, with the weapons given by the church in a certain amount, they could form a decent fighting force. Of course, there was still a huge gap between them and Klaus. After all, the resources that Klaus and the Lightning Squad had obtained were incomparable to the Sacred Army. After all, there were only so many people in the supernatural organization. Naturally, the resources that landed in their hands were more than others. Furthermore, some resources that were useless to others were extremely valuable to Klaus and the Lightning Squad. For example, Klaus and the Lightning Squad could soak all of their weapons in dragon blood. But the Sacred Army was obviously not that extravagant. There were too many people in the Sacred Army, so the resources allocated to them were few and far between. Most of the resources could only be obtained through battle achievements. Most importantly, the truly valuable resources had always been inclined towards spiritualists. The spiritualists in the Paladin army were all captains, so they controlled most of the resources. The normal Holy Army was used as cannon fodder. Although it was cruel to say this, it was the truth. The impure souls began to attack. As a result, there were a lot of casualties. What's with these impure souls? I feel like they're different from evil spirits, Chun Zhao asked. Of course they're different. Normal evil spirits have lingering thoughts when they were alive. In the end, their negative emotions won over their rationality, but their rationality didn't disappear. But these impure souls aren't like that. They're just normal spirits that were instilled with large amounts of evil thoughts. This is commonly known as blackening. Who instilled it into them? It can't have appeared out of thin air, right? I don't know who did it, but when the eerie water appeared, the impure souls appeared too. It can be traced back to more than 1,000 years ago. That was also the European Dark Age, Zhang Tiany said. It was the darkest age in Europe, but a large number of powerful spiritualists also appeared. The Holy Army was also formed at that time to deal with the impure souls in the eerie water. The seal here was also completed at that time, but it didn't last long before the impure souls destroyed it. Then, the Holy Army sealed it again. Over and over again, the Holy Army suppressed the impure souls in the eerie water through life and death battles every time. But I feel like this place isn't at the level of a major event. Or is there something else that I don't know about? The thing here has killed 2 popes, Zhang Tiany said solemnly. Is there something stronger than these here? Chun Zhao looked around. Definitely. And there's more than one, Zhang Tiany said. Zhang Tiany said, and every time an impure soul breaks through the seal, the harm it brings is greater and greater, and the level of harm is also higher and higher. You sure know a lot about it. Of course, this isn't a secret in the spiritual world. Everyone knows it long ago. Just then, the fat old bishop ran toward Chun Zhao and Zhang Tiany with his short legs, his big belly shaking. No, we really can't, Celestial Master Zhang, the old bishop said, panting. We really can't take it anymore. Stop pretending, Zhang Tiany scolded. I know you're much stronger than what you've shown. Fight seriously. But at that moment, an extremely dark shadow appeared in front of them. The aura it emitted was very uncomfortable. There were also a large number of powerful impure souls lingering around the shadow. The shadow was on the same level as the cursed spirit Chun Zhao had captured in Africa. Chun Zhao also discovered that a few more high-level impure souls had appeared in the nearby area. Celestial Master Zhang, do you want me to deal with that thing? I don't want to die. That thing is too scary. Just then, a skeleton crawled out of the shadow. It was a skeleton with tattered clothes and a magic staff in his hand. That's a dead soul, Zhang Tianyi said. Little fatty, tell everyone to back off and stand behind me. The old bishop really didn't want to be called Little Fatty, but he couldn't offend Zhang Tianyi, so he could only pretend that nothing had happened. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao. Stop pretending. Do it. Chapter 2072. Celestial Master Zhang. You can call me that in private. I'm a bishop now, a bishop. The old bishop really couldn't accept being called a little fatty in front of so many subordinates. Even if you really become the pope in the future, you're still a little fatty in my eyes. Zhang Tianyi didn't give him any face at all. The old bishop grimaced, his expression rather uncomfortable. What else could he do? He could only accept it. Could he beat Zhang Tianyi? Most importantly, he couldn't. The old bishop glanced at Chun Zhao. Celestial Master Zhang, can you handle this kid? What do you think I brought him here for? A mascot? Rosalick also brought his men back to defend the area. Bishop, what do we do now? Don't worry, Celestial Master Zhang is here, the old bishop said. Chun Zhao looked at the approaching dead soul. It looked rather awkward no matter how he looked at it. That's a sleeping dead soul? What's special about it? Chun Zhao asked. No special features, Zhang Tianyi said. It can take physical damage. It's your best enemy. The old bishop and the surrounding sacred soldiers all looked at Chun Zhao. That was a dead soul. In their eyes, it was an unclean spiritual body filled with terrifying and strange power. But in their mouths, it seemed to be a small problem that could be dealt with at any time. Seeing the large number of sacred soldiers gathered around Zhang Tianyi, the dead soul immediately charged over. Its huge body shrouded over like a canopy of the sky. Oh no! Everyone, raise your defenses to the maximum. Hurry, hurry! Seeing that the dead soul had already charged over before Chun Zhao could do anything, the old bishop screamed in fear. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong and hot air current whizzed through the middle of everyone. The next moment, Chun Zhao appeared before the dead soul. One punch. Boom! An opening appeared in the middle of the dead soul. Then the power spread out from the opening. In an instant, the spirit body of the dead soul body cracked. Chun Zhao landed back on the ground and stretched his limbs. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao in shock. One punch. It ended just like that. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was a great visual impact. Is this the end? That's too boring, old Zhang. Enemies of this level, even if you're squatting in a pit and wiping your ass, you can still get rid of them. Chun Zhao clapped his hands. The fat old bishop and the holy army were furious. They all felt that Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi had gone too far. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chun Zhao. The trouble is yet to come. Dead souls are actually moving sources of evil. Each individual is very powerful, but they're food for other unclean souls. Especially after this food is killed. It's like scavengers smelling rotten corpses. Gradually, everyone could see dark specks of light appearing in the distance. Here it comes. Here it comes. Those things are coming. It was a truly sinister and terrifying materialization. It was as if all the evil in the world had gathered here, even if those things hadn't reached him yet. However, that overwhelming pressure still caused everyone to be unable to breathe. It wasn't an army, it was a tsunami. That's more in line with your current strength, Zhang Tianyi said leisurely at the side. After all, he didn't have to do anything. He just had to watch from the side. Zhang Tianyi suddenly felt so happy. Sometimes happiness came so suddenly and so strangely. That's so troublesome. Chun Zhao sighed. I suddenly regret helping you. The fat old bishop couldn't keep joking so casually anymore. There's only a hint of something big now, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, you know what will happen if these things get out? Chen Zhao turned his head and looked at Zhang Tianyi. Can you cast a spell on them? No problem, Zhang Tianyi agreed readily. Chen Zhao's 16 clones appeared at the same time. Then there were 16,000 stone swords. Chen Zhao had forged these stone swords himself in the river diagram. Without Old Turtle's help, Chen Zhao could only do it himself. When the sky was filled with stone swords dancing in the air, even Zhang Tianyi was dumbfounded. Chen Zhao, your move is 10,000 returning swords, right? I created it myself. I did think of the name back then, but I just felt ashamed. As for the Sacred Army, their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. What was that? Was it a miracle? Compared to Chen Zhao's first move, he'd only thrown a punch. The result was shocking, but it wasn't enough. But now, the stone swords that filled the sky were no longer the same as they were in the past. There was also the shocking killing efficiency. All the Sacred Army combined probably wouldn't be as efficient as Chen Zhao alone. More importantly, Chen Zhao was completely at the back. Not a single impure soul could get within 1,000 meters of him. This is Qingyi Sect's needle threading, right? Just like how Chen Zhao was observing Zhang Tianyi was also observing Chen Zhao. Zhang Tianyi quickly figured out the use of Chen Zhao's move. When they conversed before, Chen Zhao had taught Zhang Tianyi his clones. So, Zhang Tianyi quickly figured out the trick. But even so, there probably wasn't anyone else who could use it like Chen Zhao did. After all, Chen Zhao had cultivated like this every day in the river diagram. Who knew how long he'd spent? It wasn't just a matter of how much magic power he had. He'd build it up over time. Even Zhang Tianyi would sigh when faced with such a move. But there were simply too many impure souls. There were so many of them that even 10,000 stone swords couldn't completely stop these impure souls. Furthermore, some of the impure souls were much stronger than ordinary impure souls. Chen Zhao, this move doesn't seem to work. Even your 10,000 returning swords can't stop it. My move isn't called 10,000 returning swords. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes and put away all the stone swords. The fat bishop and the Sacred Army saw Chen Zhao actually put away the stone swords. They all thought that Chen Zhao had used up his magic power, but it was understandable. After all, Chen Zhao had just used that grand spell to kill hundreds of thousands of impure souls. This was already a huge meritorious achievement, but compared to the total number of impure souls, Chen Zhao's achievements were insignificant. At the same time, all of Chen Zhao's clones merged into one. Chen Zhao twisted his neck and looked at the raging waves that were charging over. Suddenly, Chen Zhao waved his palms and slapped at the sky. Then, huge palms kept falling from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a bomber. Chapter 2073. It was like the ground had been run over by an iron bull. It was completely flipped over, and not just once. Instead, it was constantly being overturned, tossed over and over again. Now, the attack's range, and power had all surpassed Imperial Thousand Swords. This was an inevitable result. As Chen Zhao's power increased, some abilities in the past had started losing their use or value. Gradually, they were replaced by more efficient attacks. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao, dumbfounded. Even Zhang Tianyi was startled. Rosalic stared at Chen Zhao, dumbfounded. Was this Chen Zhao's true power? It was unimaginably strong, an unparalleled attack. It was like a god in the sky, continuously slapping down palms. The unclean souls that had been like a tsunami a moment ago were now almost empty. Now they were almost empty. Whoosh! Chen Zhao let out a long breath. How is it? It's not bad, right? Chen Zhao looked back at Zhang Tianyi. Not bad, Zhang Tianyi said honestly, but it's not strong enough for single-target attacks. Of course, how could he not know that this move was originally meant to be used as a group attack? He also knew Chen Zhao's single-target attacks. To be honest, Zhang Tianyi was really jealous of Chen Zhao's move. With Chen Zhao alone, the enemy's advantage in numbers couldn't be realized. Numbers? They didn't exist before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi. You're just trying to argue. Why don't you show me a move that can deal massive damage to a single target? If you can do it, I'll be a doorman for Dragon Tiger Mountain for a year. Fuck off. You don't look like a good person. If you work as a doorman, We'll lose half of our ticket revenue. Just then, Chun Zhao felt a ripple in the distance. The ripple went from weak to strong. It wasn't the kind that went from far to near. The source of the ripple wasn't far away. However, the difference in strength was obvious. But soon, Chun Zhao realized something. It wasn't through perception. He could see it with his naked eye. The fragments of the unclean souls that Chun Zhao had destroyed were gathering. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at the huge spiritual body that was gathering. The fragments of the impure souls did not combine to form a distorted spiritual body, but a complete soul. This surprised Chun Zhao. This was because souls could not be randomly combined. Combining them would only result in something distorted. However, the combined spirit body did not look like a distorted spirit body. Those impure souls seemed to be a part of this spiritual body. Old Zhang, do you know what's going on? I think I've figured it out. Zhang Tianyi also looked at the spirit body that was gradually becoming stronger. What happened? Isn't it obvious? For some reason, the soul that was reassembling was split into countless parts, which resulted in countless impure souls. Now that these individual impure souls have been completely destroyed by you, these fragments are beginning to reassemble and are becoming complete. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard this. Millions of impure souls were actually fragments of a single main body. In that case, just how powerful was this main spiritual body? It was unimaginable how terrifying the spiritual body would be when it gathered together. Celestial Master Zhang, Mr. Chun, shouldn't we stop him before he fully recovers? The fat old bishop asked urgently. I don't have time to deal with him now, Zhang Tianyi said casually. Ask Chun Zhao. I want to see what exactly he is, Chun Zhao said. Now is not the time to be willful, the fat bishop advised. Chun Zhao, that guy really doesn't look good. Ha! Chun Zhao snapped his fingers. Who has a cigarette? Give me one. One of the sacred soldiers hurriedly handed Chun Zhao a cigarette. Chun Zhao puffed out smoke in front of everyone. I'm facing a huge challenge, but I'm still here so casually. Don't I look handsome? Zhang Tianyi mouthed silently to Chun Zhao. Handsome in M.B. Do you think I won't kill you? Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi started fighting again. Everyone was speechless at these two people, who were so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end, but their tempers were so bad. Their internal conflict didn't care about the occasion. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if powerful people were all this bad-tempered. The spiritual body gradually took shape and became flawless. It also had a terrifying aura. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi stopped fighting too. He looks like he's a bit troublesome. Chun Zhao, don't fail miserably. Troublesome? I'm not just a bit troublesome. The spiritual body opened his eyes and looked at everyone. I'm the perfect creation of the Demon King. I'm above everything. A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded from the spirit body, and in an instant, hundreds of holy army soldiers all fell to the ground. Even the chubby old bishop was no exception. This extremely terrifying pressure was almost tangible. Only Zhang Tianyi and Chun Zhao weren't affected. 10,000 curses are flying through my mind, Zhang Tianyi said. Do you have to be so awesome? Weird. As the big boss, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Chun Zhao tilted his head and looked at the spiritual body. There's no need to be so troublesome with bugs. You'll all be gone soon. Plus, you don't even have the right to know my name. You say you're the perfect creation of the Demon King? You're perfect? How dare you? An even more terrifying pressure pressed toward Chun Zhao. You dare to doubt me. Your anger fully shows your lack of confidence. You know very well that you're not perfect. At least, you're not so powerful that you're perfect. Your words will only make you die faster. The spiritual body looked at Chun Zhao coldly. Oh, let me see how you kill me. Chun Zhao curled his finger. 10 million murderous intents. The spiritual body suddenly glared at Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao looked at the spiritual body calmly. As long as the soul's strength reaches a certain level, it's almost impossible to suppress an opponent with mental power. Chun Zhao shrugged. You better show me what you've got after combining millions of impure souls. That's what you should be doing right now. If you want to defeat me with mental power alone, It's too unrealistic. You damned ant. Suddenly, Chun Zhao appeared before the spiritual body without any warning. The spiritual body didn't even have time to react before Chun Zhao grabbed its neck. Chun Zhao's body released a powerful holy aura. If you're only good at talking, you'd better die. Chapter 2074. I'm a carrier with 10 million consciousnesses. Can you fight against 10 million consciousnesses? The spirit still looked at Chun Zhao confidently. He seemed to care a lot about his background. As far as he was concerned, he was the supreme being. Suddenly, Chun Zhao lifted his arm and a wave of holy energy shot out. The spirit's chest was pierced. Then, the spirit's aura weakened a lot. Carrier of 10 million consciousnesses? You're just gathering these consciousnesses together to make it easier for me to kill you, or rather, all of you. The spirit claimed to be a perfect creation created by the Demon King. But to Chun Zhao, it was far from perfect. It was like a huge army that could be split into many individuals. It could also be combined into a complete whole. Of course, the individual wasn't as strong as a whole. However, there was also a fatal flaw when it was integrated into a whole. It was like 10 million people being tied together. When Chun Zhao's punch landed on the spirit, all of its bodies would be injured. Although this spiritual body was strong, it was far from perfect. If this was the level of the handsome guy's so-called perfect creation, Chun Zhao had to look down on him. After being punched, the spirit immediately retreated 100 meters, distancing itself from Chun Zhao. He looked at his pierced chest in shock. When he looked at Chun Zhao again, his eyes had lost their calmness. There was only disbelief and shock. The Sacred Army was the same. They'd personally experienced how terrifying the spirit was. It was a terrifying monster that could suppress hundreds of Sacred Army soldiers with just its consciousness. But Chun Zhao easily gained the upper hand. Just then, Zhang Tiany's magic power stopped flowing. The seal was instantly activated, and, at the same time, a yellow screen was closing up at the entrance of the alternate space channel. Chun Zhao, I'm done. We can go now. Wait, let me kill this guy first. You can use this time to cast a spell on them. I'm very fast. It doesn't matter if I kill him or not. Zhang Tiany looked at the Sacred Army. I'll cast a spell on you. Don't resist. Celestial Master Zhang, you don't have to do this. I promise I won't tell anyone. The fat old bishop looked at Zhang Tiany, aggrieved. I believe that mouth of yours. Zhang Tiany rolled his eyes at the fat old bishop. Be honest, otherwise I'll beat you up first. Can we all cooperate? The fat old bishop was helpless. He and his subordinates were facing the most powerful human in the world. Moreover, there were two of them. He didn't think that they could resist or negotiate with these two people. Unconvinced, Chun Zhao said, I'm fast too. Zhang Tiany pointed to the top of his head. The seal is closing. If we don't get out before the seal is completely closed, we'll be trapped here forever. Then I'll speed up. Chun Zhao suddenly attacked. There was a tearing sound in the air, followed by a series of explosions. The spiritual body was instantly hit by Chun Zhao's lightning-fast punch. Not a single punch missed. Every single punch landed on the ground. You could die now. Chun Zhao punched through the spirit's chest. Then, the holy light cannon shot out from the spirit's chest. Ah, the spirit body let out a miserable cry. A spiritual body was still a spiritual body. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't resist holy power. It was like throwing a white mouse into a glass of sulfuric acid. Moreover, Chun Zhao had used a high-level angelic crystal. It was more effective against spiritual bodies than demons. The holy power contained in the angelic crystal was like radiation to demons. But to the spiritual body, it was like magma. Because the spiritual body didn't even have a physical body, it was easier for the holy power to corrode it. Chun Zhao even felt that the spiritual body was so weak that it was indescribably weak. How could the church call this a big event? It was far from enough, right? Even Zhang Tiany could easily deal with it, let alone Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked deeper into the ghastly netherwater. There seemed to be an even more terrifying existence in the depths of the ghastly netherwater. It seemed that this self-proclaimed perfect creation spirit body was not the real big boss. However, That thing didn't seem to plan on appearing. Chun Zhao collected the pieces of the destroyed spiritual body. You're really fast. Are you this fast in other aspects too? Do you want to fight here again? Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi with a dark expression. Whatever, help me first. These people shouldn't die here. I'm going to get them all out. How do we get so many people out? I can't do anything, Chun Zhao said. I'll lend you some power, Zhang Tianyi said. I'll use the cosmic cycle transference. What do you want me to do? Zhang Tianyi reached out. Just give me a hand. Chun Zhao grabbed Zhang Tianyi's hand. However, Chun Zhao felt that it was a little disgusting. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, he felt Zhang Tianyi sucking his celestial power. Is this the star-absorbing technique or the dark north divine art? Zhang Tianyi could feel that Chun Zhao's power was completely different from his. It was even different from all spiritualists in the world. But this celestial power didn't conflict with him at all. It was like how Chun Zhao had developed a magic allergy when he swallowed other creatures with a magic source through the mouth of gluttony. No one could casually absorb or devour someone else's magic. But Zhang Tianyi realized that Chun Zhao's magic was actually versatile. Okay, let's go. Zhang Tianyi roared and raised his other hand, causing all the sacred army to disappear in an instant. Where did they go? Chun Zhao asked. I sent them out, Zhang Tianyi said. That's enough now. Come. Chun Zhao closed his eyes. Zhang Tianyi kicked off, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He charged at Chun Zhao. Heaven's lightning, heaven's might, spread out in all directions. Sweep away all evil devils. Zhang Tianyi's sword stabbed into Chun Zhao's chest. However, the tip of the sword only managed to penetrate half an inch before it stopped. Zhang Tianyi tried a few times, but couldn't go any deeper. Relax. Let go of all your muscles. Otherwise, my sword won't be able to stab in. Chun Zhao could only let go of all his muscles. Zhang Tianyi pushed forward with all his strength. The blade pierced through his back. Give me some reaction. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao calmly. This is the treasure of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect. You should at least give me some reaction. Chapter 2075. Your treasure is of the lightning attribute, and I happen to have the lightning attribute as well. Lightning strikes from the heavens are like a power bank to me. Do you expect a sword to make me react? Don't you feel pain when the sword pierces your body? I can heal the wound in 1 second, Chun Zhao said helplessly. The pain, nerves don't even react. Whatever. Zhang Tianyi looked around and found a sacred army corpse. Then he wiped Chun Zhao's face and clothes. That's more or less it. Also, what's with the holy aura on you? Get rid of it and get the aura of these unclean souls. After preparing for a few minutes, Zhang Tianyi was finally satisfied. By then, the yellow veil was about to close. Let's go. With that, Zhang Tianyi and Chun Zhao rose into the air at the same time. When the seal was about to close completely, they passed through the yellow veil. The moment they charged out, the yellow veil kept sending attacks outwards. The attacks were very strong too. The yellow veil seemed like it was about to be broken. But after a few tries, the veil remained completely sealed. Zhang was waiting on the upper level. When he saw Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi appear, he immediately activated the seal. Seeing Chun Zhao on the verge of death, Zhang supported Zhang Tianyi's shoulder. Zhang Tianyi was full of energy. He couldn't help but feel guilty. After all, Chun Zhao wasn't obligated to help them fight. But now, Chun Zhao was heavily injured. Young man, how are you? When Zhang activated the seal, he also took the time to cast a holy spell on Chun Zhao. Zhang, activate the seal seriously. Don't do pointless things like this, Zhang Tianyi yelled. How is it pointless? This young man got hurt because of you. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. They weren't acting for Zhang. I'll be in charge of healing him. The most important thing for you to do now is to activate the seal on this layer before the seal on the lower layer is broken. Time was tight, but Chun Zhao had actually destroyed the terrifying spiritual body below, so the thing below shouldn't be able to break the seal so quickly. So, as long as Zhang performed normally, there should be enough time. That was if Zhang didn't do anything. Old Zhang was always like that. Every time before he got down to business, he would tire himself out. It wasn't that he would affect the final result. In fact, old John always fulfilled his duties and responsibilities. But every time it was just right. Just a little bit more, and all his previous efforts would have been wasted. Therefore, cooperating with Old Man John was a very troublesome matter, and it was also very frightening. Chen Zhao was much more relaxed now. Even though he was a fake injured person, he could still lie on the ground and watch. Hardadef also focused on activating the seal. Celestial Master Zhang, you're still in charge of taking care of that young man. It's fine if the seal below is broken. Those impure souls can't break through the defense of my sacred magic, Old John said. However, after waiting for a long time, Old John was about to complete the activation of the seal, but the seal below had yet to be opened. Hardadef imagined how intense the battle below was. Just how intense would the battle have to be before the bottommost seal was activated in order to weaken the strength of the impure souls below so much that they were unable to break through the bottommost seal. However, just when John thought that he would be able to successfully complete the seal, in the end, the bottommost seal was still broken. Large numbers of impure souls charged out of the seal and toward the three on the fourth floor. Hardadef, activate the seal obediently. You don't have to be responsible for anything else. Zhang Tianyi immediately flew up and yelled, "Dragon and Tiger Dharma!" Roar, roar. Yellow light flashed on Zhang Tianyi's body. Two dragon and tiger divine beasts broke out of his body. In the roar of the dragon and tiger, the impure souls were killed in large numbers. Just then, a few terrifying impure souls appear below. They weren't as strong as the spirit that Chen Zhao was facing, but they weren't much weaker. Zhang Tianyi made a hand seal. Heaven and earth, black and yellow, infinite Dharma. The dragon and tiger Dharma immediately turned into two beams of yellow light and shot toward the netherworld, piercing through it. The powerful impure souls were instantly pierced by the yellow light. Chen Zhao's eyes flashed with surprise. Zhang Tianyi was indeed not weak. He was even more adept at dealing with spirits like this. He wasn't weaker than sacred magic at all. This was Chen Zhao's first time seeing Zhang Tianyi fight, and he was already so strong right away. Zhang Tianyi's reputation as the top person in the spiritual world was a bit exaggerated, but there was no doubt about his strength, and this probably wasn't Zhang Tianyi's strongest move. Of course, this so-called big event probably wasn't just what Chen Zhao saw. If it was just this, it was far from the level of a big event. At least, Chen Zhao felt that it should be something that could shake the entire spiritual world. But in the current situation, either Chen Zhao or Zhang Tianyi could solve the problem. The seal has been activated. Celestial Master Zhang, take that young man. We're going upstairs. Hardadef's seal activation process was clearly much faster than Zhang Tianyi's. Of course, this didn't mean that Hardadef was stronger than Zhang Tianyi. For one, this was Hardadef's home field, and he was the main person involved. He knew the seal here better than Zhang Tianyi. After all, this was where his ancestors had fought. Moreover, the seal here had been left behind by his ancestors. Thus, he knew how to activate the seal better than Zhang Tianyi. Also, Zhang Tianyi was purposely stalling for time. Because he wanted to see Chen Zhao's true strength, he was dawdling most of the time. Unfortunately, to his regret, Chen Zhao didn't show his true strength. The spiritual body that called itself a perfect creation indeed looked strong. However, the spiritual body's strength was much weaker than Zhang Tianyi had expected. Zhang Tianyi pulled Chen Zhao up and went up with Hardadef. They reached the third floor. Blood Mary was in charge here. When the 23rd Blood Mary saw the heavily injured Chen Zhao, her first reaction was shock. But when she looked closer, she vaguely sensed something. 23rd Blood Mary's cheeks twitched. Blood Mary, it's your turn. Do you want me to go? I still have strength left, Hardadef asked. Hardadef was too enthusiastic, but Blood Mary didn't appreciate it at all. No need, Blood Mary said. You can just defend me. She knew that Hardadef was being kind, but she clearly didn't plan on accepting it. Chapter 2076. 23rd Generation Blood Mary wasn't like Old John. She wasn't a busybody, but she wouldn't avoid her own matters either. Blood Mary, you're about to die of old age. You should save some energy. Fuck off. Hearing that, 23rd Blood Mary was furious. You're the one who's about to die. Your whole family is about to die. 23rd Blood Mary was very efficient. She was even more efficient than John. Before the lower seal could be broken, 23rd Blood Mary had already completed the seal. Let's go, 23rd Blood Mary called out. Zhang Tianyi helped Chun Zhao up. 23rd Blood Mary sent a telepathic message. What are you two doing? What? Can't you see that Chun Zhao is heavily injured? Do you think I'm blind? 23rd Blood Mary didn't believe that Chun Zhao could be injured here. Is there a flaw? I can understand if Chun is injured in other areas, but it's hard for me to understand that his body is injured. Just pretend you don't know anything, Zhang Tianyi said. Why? John is with you guys too? No, he's not. He's not good at lying. It's hard for him not to give himself away, Zhang Tianyi said. That's why we keep him in the dark. Kimmer Deacon? 23rd Blood Mary sharply noticed Zhang Tianyi and Chun Zhao's intentions. Zhang Tianyi didn't answer her question. However, some things could only be understood and not explained. Soon, they reached the second level. The second level was under the control of the fire worship sect's leader, Bifla. Bifla was a cold-faced person. Seeing everyone come up, he didn't say anything else and immediately started the process of activating the seal. Chun Zhao observed Bifla silently. If it was just in terms of magic power, Bifla's magic power was even higher than John's. Of course, most of the time, magic power didn't represent combat ability. Bifla and John didn't have a big difference in magic power. So, Chun Zhao didn't dare to say who was stronger before seeing their battle. Moreover, both of them had powerful backgrounds. One was the leader of the largest religious group. The other was the leader of an extremely prosperous religious group in West Asia. No one knew if they had any formidable trump cards in their hands. Bifla's senses were extremely sharp. As if sensing Chun Zhao's gaze, he turned to look at Chun Zhao while maintaining the magic output. You, young man, your body has a vigorous fire of life. Chun Zhao closed his eyes and pretended not to hear anything. Everything went smoothly for Bifla to activate the seal. In fact, after the lowest and second to last seals were activated, the crisis was basically over. After that, everyone retreated to the outermost layer. A trace of disappointment flashed across Kimmer Dakin's eyes when he saw everyone come out unscathed. However, he saw that Chun Zhao was being helped out by Zhang Tianyi. And as soon as he reached the ground, he lay on the ground. Then Chun Zhao started vomiting blood. It looked like he was badly injured. Kimmer Deacon narrowed his eyes and stared at Chun Zhao. Kimmer Deacon, it's your turn. What are you waiting for? Zhang Tianyi scolded. Just then, Chun Zhao vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhang Tianyi quickly turned his attention back to Chun Zhao. He transferred his magic to Chun Zhao without any disguise. Old John walked over. Celestial Master Zhang, let me take a look at him. My holy magic will heal him. No need. Most of his power comes from darkness. Your holy magic will only cause more damage to him. Fine, but he's made a great contribution to the Vatican. If he's willing, I'm willing to purify his magic. In the spiritual world, there was no such thing as light was justice and darkness was evil. However, in most people's eyes, darkness would always make them uncomfortable. If they had a choice, perhaps many people would give up on darkness and turn to light. Old John's promise was sometimes the best reward. Old John rarely made such promises. There were ways to turn darkness into light, but it was extremely difficult. To John, Chun Zhao had made a great contribution. That was why he gave such a promise as a reward. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao wasn't interested. Of course, he wouldn't be proud of it either. What Chun Zhao needed to do now was play dead. Chun Zhao, do you want to convert? Zhang Tianyi asked, pretending to be polite. Then Chun Zhao completely fainted. He fainted. I can't make the decision for him. Zhang Tianyi looked at John helplessly. The moment Kimmer Deacon's seal was completely activated, the 5 layers of seals also merged into one in an instant. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Before the situation worsened completely, before it became a big issue, they finally stopped it. To be honest, Chun Zhao was a bit disappointed. Chun Zhao was the kind of person who didn't mind big issues. Young man, your aura is very weak. John looked at Chun Zhao worriedly. But with his holy magic, even if he really wanted to save Chun Zhao, he couldn't do anything due to the repulsion of magic. As for why John felt that Chun Zhao's aura was weak, it was completely because Chun Zhao had been holding his breath. That was why he gave others the feeling that Chun Zhao was very weak. Only Kamor Deacon and John had been fooled by Chun Zhao and Zhang Tiany's acting. On the other hand, Bifla stood at the side without saying a word. He didn't understand. Chun Zhao's body clearly had the fire of life that was like a small sun. How could he be so weak? Bifla kept his head down. In fact, he was observing the other's expressions. Suddenly, he saw 23rd Blood Mary's lips curve into a smile. Is she an insider? Bifla looked at Zhang Tiany. Zhang Tiany looked anxious, but there was no anxiety or worry in his eyes. And this young man called Chun Zhao was also pretending. Who were they trying to fool? Was it John? No, neither Zhang Tiany nor the 23rd generation Blood Mary would provoke John. If the three of them had a conflict, it would also be a big issue. The three old guys were all extremely rational people. They wouldn't do something like this. Apart from John, there was only Bifla and Kamor Deacon. Bifla glanced at Kamor Deacon from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, Bifla seemed to know something. Bifla, pass on my fire of life to him, old John said. Everyone was shocked, especially Zhang Tiany. He didn't plan on tricking John. No need. It's not that serious. Celestial Master Zhang has his own ways. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2077. Chun Zhao, let me take you home. No, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Chun Zhao stood up weakly. Even if I have to fight again, I'll win for you. Now's not the time to be stubborn, Zhang Tiany said, pretending to be serious. I told you I'm fine. Chun Zhao took a deep breath, but it was blood that came out. Zhang Tiany looked at Chun Zhao with a serious expression. You're infected with an evil aura, and your power leans towards darkness. You'll be the best nourishment for the aura. If you want to recover, you have to get rid of the aura as soon as possible. I'm a spiritualist too. I don't need you to teach me what to do. With that, Chun Zhao swaggered away. Looking at Chun Zhao's back, Kamor Deacon said, Young people just like to be stubborn. Bifla glanced at Kamor Deacon and then at Chun Zhao's back. Yes, that's true. But if he recovers this time, he'll have a huge leap. Maybe he'll catch up to us in no time and stand shoulder to shoulder with us. How is that possible? Kamor Deacon said, narrowing his eyes. He's not even a third of my age. There are people called geniuses in this world, Bifla said. You think he's a genius too? Celestial Master Zhang brought so many disciples, but only this young man moved with him and even participated in such a dangerous battle, Bifla said. Isn't that enough? If this young man doesn't have enough power or potential, he won't be favored by Celestial Master Zhang. Murderous intent rose in Kamor Deacon's heart. After leaving everyone's sight, Chun Zhao couldn't be bothered to continue pretending. To put it bluntly, Chun Zhao and Zhang Tiany were fishing. If Kamor Deacon had evil intentions, he would definitely take the bait. Back at the hotel, Fei Lai saw Chun Zhao return with bloodstains on him. She immediately went over to show concern. Chun, what's wrong? It's not mine. Chun Zhao took off his clothes. There was another rotting wound on his chest. Seeing the wound, Fei Lai was even more worried. And you said you're fine. Chun Zhao smiled bitterly and took out a special magic container. He grabbed at his chest and pulled out the rotten flesh, stuffing it into the container. His skin was unharmed. What's going on? Fishing, Chun Zhao said. He didn't need to hide anything from Fei Lai. Fei Lai immediately understood. Although she was an outsider, she had come into contact with quite a number of spiritualists. Is it your enemy? I've only met him twice, but he seems to be a little jealous of my youth and strength. It's also the first time I've met such a person. Should I throw this away? Fei Lai looked at the magic container in disgust. I still need to use it. Chun Zhao was also helpless. This thing was made by Zhang Tiany. No one liked to have such a thing on their body. However, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to act? Portia, cancel tomorrow's flight. But boss, I've already paid a deposit of $200,000. If I cancel it, it's all right. To Chun Zhao, he could afford to lose $200,000. Portia was speechless, but she was already used to Chun Zhao's stubbornness. Did you find it? Khmer Deacon asked. Yes, leader. That person originally planned to leave Rome today, but for some reason, he canceled the flight. He even chartered a plane, but it's also canceled now. Do you know why? Apparently, he's not feeling well. Khmer Deacon thought for a while. What did Zhang Tianyi, Bifla, John, and Blood Mary do? Blood Mary left Rome early this morning. Bifla seems to be leaving today, too. What about Zhang Tianyi and John? Celestial Master Zhang seems to be searching everywhere today. He went to all the magic shops in Rome and bought large amounts of magic materials and herbs. What did he mainly buy? Magic materials and herbs used to purify and remove unclean things. Keep an eye on Tianyi. Record all his actions and places he goes in detail, Khmer Deacon said. Khmer Deacon said, Oh right, give me a detailed description of that person's movements. Zhang Tianyi visited Chun Zhao every day for the past 2 days. Old Zhang, when is Khmer Deacon going to act? I haven't gone out for 2 days. Do you know how bored I am? In this historical city, I can't appreciate the crystallization of ancient wisdom and civilization. I can't enjoy the scenery of this ancient city. Do you know how painful it is? Then let me ask you, if you have $1 million and a chance to enjoy Rome, what would you choose? Enjoy Rome. What you're saying goes against your heart. Do you know how much I can earn a day? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I can earn at least $2 million a day. Do you think I need $1 million? I can't talk to you, Zhang Tianyi said, speechless. If Khmer Deacon doesn't act, I'll recover soon. I'm anxious too, but if he doesn't act, what can I do? Could it be that he saw through our plan? No way. Zhang Tianyi's expression didn't look good either. After all, if Khmer Deacon saw through their plan, then their actions in the past 2 days would become a monkey show. It's all your fault. You're so exaggerated and unnatural. How is it my fault? I've really acted before. How am I exaggerated? When did you act before? Once, a crew came to Dragon Tiger Mountain to film. I played the role of an otherworldly master. How much money did you give the crew? I didn't ask for money. My grand disciple put a sword on the director's neck, and he happily agreed to my request. After that, he even praised me for my extraordinary temperament. Your grand disciple was there, right? The process was a bit complicated, but the director really begged me to stay in the crew. If I wasn't there, I really want to continue filming. As they spoke, the topic of conversation between the two deviated. So what if you've been in a TV show? I've filmed a movie with a high box office and even played the main role. Which movie? Do you know Animal Supermarket? I remember it was shown in China before. I was the villain who fought with an old detective from beginning to end. Oh, I remember now. It's the villain who has never shown his face. Chapter 2078. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi didn't know where the topic had gone. In the end, Chun Zhao was the one who ended the conversation. People like Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi, who had low EQ every time they met, would never continue the conversation. Neither of them knew how to back off. Actually, both of them had high EQ in real life. Zhang Tianyi left in a huff, because Chun Zhao had made a bet with him to see who would become an international superstar. Chun Zhao also said that he would invest in a movie and ask Steven to shoot it. He also wanted to fight for an Oscar. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't do that. However, he still felt happy that he could anger Zhang Tianyi. Leader, Celestial Master Zhang left the hotel in a hurry. In a hurry? Did something happen to that person's injury? Khmer Deacon's eyes flickered. He rubbed his palms together. This is a big fish. Khmer Deacon couldn't help it. Leader, that person's wife and children are in Rome. Maybe we can start with them. Khmer Deacon's eyes brightened. His wife and children have a chance? I noticed that his wife and children come out to play every day and shop everywhere. Good. Find a chance and capture his wife and children. Feilai, what do you think of that dress? It's nice, Feilai answered. Portia looked at Feilai in confusion. And then what? Portia was even more confused. Why was Feilai acting so weird today? Usually, when they shopped, Feilai would give in-depth comments when she saw a nice dress. Then came the fitting. But today, Fei Lai just stood there. She didn't want to try it on, nor did she plan to buy it. "You're not buying it?" "Yes." Fei Lai nodded and took out her credit card. "Help me pay." Portia took the credit card. After paying, she returned to Fei Lai's side. "Fei Lai, are you not feeling well? Or are you tired from shopping?" "No, I'm very healthy." "Okay." The two walked out of the store. Suddenly, a car stopped beside them. Then a man got out and dragged Fei Lai into the car. The car started and drove away. Portia was scared silly. After a minute, Portia suddenly came to her senses. "Ah, not good. What should I do? What should I do? Boss will kill me." Portia tugged at her hair. "Should I run away now?" After panicking for another 3 minutes, Portia finally calmed down. "No, the boss is so powerful. He must have a way to save Fei Lai." Portia quickly called Chun Zhao. "Boss, bad news. Fei Lai was kidnapped." Oh, boss, your reaction is too flat. What's wrong with you? Do you think I'm joking?" "No, I understand. You can go back to the hotel now." "Boss, should we call the police?" "I'll call the police now. I told you I don't need it. I know what to do." Portia returned to the hotel in fear. However, as soon as he entered Chun Zhao's room, he saw Fei Lai beside him. "Boss, Fei Lai, what happened? Didn't I just see you being kidnapped?" "No, not at all." Fei Lai turned to look at Chun Zhao. She did not know exactly what had happened. However, Chun Zhao had told her not to go out today. From Portia's words, Fei Lai seemed to have gone out with someone who looked like her. She had even mistaken the person for her. Moreover, the person had been kidnapped. This meant that Chun Zhao knew what had happened. Or rather, it was a trap set up by Chun Zhao. But who were those? Portia looked at Fei Lai and Chun Zhao in confusion. "That was just a joke," Chun Zhao said, smiling. "Joke? You're saying that it was a joke?" Portia's expression was furious. "Boss, Fei Lai, you're too much. Do you know how worried I am?" "Worried about what? Worried that I'll blame it on you?" "Of course. After all, I went shopping with Fei Lai." Just then, Chun Zhao received a call. A voice came from the phone. "Your woman is in my hands. If you don't want her to suffer, come alone. The location is an old church 35 kilometers outside of Rome." "Who are you? What do you want?" The other party didn't waste any more time. He hung up right away. Chun Zhao looked at Fei Lai. "Fei Lai, don't go out today." "Got it." Fei Lai nodded. Then, Chun Zhao called Zhang Tianyi. "Old Zhang, it's done. The person asked me to meet outside the city. Come and protect Fei Lai and my child. I'm going to watch a show." "Watch you?" "Master," Chun Zhao cursed. Chun Zhao cursed. "If anything happens to my family, I'll turn all the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain into human centipedes. Don't worry. You can ask Blood Mary to keep an eye on them." "Her? Didn't she go back the day before yesterday?" "No," Zhang Tianyi said calmly. "Okay." Chun Zhao nodded. Between Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation Blood Mary, it was fine for either of them to protect their family. Chun Zhao changed his clothes and went out. Portia was very angry at Chun Zhao's bad taste, but she really could not do anything to him. She could not even resign. Chun Zhao arrived at the appointed place. It was easy to find the abandoned church. Chun Zhao coughed and entered the church. There were a few spiritualists in the church. Apart from them, there was no one else. "You keep your promise." The leading spiritualist looked at Chun Zhao. "Cough, cough. Where's my woman?" Chun Zhao asked in a weak voice. "Don't worry. We'll reunite you soon." A smile appeared on the spiritualist's face. "But before that, you better wear this." The spiritualist tossed a shackle to Chun Zhao's feet. "Do you think this is meaningful to me? Even if I'm injured, do you think it's a normal shackle?" When Chun Zhao picked it up, he realized that there were magic waves on it. It seemed to be an alchemy product. Chun Zhao obediently put the shackle on. The spiritualists all heaved a sigh of relief. "Is it okay now?" Chun Zhao looked at them. "Can you take me to see my wife now?" "Not yet." "Are you going back on your word?" "Don't make it sound so bad. There's someone else who wants to see you." "Who?" "You'll know when you get there. I'm not going anywhere until I see my wife. Do you have a choice now?" The spiritualists all looked at Chun Zhao with evil smiles. They seemed to want to teach Chun Zhao a lesson when he resisted. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. "Fine." Chapter 2079. I heard he's a super genius. Do we need to be more careful? Of course. I remember that one we hunted once broke free, so we need to be more careful. The spiritualist cast a dozen more binding spells on Chun Zhao and used a few magic tools. On the other hand, Chun Zhao accepted the binding spells and magic tools obediently. Only after completing a series of spells did they feel relieved. Then, Chun Zhao was thrown into the trunk. It was the first time in his life that someone had put him in the trunk. He had to admit that it was a rare experience. The car didn't enter the city. Chun Zhao could feel the strong bumps. It definitely wasn't a cement road. Then, Chun Zhao was dragged out of the car. Chun Zhao first observed his surroundings. It was a small house in the woods. Chun Zhao was dragged into the house. Then, he saw Fei Lai, who was also tied up. She wasn't the real Fei Lai, but Chun Zhao still felt very uncomfortable. I've been brought here. Can you let go of my wife now? Idiot, how is that possible? The spiritualists all laughed. Do you really think it's that simple? Your woman will be played by us in front of you, and you can only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. I can give you as much money as you want, Chun Zhao said helplessly. As long as you name a price, I definitely won't bargain. This is also the only time you have the right to name a price. Do you think this is about money? You're the prey of some big shot. Who? Which big shot? In Rome, there aren't many people who could be called big shots. Chun Zhao followed along and asked. Me. Just then, Kamor Deacon's voice rang out. He pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Kamor Deacon, I don't understand. Is this your idea? Yes, it's my idea. Kamor Deacon nodded. I need an explanation, Chun Zhao said angrily. Otherwise, this isn't over. Of course not. But do you think you'll have a chance to say anything to others? I understand. I was careless. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. But I still hope that you can let my wife go. How is that possible? Even if I allow it, my subordinates won't allow it. They work for me, so I have to give them some benefits, don't you think? Mr. Kimmer Daikin, I don't understand. I don't think I've offended anyone. Why are you treating me like this? There are a lot of strange things in this world. You don't need to understand everything. Even if you say so, I still hope that you can tell me, at least before I die. Can you fulfill my last wish? Don't you know that I have a nickname in the spiritual world? Genius Killer. I've heard people talk about this nickname before, but I don't believe it. There's really such a senseless person in this world who would kill someone because he's afraid of being surpassed by the younger generation. I don't think it's true. Kimmer Deacon laughed. Do you know my background? Chun Zhao asked. Are you trying to scare me with your background? If that's your plan, I advise you to shut up. I'm not interested in your background. I've hunted all kinds of people in the past. I don't care about your background. No, I want to tell you the characteristics of my power, Chun Zhao said. Oh, power characteristics? What kind of power characteristics? Kimmer Deacon's interest was piqued. He looked at Chun Zhao curiously. My spell is called Release. If you can't fulfill my request, I'll increase my power greatly. I'm heavily injured now, but I can still fight, Chun Zhao said. So, you'd better satisfy my curiosity. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Kimmer Deacon frowned. He really didn't know that such a strange spell existed in this world. However, there were all kinds of strange things in the world. Thus, while he was disappointed, he didn't have too many suspicions. If you ask me to let you go, do I have to let you go too? Of course. This is the power of my spell. I can make many unreasonable requests. If you don't agree, I'll become stronger and stronger, Chun Zhao said. Of course, with my current condition, even if I become stronger, I won't be able to hold on. The best result is to die with you. Kimmer Deacon raised an eyebrow. This spell was really strange, but there must be some restriction that he didn't know. What's the restriction? The more difficult the request is, the more mana it consumes. This is also the flaw of my magic. For example, if I ask an ordinary person for $100 million, this request will be too much for the other party, and my mana will be instantly depleted. So that's it. Kimmer Deacon was enlightened. If this spell only made requests and would become stronger if they weren't satisfied, then it was practically invincible. Moreover, from Chun Zhao, he roughly understood that this spell not only required a large amount of mana, but also a strong body. Looks like you already understand the rules of my spell. There's something you didn't say, right? You also have to respond to my requests, right? Kemmer Deacon said, acting smart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told me your trump card so easily. Smart. Chun Zhao nodded in approval. But right now, I can't satisfy any of your requests. Can you give me the spell? Kemmer Deacon asked. First, you have to answer my question, Chun Zhao said. Why did you hunt so many geniuses? Don't give me those bullshit reasons. I want the truth. Kemmer Deacon looked at Chun Zhao. Just then, he felt that Chun Zhao's aura seemed to have become stronger. As expected, he really mastered this spell. For the first time, Kemmer Deacon wanted to master spells of other schools. If he used the spell well, it would definitely be very powerful. He might even surpass those top existences. Okay, I'll tell you the reason, Kemmer Deacon said. A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. It wasn't easy to trick this guy into telling the truth. In this world, you're not the only one who has a special spell. I agree that I have a special spell too. Chapter 2080. Chun Zhao immediately pricked up his ears. The others didn't seem to know why Kemmer Deacon kept hunting those famous geniuses. But now, Kemmer was finally willing to tell them his true reason. I have the magic of deprivation, which is jealousy, Kemmer said. Kemmer Deacon said, I've never been a genius, but I can take away the talent of a genius. Every genius is outstanding in one aspect. This deprivation must have its limits, Chun Zhao guessed. It can't be without any restrictions. Although his so-called release magic was bullshit, the restrictions were based on this magic. The restrictions were based on the magic's characteristics. Moreover, many spells weren't as perfect as they seemed. There were many special spells in the world, so many that normal people couldn't imagine them. However, very few spiritualists were willing to practice this kind of magic with special characteristics. None of the top spiritualists in the world practiced special spells. In fact, in the long river of history, none of the top-notch spiritualists practiced special magic. It wasn't because special spells were difficult, but because there were many restrictions. Kemmer smiled and walked up to Chun Zhao. It's simple. It's a bet. The winner takes it all, and the loser loses. There's no exemption or rejection. With that, Kemmer tapped Chun Zhao's forehead. Chun Zhao suddenly felt a spell enter his mind. This spell wasn't dispelled by his elemental constitution. This is a bet and a duel. You defeat me, or I defeat you. If you lose, the power you're most proud of will belong to me. Chun Zhao looked at Kemmer Deacon. If you lose, what do I get? Of course, the part I'm most proud of, Kemmer said matter-of-factly. This bet is fair. Chun Zhao laughed. Fair? Now I'm lying down and you're standing. You're telling me it's fair? At least we're paying the same price. You're using the part you're most proud of to exchange for the part I'm most proud of. In the past, how many geniuses' pride did you steal like this? Let me think. Many. Some have unparalleled power. Some have lightning-like speed. Some have tremendous magic power. And some strange spells. If that's the case, why did you use such a method? Or could it be that you still don't dare to have a fair fight with others after stealing so many people's powers? To me, victory is the most important thing. The result is the most important, not fairness. I see, Chun Zhao said. Then I want you to give me a fair fight. Hee. You said that this spell of yours is flawed. You can't bear much power right now. Bang. Just then, the magic tool on Chun Zhao suddenly snapped. Kemmer Deacon raised his eyebrows in surprise. Just because I can't bear too much doesn't mean I can't bear any. Chun Zhao stood up again, and he broke the shackles on his hands. Kemmer Deacon's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, he saw Fei Lai behind Chun Zhao. He looked closely. Shock flashed through Kemmer Deacon's eyes. He hadn't looked carefully before, but now that he did, he realized something was wrong. Why isn't this woman breathing? Just like wood? Was he dead? No, his subordinates hadn't tasted the sweetness yet. They couldn't have killed such a beautiful woman. Kemmer Deacon suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Heavenly Spirit Manifestation. Reveal yourself. Kemmer Deacon suddenly shouted in a low voice. This was a spell he'd stolen from a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect. This spell could nullify all shape-shifting, invisibility, and concealment spells. Instantly, Fei Lai turned into a yellow paper doll. Claymore's expression changed drastically. His subordinates also stared at the yellow paper doll in disbelief. This is mind-controlling paper doll. Claymore's expression grew even worse. He stared at Chun Zhao. You tricked me? How dare you scheme against me? Tricked? No, I didn't. It's just a show. Bang! Bang! By now, Chun Zhao didn't need to hide anymore. Chun Zhao directly shattered the binding spells on him. But if you didn't have any ill intentions, you wouldn't jump into the pit yourself, right? Claymore stared at Chun Zhao, annoyed. So what if I'm exposed? I'll kill you, and everything will be solved. That's if you can kill me. Smiling, Chun Zhao looked at Claymore. Now, we can finally have a fair fight. Claymore's expression turned cold. Kill him. Don't hold back. The spiritualists immediately attacked Chun Zhao. All sorts of spells shot at Chun Zhao. But before the spells could even get close to him, they dissipated. Chun Zhao raised his arm slowly, as if he didn't feel any spells. In fact, he didn't feel anything at all. A bolt of lightning flashed. A spiritualist's head exploded. Then Chun Zhao aimed his palm at a second spiritualist. Bang! Another bolt of lightning. Another head. Another life. Kamor Deacon watched everything unfold in silence. Wasn't this guy's forte strength enhancement? He actually knew lightning magic too. Kamor Deacon raised his guard, but he didn't stop Chun Zhao at all. Just like that, he watched as Chun Zhao killed his subordinates. In fact, even if Chun Zhao didn't do anything, he would kill all the subordinates who'd exposed his secret. Chun Zhao didn't show mercy. After killing the spiritualists, he looked at Claymore. Now it's your turn. You don't really think you can fight me after killing a few of my subordinates, right? Even Zhang Tianyi can't say that he'll win for sure. Really? Chun Zhao looked at Kimmer Deacon mockingly. He's right here. Say it to him personally. What? Claymore was shocked. Was Zhang Tianyi really here? Ha! Look at how scared you are. Don't be so nervous. He won't be here so soon. You still have some time. Claymore also realized that since Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi had set this trap together, Zhang Tianyi was probably nearby. Then Zhang Tianyi was very likely to be nearby. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Zhang Tianyi came out from some corner. It seemed like he had to finish Chun Zhao as soon as possible and steal his power. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2081. Flash. Suddenly, Kimmer Deacon moved. Kamor Deacon instantly appeared behind Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't even have time to react. Cole's fist was already smashing toward the back of Chun Zhao's head. Bang! Die! Kimmer Deacon's confident punch landed on Chun Zhao's head. Even though he'd fought with Chun Zhao before. Even though he'd lost once in strength. But it didn't mean that Chun Zhao's defense could block his fist. Especially when it came from behind. But Cole realized that Chun Zhao didn't react at all. Chun Zhao didn't react at all. Instead, he felt extreme pain. His fist had been injured by his own strength. Kimmer Deacon abruptly retreated and pulled away. He stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Such a strong body. Kamor Deacon saw that his fist had actually turned into mush. But this injury wasn't much of a threat to him. Kimmer Deacon immediately cast a few healing spells on himself, and the wound on his hand quickly recovered. Only then did Chun Zhao turn his head to look at Kimmer Deacon. Kamor Deacon looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. Wasn't Chun Zhao's reaction too slow? Perhaps his punch hadn't completely hurt Chun Zhao just now. Maybe he'd gotten a concussion. Chun Zhao looked at Kamor Deacon. Mr. Kamor Deacon, your fists seem a bit weak. Where did you get your strength from? Seems like the genius you chose is average. Kamor Deacon narrowed his eyes at Chun Zhao. Keep mocking me. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Really? Are you sure you can do it? Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and looked at Cole. How about this? I'll stand here and see if you can really hurt me. Kamor Deacon's face turned cold. Chun Zhao was really too arrogant, so arrogant that he couldn't stand it. You will regret this. Kimmer Deacon snorted coldly. Kamor Deacon appeared behind Chun Zhao again. But this time, he used his finger to stab the joint between Chun Zhao's neck and the back of his head. This was one of the weakest parts of the human body. To what extent exactly? There was once a person who was hit on the back of his head by his parents, resulting in high-level paralysis. Kimmer Deacon had once stolen a martial art that a martialist was most proud of. This martialist was best at attacking the weak points of the human body. After Kimmer Daikin seized this ability and combined it with his own magic, this martial art became even more dangerous and terrifying. But Chen Hui was still unmoved by Kimmer Deacon's attack. Kimmer Deacon tried a few more times, but the result was the same. Physical attacks were useless. Kimmer Deacon's expression turned slightly solemn. However, physical attacks weren't Kimmer Deacon's strongest means of attack. Chen Zhao stood where he was, a smile on his face. You don't look like you have a solution. A murderous glint flashed in Kimmer Deacon's eyes. Can't be helped. You think too highly of yourself. This time, Kimmer Deacon pulled away, planning to teach Chen Zhao a lesson with magic. Clay Deacon had a good idea. Curse. Fatal weakness. Kimmer Deacon first cast a fatal weakness curse. However, the moment the curse landed on Chen Zhao, Kimmer realized that it actually disintegrated into the most basic magical power and was absorbed by Chen Zhao. I forgot to tell you that I have absolute immunity to curses. If you want to use a curse on me, it's best if it's at the Demon King level. Kimmer Deacon realized that he'd really underestimated Chen Zhao. His many trump cards were actually useless against Chen Zhao. Kimmer Deacon still didn't give up. Death Ray. Chen Zhao was no stranger to this Death Ray. Chen Zhao had already encountered quite a few enemies who used Death Rays. In the supernatural organization, Jalanesh also knew how to use Death Ray. But the Death Ray suddenly disintegrated when it was less than 50 centimeters from Chen Zhao. Impossible. This isn't a curse. Kimmer Deacon stared at Chen Zhao in shock. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that my magic resistance has also reached an extremely high level. Although it's not as high as my curse resistance, ordinary magic still can't hurt me. As you can see, your Death Ray can't even get within 50 centimeters of me. You need a stronger magic attack. Kimmer Deacon sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this young man a monster? His physical, curse, and magic defense had all reached such a level. Even a dragon race couldn't possibly have such a terrifying resistance. How did this guy do it? I recommend you use physical attacks because they can at least get close to my body. Shut up. Kimmer Deacon was furious. He felt like Chen Zhao was playing with him. All of a sudden, Kimmer Deacon's palms shot out Death Rays one after another. But just like the first Death Ray, it disintegrated before it could get close to Chen Zhao. If you can't even break through my magic resistance, then I'm really disappointed in you. Mr. Kimmer Deacon, please keep working hard. I believe you can do it. Chen Zhao didn't attack, but he continued to harass him verbally. And Kimmer Deacon was indeed verbally harassed by Chen Zhao. He started to lose his sense of propriety. He became irritable. Go to hell. Kimmer Deacon unleashed another top-level spell, Dark Blast, without caring about anything else. A turbid black ball smashed toward Chen Zhao, but the result was still the same. The moment the black ball neared Chen Zhao, it burst like a balloon. It didn't explode violently. Instead, it disintegrated directly. You seem to have improved. You need to work harder. Kimmer Deacon was already panicking. That attack just now was close to his strongest magic attack. But he still couldn't touch Chen Zhao directly. This made him start to panic. Chen Zhao suddenly raised his hand and aimed at Kimmer Deacon. Bang! Kimmer Deacon felt a terrifying gust of air brush past his side. When he looked back, he saw that the trees behind him had fallen hundreds of meters, as if they'd been blown down by a strong gust of wind. If you don't continue, it'll be my turn. Kimmer Deacon felt like his scalp was going to explode. What is wrong with this guy? Why did he feel even more terrifying than when he was facing an enraged Zhang Tianyi? Chapter 2082. Kimmer still remembered that many years ago, he'd faced an enraged Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi had been so terrifying back then. He was like a demon that had crawled out of hell. His face was so ferocious that it seemed like he wanted to swallow him alive. But now, the frivolous Chen Zhao was even scarier than the Zhang Tianyi in his memory. What kind of destructive power was that? Kimmer's breathing became even more nervous. Clearly, the man before him wasn't the genius he'd known in the past. He'd killed so many geniuses. He'd caused so much pain that they wished they were dead. Kemal Deacon knew geniuses all too well. The man before him wasn't a genius at all. He was a monster. If Kemal Deacon didn't do it, Chun Zhao would. But Kemal couldn't even break through Chun Zhao's defense. Yet, he had to keep releasing his magic. Bifla was also present, but he didn't show himself. He was here to watch the show. He'd also seen Chun Zhao's abnormal combat ability. Bifla looked in another direction, an area that even he couldn't sense. Because he couldn't sense that area. So he knew who was there. Zhang Tianyi was there. Had Zhang Tianyi trained him? Why did he feel like he was scarier than Zhang Tianyi? Although Kemal Deacon was considered weak in the circle of the top spiritualists, he was still a nobody. But he shouldn't be unable to break through that young man's defense, right? Even if Kemal could really break through Chun Zhao's defense, he wouldn't be able to do so. His magic's power probably wasn't even 1/10. If it was him, would he end up like Kemal Deacon? Chun Zhao kept smiling at Kemal Deacon. You disappoint me. You call yourself a genius killer? You can't even break through my defense. Can you really kill those geniuses? Or am I not a genius? If that's the case, I suddenly feel like I should be angry. Kemal Deacon wanted to cry. He wanted to kill Chun Zhao too. But he really couldn't at this moment. Kemal really hoped that Zhang Tianyi could appear as soon as possible. But Zhang Tianyi still didn't appear. What do you want for you to let me go? Kemal Deacon's tone finally softened. Impossible. Chun Zhao shrugged. How can I let you go? Aren't you too naive? Even if the heavenly king himself came, it wouldn't be of any use. Must you force me? Do you know who I am? The words you gave me before, I'll return them to you now. I don't care who you are or what your background is. You're dead. If I die, the Holy Stone cult will fall into chaos, and it might cause social unrest. Other people should worry about that kind of thing. I don't need to worry about it, and I don't need you, a dying man, to worry about it. Kemal Deacon gritted his teeth and stared at Chun Zhao. It seemed that Chun Zhao had made up his mind to kill him. I curse you to be. Suddenly, Chun Zhao appeared before Kemal Deacon at a speed too fast for him to cover his ears. He grabbed Kemal Deacon's mouth. Sure, if you want to fight, then fight. Even if you want to curse others, it doesn't matter. Don't curse my family. Whoa, Kemal Deacon struggled, but in the next instant, a cruel smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Slap! Chun Zhao pulled Kemal Deacon's chin off. Kemal Deacon's screams fill the night sky. Before you chose me, did you consider whether I'm like your prey in the past? Looks like you can't speak. You must have considered this problem, but you definitely didn't take it seriously. Reality proves that you really should consider this problem. Otherwise, if there's a next time, you'll probably die a worse death, Chun Zhao said pretentiously. But there probably won't be a next time. No, there definitely won't be a next time, Chun Zhao muttered to himself. Plus, it'll be hard for you to arrive early and meet someone who can give you a more tragic death than me. I'm good at killing, especially in cruel ways. My main profession is a doctor. I know how to give you the most painful death. Chun Zhao murmured to himself. For example, Chun Zhao flashed again and grabbed Kemal Deacon's arm. Crack! Chun Zhao twisted Kemal Deacon's arm like a fried dough twist. Don't break it. Just connect the tendons and bones like this. This way, the pain nerves in the entire arm will react. It'll be much better than breaking the arm. Kemal Deacon's expression was completely twisted. The intense pain made him unable to make a sound. But the most painful part isn't the injury to the limb, but the rupture of the internal organs like this. Bang! Chun Zhao gave Kemal Deacon a heavy punch. The rupture of the liver, spleen, and stomach is many times more painful than when a woman gives birth. In just a few rounds, Kemal Deacon had been tortured to the point where he didn't look human anymore. Kemal Deacon was still alive, but he was on the verge of death. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Kemal Deacon. Kemal Deacon raised his head slightly and saw that it was Zhang Tianyi. Celestial Master Zhang, save me. Save me from this lunatic. Kemal Deacon, why do you think I'm here to save you? You're a powerful person. You represent justice. How can you allow this kind of private punishment? I won't do anything. I'll just watch you get tortured and then killed. Zhang Tianyi looked at Kemal Deacon, his face filled with pleasure and satisfaction. You can't do this. How can you? Why can't I? Why do you think I can't? Old John, piss off. Why are you beating around the bush with him? Also, look at his missing chin. He can't even chat with you. How do you plan to kill him? Chun Zhao opened his palm, and 2 brain-eating bugs appeared in it. You actually know how to summon these monsters. That's a spell from the voodoo sect. Zhang Tianyi couldn't help but take another look. These things are really disgusting. Yes, but don't you think it'll be even more disgusting if these monsters eat his head? Khmer Deacon climbed up with difficulty, using all 4 limbs. He had to escape. He didn't want to stay here. This guy was too terrifying. No, these 2 had no bottom line. But before he could get far, Chen Zhao's feet crushed his spine. Don't be in a hurry to escape. We've just decided your cause of death. Chapter 2083. Just then, Chen Zhao suddenly felt that there was another person in his little world. When Chen Zhao looked up, the person also appeared. It was Baifla, someone they'd met before. Baifla had appeared before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao wasn't sure. He'd only appeared after he discovered him. He'd only discovered him after Baifla appeared. But he was sure that Baifla hadn't just arrived. Mr. Baifla, hello. Are you here to stop me and old Zhang? Baifla, save me. Save me. Khmer Deacon cried out with difficulty. Baifla seemed to be his last hope. If it was Baifla, he would definitely be able to save him. Baifla glanced at Khmer Deacon casually and then looked away. Mr. Chun, Celestial Master Zhang, hello. Baifla didn't call Chun Zhao a young man anymore. Instead, he used a respectful tone. Actually, in the spiritual world, there was also a clear distinction. The strong communicated with the strong, while the weak communicated with the weak. When Baifla first saw Chen Zhao, it was because Chen Zhao was beside Zhang Tianyi. At that time, Chen Zhao was at most Zhang Tianyi's junior. Baifla obviously wouldn't communicate with a junior. Calling Chen Zhao young man was already giving Zhang Tianyi face. But it was different now. Baifla believed that Chen Zhao had the right to talk to him on equal terms. You're here to plead for him? No, he deserved to die. I don't have any relationship with him, and he killed a disciple in the fire worship sect. He was an outstanding disciple, so I have no reason to plead for leniency for him. That's good. Chen Zhao nodded. Otherwise, we'll both be embarrassed if I reject you. I want to spar with you, Baifla said. Spar with me? Forget it. I don't think you're my match. Although Baifla was a senior, Chen Zhao's tone was still rather arrogant. Baifla wasn't angry. From the first time Chen Zhao saw Baifla, Baifla's expression had always been sour, as if someone owed him 5 million. I know, but I want you to take one of my moves, Baifla said. Just one move, Chen Zhao asked, tilting his head. Yes. Baifla nodded. As long as you agree, no matter what the result is, I won't tell anyone about what I saw today. Okay, come. Chen Zhao nodded. Baifla raised his hand and pointed his index and middle fingers at Chen Zhao. Death ray. A beam of red light shot out from Baifla's fingertip. Instantly, the death ray hit Chen Zhao's chest. There was a small black spot where Chen Zhao's chest had been hit. Chen Zhao stared at Baifla in shock. Impressive. One had to know that when Khmer Deacon used the same move, he couldn't even break through his own defense. Even Khmer Deacon's crazy death ray couldn't break through Chen Zhao's elemental body. However, Baifla's one move, and it wasn't even his strongest attack, was enough to prove that Chen Zhao's elemental body was useless against him. Very powerful. This was a person who was many times stronger than Khmer Deacon. This was someone who truly stood at the pinnacle of the supernatural world. However, this was something that was within reason. If the so-called pinnacle of the supernatural world were all people like Khmer Deacon, then Chen Zhao would be greatly disappointed. Khmer Deacon would be greatly disappointed, even though Khmer Deacon had stolen the proudest abilities of so many geniuses. In the end, he didn't cultivate them himself. Those weren't his things. The simplest example was the same death ray. Khmer Deacon's power and penetrative power were many times weaker than Baifla's. This was a difference. Is it over? Chen Zhao asked. Baifla nodded and said, That's enough. Can I stay and watch his execution? There's nothing to see. Dark magma spread under Chen Zhao's feet and extended toward Khmer Deacon. What's this? Don't come over. Don't come over. Khmer Deacon screamed in terror. Celestial Master Zhang. Bifla, save me. Please, save me. Both Zhang Tianyi and Bifla turned a blind eye to Khmer Deacon's cry for help. In their eyes, Khmer Deacon had never been someone worth saving or helping. Perhaps they weren't good people in the purest sense, but they both had their bottom lines. Come, Mr. Khmer Deacon. Repeat after me. May the darkness be with you. You demon, goodbye. The dark magma completely swallowed Khmer Deacon. Just then, Chun Zhao's spirits rose. Then he saw the entire world turn black. Only the dark magma under his feet emitted red light. What was going on? Was this an alternate dimension? Why did he suddenly come here? Is anyone here? Chun Zhao called loudly. It was a strange feeling. Chun Zhao didn't know why he was here either. Just then, a figure appeared in the darkness. The figure looked exactly like Chun Zhao. They had the same face, the same height, and the same clothes. Who are you? Are you going to tell me that you're me, or something like that? Or is it that you're my inner demon or something, and I'm going to kill you here, or else you're going to kill me? Can I say something first? The person who looked exactly like Chun Zhao spoke. If you have something different to say, I'll allow you to speak. Chun Zhao acted a bit talkative before this person who looked like he was looking at a mirror. Wait, if you want to fight, then there's no need. Let me introduce myself. I'm Leviathan, the king of jealousy. Both my consciousness and yours were pulled here. Don't ask me why. I don't know either. However, after hearing that the person was Leviathan, Chun Zhao was so calm that it was indescribable. Chun Zhao had interacted with too many kings of hell. He seemed to have interacted with half of them. The handsome demon, the king of sloth, the king of wrath, and now the king of jealousy. It wasn't strange at all. What do you mean you don't know either? You're the king of hell, after all. How can you not know? I really don't know. At least, I've never experienced something like this. But I guess it has something to do with my bloodline. Me? Your bloodline? Impossible. I don't think I have your bloodline. Then let's analyze it one by one and see if we can find the reason why we're here, Leviathan said. That's good. Your bloodline should have been taken from someone else. Did you just make a bet with someone and win? 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 2084. Yes, Chun Zhao answered. Why are you the same as me? Is this your transformation spell? Or do you have a special purpose? I have thousands of faces, the king of jealousy said. Everyone will see a different face when they see me. Chun Zhao looked at the king of jealousy, who was also thinking. Strange. Even if you just took someone else's bloodline, you can't summon me here. The king of jealousy looked around. There was complete nothingness in this space. Apart from him and Chun Zhao, there was nothing else. He didn't even know where this place was, nor how to leave. This was something that had never happened to him before. Apart from the human before him who had his bloodline, there were no other clues. You seem to have the bloodline of another king of hell. The king of jealousy stared at Chun Zhao. Is it obvious? Chun Zhao asked, spreading his hands. It's obvious to me. After all, I'm much stronger than you. How many kings of hell do you know? The smell on your body is very complicated. I can be sure that you know more than one king of hell. Half. If you're included, it's more than half. Strange. How can they know the same human? The king of jealousy asked, confused. Did you get the result? The king of jealousy shook his head. No. Has something like this happened to you before? No. Back then, I summoned the projection of Samuel, the king of wrath. He's in the human world. He's my contracted demon now. What? Samuel entered the human world? You can actually summon Samuel's projection? His projection is so weak that you can crush it easily. Samuel's projection was very, very weak, but it couldn't be killed. At least, Chun Zhao's current power couldn't kill him. He had an almost immortal body. Samuel's projection was like a drop of water in a vast ocean. Even if the drop of water evaporated, it could gather another drop of water in an extremely short time. So, in a sense, Samuel's projection in the human world was immortal. And you even made Samuel your contract demon. I told you, this is his projection, not his real body. So troublesome. The king of jealousy was still having a headache. Chun Zhao took out his beer and snacks and sat down. Take your time to think about it. I'll rest for a while. After all, I'm a human, and I get hungry. hunger. The king of jealousy turned to look at Chun Zhao. I just realized that you and I entered this space with our real bodies. Oh, did you find something? Since you and I have formed a connection, and it was also my main body that pulled me into this space, it means that we are definitely related. Perhaps we need to make a contract. Contract? You're the king of hell. Are you sure you want to form a contract with me? Of course, is there a problem? I'm fine with it, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Having a king of hell as my contract demon isn't a loss to me at all. Who told you that I'm going to be your contracted demon? Then what do you mean by a contract? Establishing a contract isn't limited to a master-slave contract. Chun Zhao didn't plan on forming any relationship with the king of hell other than a master-servant relationship. After all, he was the king of hell, the king of jealousy. If Chun Zhao wasn't careful, he might be crushed into pieces. Actually, it has nothing to do with the contract. Think about it. The reason we were sent here is because we have something in common, bloodline. When I receive your bloodline, we formed a connection. It's this connection that brought us here. So, as long as there's a way to break this connection, we can leave this place. Of course, Chun Zhao was only guessing. Even Chun Zhao couldn't be completely sure if it was really like what he said. Break the connection? The king of jealousy snapped his fingers. Instantly, Chun Zhao returned to the human world. Chun Zhao, what happened to you just now? Zhang Tianyi didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Chun Zhao had been distracted for a moment. Chun Zhao looked around, then at Zhang Tianyi and Bifla. Bifla also looked at Chun Zhao. Did you disappear for a moment? A moment? Chun Zhao looked at the two. Did I just disappear for a moment? That space was really strange, but what was the point of that space? Chun Zhao, what exactly happened to you? Nothing. Did you guys eat dinner? No. Great. You can treat me to dinner. I thought you'd say you treat us to dinner. I did you a big favor. Is it hard for you to treat me to dinner? Actually, you just venting your anger, right? I should be the one helping you. After all, it's not easy to find a sandbag who can endure your anger without any psychological burden. Next time, don't look for me, you stingy bastard. Chun Zhao turned and left, dissatisfied. When he returned to the hotel, Portia was still complaining endlessly. Chun, go and explain to Portia. She feels like she's been fooled. Fei Lai wanted Chun Zhao to comfort Portia. Chun Zhao walked up to Portia. Portia, did you forget how much money you still owe me? If you keep nagging, I'll charge you 50% more than the bank's interest. What time? Portia stopped talking. Chun Zhao could always use the most precise angle to hit her soft spot. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Hey, Xin Li. Uncle, we're leaving tonight. Tonight? Okay, where are you now? I'll send you off. No need, Uncle. We're leaving soon. I'm not going to interfere. I'm just sending you off. Where are you now? Well, it's an abandoned dock 130 kilometers southwest of Rome. We will set off in the early hours of the morning. I'll go now, Chun Zhao said. When Chun Zhao arrived, he saw a super luxurious cruise ship at the abandoned dock. There were many people on the cruise ship, and it was emitting a huge amount of magic power. All the people on the ship were spiritualists. Chun Zhao saw Xin Li, Moore, Ruan Faxburn, Lisa, and Colin at the dock. Of course, their partner, Goddess, was also there. Do you know that guy over there? Goddess looked at Chun Zhao, who was walking over. It's my uncle, Xin Li said. He's here to send us off. He knows what we're doing? Goddess asked, displeased. I know, but Uncle won't interfere in our affairs. Chapter 2085. Chun Zhao just walked over casually. Follow, dream, Simming Uncle. Xin Li walked up. Chun Zhao hugged Xin Li. Be careful. Got it, Uncle. I'll be careful. If I know, I'll send you a message if I'm in danger. Okay, I won't go into details. Chun Zhao looked at Goddess and walked over. Hello, sir. Hello, you're Goddess? Yes. What can I do for you? Goddess faced Chun Zhao calmly. Nothing, but please take good care of Xin Li. I don't want her to get hurt. Of course. I'll take good care of her, Goddess said casually. However, she clearly didn't take his words to heart. Yes, Goddess said casually, but she clearly didn't take his words to heart. Not long after, it was time to set off. Xin Li and the others boarded the ship. Then, the ship sailed out of the harbor. Xin Li had been standing on the deck. Even though they were already very far away, she could still see Changzhou standing under the flickering street lights on the abandoned dock. Your uncle seems to be really nice to you. Goddard walked over to Xin Li. Of course, Xin Li said proudly. He's the best uncle. If he's so nice, why did he let you take the risk? Of course he objected, Xin Li said softly. But in the end, he still succumbed to my stubbornness. Of course, she knew that her adventure would worry her family. But she also didn't want to seek protection under Chun Zhao's wings forever. The ship sailed into the distant sea. When the 12 o'clock bell rang, everyone saw a huge whirlpool appear in front of the cruise ship. What's going on? Why is there such a huge whirlpool here? Ruan Fazabin's expression changed slightly. No, this isn't a naturally formed whirlpool, Lisa said. It feels more like some kind of giant spell. What should we do? Kalan asked. Abandon the ship? Ruan Fazabin glanced at the spiritualists on the ship and shook his head. No need. It seems like they're not panicking at all. We don't need to panic either. Even if something happens, they'll be the first to suffer. At this moment, Goddard arrived at the bow of the cruise ship. She opened her arms and began to chant a beautiful tune. Everyone's spirits rose. Is this the music in Goddard's score? It's really nice. This voice is full of magic. Fazabin of Ruan frowned and looked at Goddard, who was at the bow of the ship. You'd better block your ears with magic. What happens if it's not blocked? What if I don't know how? Nothing much will happen. Although the most beautiful things are precious, they will make you lose the ability to appreciate music in your life. In the future, all the music you hear will become useless. At that moment, heads began to emerge from the seawater. The necks of these heads were long and thin, and they all had the same body. Sea monster, Ruan, Fa Shiban, and the others were all surprised. At this moment, the Huan Kuai also revealed half of its body. It was a sea monster with thousands of heads. Don't panic. They are the tidal messengers, Goddard said calmly. Tidal messenger? These are the tidal messengers? Obviously, the tidal messengers were completely different from what Xin Li and the others had imagined. Each head of the tidal messengers had their own thoughts. After they appeared, they didn't attack the cruise ship. Instead, they led the way. Their huge bodies floated into the whirlpool. The cruise ship was also pulled by the whirlpool and began to spin around it. The cruise ship and the tidal messengers continued to go deeper into the whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool was a huge black hole. They were going deeper and deeper into the black hole. The light was getting dimmer and dimmer. The black hole at the center of the whirlpool gave everyone on the cruise a huge pressure. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. However, at the moment when everyone's pressure reached its limit, their vision suddenly brightened. The darkness was dispelled, replaced by the bright sunlight and the radiance of spring. The cruise ship appeared in the middle of a rippling blue lake. As Goddard's song stopped, the tidal messengers slowly sank into the lake. Welcome to the Holy Realm. Goddard stood at the bow of the ship, opened her arms and shouted. Xin Li, Imo, Air, Colin, Lisa, and Ruan Fa Shiban were all looking at the scenery in front of them. On the shore was a vast grassland, with many colorful flowers and grasses. In the distance were clouds, and further away was the shadow of a huge mountain covered by clouds. Our destination is there, the holy mountain Olympus, Goddard said. So far. How long do we have to walk? It's okay. Around 100 kilometers, Goddard said. Are there any other means of transportation? It's not that there aren't any other means of transportation. The cruise ship does have a few vehicles that can be used on both land and water, but I think it's safer for us to walk on our own. As expected, it would be the most unreasonable thing if there were no hidden dangers in such a beautiful scene, Lu Ong, Fa Shiban said. Underneath that grassland, there are many ancient mimicking insects. They're the evolved version of the demon worm. They're all hidden underground? Ruan Fa Shiban asked. Are the attacks coming from underground? That's too troublesome. That's not the most dangerous part, Goddard said. The real danger is further ahead. The cruise ship couldn't get close to the shore, so they could only go ashore on a small raft. Xin Li suddenly kicked something and scared herself. She looked down and saw a helmet. She looked down and saw a helmet on the ground. However, after taking a few steps, Exanly saw a pile of white bones lying on the ground. Miss Goddess, you said this is Mount Olympus? Of course. But where are the gods here? Since this is where the Olympians live, there should be many gods here, but there's nothing here, not even the shadow of a god. Is this really Mount Olympus? 1,000 years ago, this place had already been abandoned, Wang Chong said. Abandoned 1,000 years ago? That's right. I don't know the reason, but the gods have long left this sacred land. If you want to see a real god, I'm afraid you won't get it here. There were nearly 2,000 spiritualists on the cruise ship. They had to wait for a long time to get ashore. Mr. Shiban, please step back. You don't need to intervene in the early stages of the battle. In fact, you don't need to help throughout the whole process. Chapter 2086. Ruan Faxbin and the others were obviously happy to watch. They were all admiring the surrounding scenery. Apart from the hidden dangers, this place was truly beautiful. This was a land that had not been polluted by the footprints of humans and was blessed by the gods. Soon, they saw the demon earthworms crawling out of the ground. Their appearance was clearly very uncomfortable, but they didn't cause too much trouble for the team. There were many people in the team. There were more than 1,500 spiritualists. There was also an armed army of about 800. The weapons they were equipped with were all the most advanced and lethal weapons, and they were all controlled by Goddess. I didn't expect to come to Mount Olympus so easily, Ruan Faxbin exclaimed. Faxbin, is this really Mount Olympus? Xian Li and Kalon were both confused. From the oxygen content in the air, it's 16% higher than most places on Earth. It's a different environment from Earth, Rhys said. The other elements in the air are also different, Rhys said. The elements in the air are 10 times higher than the average on Earth. This is definitely not a normal plane. Of course, I don't know if this is the legendary Mount Olympus. Xian Li looked at Goddess. She doesn't look like it's her first time here. Xian Li, you've really improved if you can see this, but it's still not enough. Xian Li also knew that she wasn't good enough. She had basically learned a lot from Ruan Faxbin and Rhys along the way. Ruan Faxbin had rich travel and social experience. Rhys was extremely intelligent. She could analyze all kinds of situations. Of course, Ruan Faxbin and Rhys had taught her many things of their own accord. After all, this was the real reason why Chan Zhao had them bring her out. Rumble. At this moment, a torrent of water appeared on the horizon. The flood stirred up a huge cloud of dust. It wasn't a flash flood. It was a herd of bulls. No, more accurately, it was an army of bulls. At the front was a golden minotaur that was more than 10 meters tall. Behind it were countless minotaurs. The minotaurs varied in size. The big ones were 4 or 5 meters tall, while the small ones were only 2 or 3 meters tall. Their weapons included broadswords, swords, axes, or hammers. Some of the minotaurs had scales on their bodies. Level 1 alert. Prepare for battle. The leader of the army shouted. The army reacted quickly. They quickly got into formation and readied their weapons. Free fire. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da-da. Gunshots and explosions rang out one after another. Amidst the rumbling, waves were set off in the herd. These weapons were a threat to the minotaurs. However, the effect was minimal against the gold minotaur, who was the leader. The gold minotaur had no reaction to the explosion of the cannonball on its body. As for bullets, they were even more meaningless. At this moment, the Magic Legion under Goddess took action. One of the spiritualists also grew to a height of more than 10 meters. This kind of gigantification was actually not rare among the strengthening spiritualists. However, it was still a little strange for it to grow to a size of more than 10 meters. The spiritualist who had transformed into a giant rushed towards the golden minotaur. The two sides collided in an instant. However, the giant was defeated in an instant and was instantly sent flying. The gold minotaur was much stronger than the gigantified spiritualist. The gold minotaur charged forward with large steps. Its horn pierced through the giant's stomach. Ah, the giant screamed. Just then, a few spiritualists also joined the battle. However, their magic was less of a threat to the gold minotaur than the army's cannonballs. The gold minotaur's body was made of magic gold. Metal had very high magic resistance, and magic gold was strengthened on this basis. Thus, the gold Minotaur was almost completely immune to low-level magic. This was very similar to Chun Zhao. Should we help? Xinli asked. No, they have so many people. They have enough power to fight against the Minotaur army. The gold Minotaur was indeed strong, but it was not strong enough to ignore all power. The Minotaur army behind it was even more so. Guns were enough to pose a fatal threat to them. They could not even pass through the warning line and were killed en masse. This was a battlefield and also a meat grinder. That's weird. There's so many Minotaurs. They can spread out and create a formation. That way, the soldiers' weapons will be much weaker. Once the Minotaur army charges into Godorus's army, the situation will be reversed. And that gold Minotaur, is it the commander? It doesn't seem to be commanding at all. It just charged forward by itself. If this is a battle between humans, this kind of mistake can't happen. That gold Minotaur isn't alive. It's just a puppet, Ruan Faxben said. Ruan Faxben said, I really want to take this big guy back and study its structure. We can't help it. The president isn't here. We can't even move it. The cannons continued firing for half an hour. The battlefield was covered in blood and flesh. Not a single Minotaur charged through. They only knew how to advance blindly. They did not know how to retreat. They did not know how to use any roundabout tactics. The first to be destroyed was the gold Minotaur. Under the combined attacks of several dozen spirit controllers, it was also disassembled into parts. Among the spiritualists under Godorus's command, more than 10 of them were lost when they fought against the golden Minotaur. They had also used up a lot of ammunition. It was a good thing that Godorus's army was equipped with many logistics teams for this expedition. They were responsible for transporting weapons, ammunition, and other living supplies. It could be said that Godorus was very well prepared for this operation. Ruan Faxben and the others have been watching the show from beginning to end. Mr. Ruan Faxben, what do you think of my army? Very strong, Ruan Faxben said. What else? You don't have any more thoughts? Strong is enough to describe it. Miss Godorus, what else do you need? Mr. Ruan Faxben, join us and become my subordinate. There are only benefits for you and no disadvantages. You can obtain anything you want, and all you need to pay is loyalty. 9 Heavens God Emperor. Chapter 2087. Sorry, I don't dare, Ruan Faxben said with a smile. Don't dare? Why? Betrayers will die a horrible death. That depends on whether the person you rely on is strong enough. You rely on me, and I have the power to protect you. Even if the person behind you wants to deal with you, I will protect you. Not enough. Ruan Faxben shook his head. Far from enough. My power is not enough. Are you loyal to Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountains, Celestial Master Sect? Or the Scarlet Church's Blood Mary? Or the Church's Pope? If it's them, pretend I didn't say that. It's not them, Ruan Faxben said. But in my eyes, he's scarier than the people you mentioned. Overall, you should be a good boss. Apart from the few people I fear, I don't think there's anyone else in this world that I fear. Little girl, your vision is too narrow. Little girl? I have enough seniority to be your great-grandmother. Godorus's tone was a bit unfriendly. Other than your age, you have nothing good about you. Oh, that's right. Age doesn't seem to be an advantage for you women. Miss Godorus, I think it's better for us to cooperate properly and get a golden apple without any conflicts. This will be beneficial to both of us. Don't you think so? Godorus turned and left. I want more than just a golden apple, Godorus mumbled to herself. Ruan Faxben looked at Godorus's back, although he didn't hear Godorus's mutterings. However, he could tell that Godorus was a very ambitious woman. She was stronger than most men in this world. Also, she was very proud of her bloodline. She looked weak, but in fact, she was like a queen. She wanted to take the initiative in everything. For example, this cooperation. Originally, they were the ones taking the initiative, but in the end, it was Godorus who took the initiative. Furthermore, she had brought her entire army with her. It was as if she was announcing that this was her home field. After Godorus's mage army reorganized, they began to move forward again. However, the army's speed kept slowing down, because the danger they encountered was also increasing. This wasn't the god's domain that everyone thought was beautiful and without danger. This place was full of danger. Whether it was in the past or present, mortals could not survive here. There were too many terrifying monsters here. Some of the monsters were so troublesome that even the entire mage army and the armed team couldn't deal with them. However, the advantage of having more people was that they could change their tactics and strategies at any time. For example, sealing. Although these monsters were strong, it was not impossible to seal them. In 2 days, they had only walked about 50 kilometers, although the huge mountain seemed to be much closer now. However, this kind of continuous battle still made them very tired. Godorus's expression had also changed from its initial calm to solemn. Godorus thought that she had made sufficient preparations, but that was not the case. She had learned from the last time she came in, but the attack this time was more intense than before. It seemed like all the monsters here were agitated. However, Exine Li, Ruan Faxbin, Riisa, Mor and Kalam were very relaxed, because they didn't need to do anything at all. They just needed to follow the team. A battle had just ended. Mr. Ruan Faxbin, we need to talk. Godorus walked in front of everyone. What's the matter? Miss Godorus, you've seen my team's hard work these days, but you have done nothing. You're not a good partner. Huh? Miss Godorus, did you forget what you said when we first came in? You told us not to do anything, and we listened to your request. You said that you don't need my power and can do it yourself. But in the battles these days, didn't you realize that you can't find the Holy Garden with your own power? No, it's the opposite. You've attracted so many monsters because you've brought so many people in. If it were just a few of us, this wouldn't have happened. Therefore, the battle could have been avoided. You guys are the ones who started the battle. Of course, it's reasonable for you to fight, so you don't have to say that we didn't do anything, Ruan Faxi said calmly. However, his unyielding attitude made Godorus very uncomfortable. But you can't deny that my army made this journey easier. So what? So, it's time for you to make your contribution. Do you need us to do anything? If you fight, of course, we can help. No, your battle prowess is meaningless, Godorus said calmly. However, you do have something that we need. We have. What is it? A scepter called the Ruler's Scepter. Godorus felt that it was about time. They had gone deep enough, and there was no chance for them to retreat. Moreover, they had absolute power, which meant that they had the absolute initiative. So, as long as they had the item, even if there was a conflict, they wouldn't be able to fight back. They wouldn't be able to fight back. We don't have the Ruler's Scepter. We've never even heard of it. Ruan Faxbin obviously denied that he had the item. Mr. Ruan Faxbin, I hope we can solve this problem peacefully. After all, we're partners. I don't want to resort to force. No. You're threatening us with force, Ruan Faxbin said matter-of-factly. So, now we can understand that our partnership is over, right? If you really want to think that way, it's not impossible. Godorus didn't want to keep hiding. It's a pity that we're fighting among ourselves before we find what we want. Humans, Ruan Faxbin sighed. No, you weren't sincere from the start. Godorus had decided to fall out with them, but she still stubbornly believed that it was Ruan Faxbin's fault. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2088. Hand over the ruler's scepter, Godorus said. Only the king has the right to use it. What if we refuse? Don't force me to use violence. Otherwise, you'll look bad. Godorus looked at Ruan Faxbin coldly. Are you too confident? Or not confident enough? Ruan Faxbin looked at Godorus. Or do you think the magic potion you've given us has taken effect? You know, I'm an alchemist. Do you think I don't know you drugged us? Ruan Faxbin said in a mocking tone. That's why I don't understand. If you think you're strong enough, why did you drug us? I thought it could avoid some violence. To be honest, I really don't want to kill you, but things are still developing in the direction we don't want. Don't overestimate yourself. Ruan Faxbin's lips curled. At this moment, Exine Li, Imo, Riisa, and Kalan, who were behind Ruan Faxi, were all ready for battle. Mr. Ruan Faxbin, do you really think these kids can beat me? Boom! Suddenly, Godorus felt a terrifying impact coming at her from the front. Godorus was sent flying more than 10 meters away and fell heavily on the ground. If she didn't have a magic protection tool on her, that attack would have taken her life. Fortunately, she had taken many precautions. Fortunately, she had always been cautious. Ruan Faxbin looked at Risa. Next time, can you tell me in advance? I still have a lot to say. Sorry, I've always wanted to kill this woman. Risa would never admit that she was jealous of the woman's body. Goddess stood up again, but her face was filled with anger and distortion. You asked for it. Goddess pointed at Ruan Faxbin and the others. Kill them. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion in the armed army's camp without warning. Many armed personnel were affected, and, at the same time, the logistics team was also affected. Clearly, the ammunition of the armed army had exploded. Goddess's expression changed drastically. When did you do this? Our boss always teaches us that we shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but we shouldn't have the heart to defend ourselves. Lisa looked at Goddess with a sweet smile. In fact, they didn't do anything. Lisa could control the temperature difference within a range of 50 meters, and the camp of the armed forces and logistics forces happened to be not far from them. Although Risa could not directly control the extreme temperature difference in the entire area, she could still control the high temperature in a small area. She only needed to raise the temperature within the range of the gunpowder to the ignition point. Even the ignition point of these gunpowder only needed a temperature of 40 to 50 degrees to ignite and detonate. This seemingly harmless girl was actually an extremely violent person. Very well, but do you really think that you could defeat my magic legion? Goddess gritted her teeth in anger, and her face was filled with anger. We don't need to defeat your magic legion directly. It's enough as long as we can kill you. Ruan Faxbin had a faint smile on his face. Can you do it? Goddess sneered at Ruan Faxbin. I'll give it a try. As soon as Ruan Faxbin finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him and attacked him from behind. Be careful. Ding. Kalon instantly blocked the shadow's sneak attack. Ruan Faxbin had a faint smile on his face, but he was already cursing in his heart. He was really frightened. He had almost been too arrogant. Fortunately, Kalon reacted in time, and this black shadow was a typical shadow assassin. Since his attack did not succeed, he immediately retreated. Boiling blood. Xianli did not waste any time and directly cast a blood curse. The shadow assassin immediately fell to the ground and rolled around, wailing in pain. His body began to emit heat, and his blood was really boiling. Ruan Faxbin still stood where he was, but the hand he hid behind him opened a bottle. Green smoke came out of the bottle. The green smoke began to spread in all directions. Oh no, it's magic poison gas. Hold your breath, quick. A spiritualist discovered the poison gas that Ruan Faxbin had released. Ruan Faxbin was an alchemist, and his magic fighting ability was very weak. But this did not mean that he really could not fight back. As an alchemist, he obviously had his own way of fighting. Faxbin, since you've been discovered, use it openly. There's no need to hide it, Lisa said, unconcerned. She had always looked down on Ruan Faxbin's unorthodox methods. Of course, she had to admit that Ruan Faxbin's unorthodox methods were very useful in this situation. No matter how arrogant she was, she knew that they could not fight so many spiritualists under normal circumstances. After all, they were just above average. They had not reached the level of the monsters in the supernatural organization. If Gaia, Norma, or Helis were here, they could probably do it. Or Donya Tianxi, who was holding the demon knife and had a pale face. Of course, there was also the real monster, Chen Zhao. Lisa, help me. Ruan Faxbin casually tossed a few bottles. Lisa immediately used her ability to heat up the bottles in the air and then explode. The bottles immediately emitted a large amount of colored gas and dust. The nearby spiritualists immediately collapsed to the ground. They were all too familiar with this kind of chaotic battle. They had practiced in the Tower of Trials for many years, and they had also cooperated with each other. All of this was displayed at this moment. Cough, cough. Goddess felt a burning pain in her throat. Suddenly, Goddess felt a chill on her neck. Kalon had already placed a dagger on her neck. Ms. Goddess, you better order them to retreat now, Kalon threatened. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Before this journey, Kalon might still be a newbie, but now he had evolved into an expert. At least, he was no longer as resistant and panicky about killing as he was the first time. Goddess trembled in anger. They clearly had the absolute advantage, but she, the commander, had lost to a bunch of kids. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 2089. She thought that her defense was perfect enough. However, these people had destroyed her self-defense so easily, and most of them were still children. Her defense had been broken by a group of children. However, Kalon had scratched the skin on Goddess's neck. Goddess was even more furious. She hadn't been hurt for hundreds of years. To put it bluntly, the money she spent on skincare was worth more than Kalon. But today, she had been hurt by a child. However, Goddess was also frightened. Except for Ruan Faxpen, they were all children. They didn't know the severity of the situation. "Let me go and pretend that this never happened," Goddess growled. She already regretted her previous cautious actions. She had thought that Ruan Faxpen was a talent, and that she might be able to win him over to work for her. So she had never shown any hostility and even deliberately tried to get close to Ruan Faxpen. But the result was the opposite of what she wanted. She had even been humiliated like this. Of course it's okay to let you go, but shouldn't you let your men retreat first? Ruan Faxpen said indifferently. "But how do I know if you will keep your promise?" "Well, it seems that we can't come to an agreement." Ruan Faxpen said disapprovingly. "Kalon, kill Miss Goddess, and then we'll break out ourselves." Goddess panicked. "Don't do anything rash, retreat. Retreat, all of you retreat." Under Goddess's order, the Magic Legion and the Armed Legion retreated obediently. Fa Shiban, should we kill this woman now? Otherwise, when she returns, she will definitely hunt us down. Seeing that Goddess's men had all retreated to a distance, Risa suddenly had an evil thought in her mind. Risa had no sense of morality, and she was extremely jealous of Goddess in every aspect. Goddess's hair stood on end. What was wrong with the youngest girl? Why did she feel a strong sense of malice from her? Did she offend her? Or did she have a grudge against her? Forget it. If we kill her, then her men will definitely chase after us crazily. Do you think that if we let her go, she won't send her subordinates to kill us? She knows what's important. Ruan Faxburn glanced at Goddess. Am I right? Humph. Goddess snorted and turned her head away, ignoring Ruan Faxpen. But what Ruan Fa she said was indeed what she was thinking. Chasing after them meant that he would have to spend more time. It also meant that her plan was more likely to fail. Therefore, the best way was to complete his own plan first. As for when to chase after them, as long as his plan succeeded, he could do it any time. Okay, let her go. Ruan Faxi made the final decision. Lisa may be the most intelligent of them all, but Lisa couldn't keep her sanity all the time. Ruan Faxi knew better than to seize the moment. Therefore, he was the nominal leader and decision-maker of this team. In the end, Goddess was released. Everyone saw the look of hatred in Goddess's eyes as she left. They knew that the next conflict might not end there. "Let's go," Ruan Faxi said. "In case that woman brings people to kill us. Didn't you say that she won't chase after us?" "Nonsense. If we just wait here, it won't be a chase. If it were you, if a mouse that bit you ran in front of you, would you raise your foot and stomp it to death?" They hurriedly packed up and set off. They were heading in the same direction as Goddess and her team. They were all heading toward Mount Olympus. Therefore, it was impossible to say that there was no conflict between them. Sooner or later, they would meet each other. When that time came, it would be a life-and-death battle. "Farspin, can you guess what that woman's goal is?" "I can't guess." Ruan shook his head. "Doesn't she want the golden apple? Or rather, she wants the golden apple tree," Hexayanli asked curiously. In her opinion, this should be the most direct. Both the golden apple and the golden apple tree were legendary items. It should be reasonable for Goddess to want the golden apple and the golden apple tree. Why did they think that what Goddess was after was neither of these? Ruan Faxi's team wasn't far from Goddess's team. In fact, they were right behind Goddess's team. After all, Goddess's team had so many people. Moreover, They were heading in the same direction. Therefore, it was almost impossible to completely avoid them. If they walked in front, it might turn into a chase. Therefore, hanging at the back was the best position. It wasn't that Godarus's team didn't have powerful spiritualists. Therefore, no matter how proud Ruan Faxi's team was, they didn't dare to say that they could fight against a team of more than 2,000 people. Previously, they were able to succeed, not only because they were strong. It was also because Godarus hadn't treated them seriously from beginning to end. If Godarus had treated them seriously, their best outcome would have been to retreat in one piece instead of holding Godarus hostage and leaving easily. Mr. Faxi, I don't understand. Since Godarus doesn't want the golden apple, why can't she really cooperate with us? We've been wary of her from the beginning. If we had been more sincere in the beginning, could we have worked together more closely? There's a type of person who isn't suitable to be an ally. For example, a woman like Godarus. Her desire for control is too strong. Either we submit to her, or we can only be enemies. Is Uncle the same kind of person? Your uncle is much better than her. Although he has a strong desire for control, he's not ambitious, so you don't have to worry about being schemed against by him. At least he won't betray his allies. Uncle is so powerful, yet he can treat his allies sincerely. Why does this woman have such an attitude? It's not a question of who. Ruan Faxi smiled and shook his head. It's a difference in how everyone treats the people around them and how they do things. From Godarus's point of view, we're the ones who are wrong. In fact, this matter isn't about who is right or wrong. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2090. When they stood at the foot of Mount Olympus, they realized how magnificent the mountain was. It wasn't a mountain range, but a mountain peak. The clouds were halfway up the mountain, and they could only vaguely see its shadow. Look at that side. Xian Li suddenly pointed to the side of Mount Olympus. From where they stood, they could see both sides of the mountain. Everyone gasped, because the side of Mount Olympus was completely flat, without any rugged or protrusions. It looked like a piece that had been cut off. This doesn't seem to be the real Mount Olympus, Lisa said. It's more like a part of Mount Olympus, or a corner. It's just a part, and it's already so big. How big would the whole thing be? Everyone looked at Mount Olympus in amazement. Standing in front of the mountain, everyone felt how small they were. Suddenly, a cry came from the sky. The cry was very long, and it sounded like someone was approaching them. When they looked up, they saw a person. To be precise, it was a person who had been thrown off the mountain. No one could save him. All Ruan Faxbin and the others could do was avoid him. They didn't want to be hit by this person. After the free fall, this person had an intimate contact with the solid ground. Then there was only a mess of flesh and blood. Judging from the torn cloth, it should be one of Godarus's people. There seems to be a battle up there. Everyone looked at each other. What about us? Should we go up and take a look? It feels dangerous. Dangerous, but must be interesting. Godarus had learned her lesson from last time. Now, as long as there was a battle, she would be at the back, and there would be a large number of people around to protect her. Many eagle men appeared in front of them. They had the bodies of humans, but the wings and claws of eagles. They weren't very powerful. They might be able to deal with ordinary people easily, but they weren't strong enough to deal with these heavily armed people and spiritualists. The most troublesome thing was that they lived on the cliffs. When prey entered their range, they would use rocks to throw them down from high altitude, or they could just skip the prey at high speed and push them down the mountain. Moreover, their intelligence was not low. They knew that the weapons in the hands of these invaders could pose a threat to them. Therefore, they were at a height that these weapons could not reach. Damn it, these eagle men weren't this hard to deal with last time, Godarus said angrily. Master, these eagle men aren't much smarter than humans except that they haven't developed their own civilization. Our civilization caused them a lot of casualties last time, so it's only normal that they've learned their lesson. Is there any way to get rid of them? Godarus asked. Let's find cover so that they won't be able to do anything, a spiritualist beside Godarus said. The eagle men's 2 moves to deal with them were throwing stones from the sky and pushing people over. The eagle men, on the other hand, wouldn't be able to throw things high up in the air if they were under cover. Secondly, he couldn't use a sneak attack to push someone away. This was a mountain road, so there were many protruding rocks along the way. It is not difficult to find a lot of cover. However, the Eagle Men weren't stupid either. After Godderis's team found cover, they stopped attacking. They were not in a hurry. All they had to do was wait. When Godderis's team couldn't wait any longer, they would naturally come out of the cover. After all, they couldn't hide under the cover forever. Godderis, who was hiding under the cover, was in a bad mood, although they had temporarily averted the crisis. But they were also in trouble now. These Eagle Men were too vengeful. Even after so many years, they still clearly remembered Godderis's team. What do we do now? We can't buy time with these beasts at all. This was the Eagle Men's home ground, and although Godderis's team was well prepared, but after all, they couldn't really fight a protracted battle with the Eagle Men. They couldn't compete with the Eagle Men in endurance on their home ground. Master, although we are at a disadvantage now, we are not really powerless to fight back. Then what do you think we should do now? Godderis was not good at commanding, so she never intervened in a battle. But this didn't mean that she had a good temper. She was a very controlling person. She didn't like this kind of passive situation. They are smart, but only among animals, Godderis's subordinate said. We still have a lot of high explosives. What do we do exactly? There are a few people in our team who have mastered invisibility magic. Let them carry the explosives and go directly into the Eagle Men's nest to detonate them. Godderis's eyes lit up. She had to say that this plan was very vicious, but very effective. Looks like they're in trouble, Lisa said gloatingly. They were also hiding under the cover now. Those Eagle Men couldn't tell friend from foe, or rather, Ruan Faxbin and the others were also enemies. Even a few of them would have a hard time dealing with these Eagle Men, so they also needed to hide under the cover now. However, they were small in number, and their individual strength was relatively strong, so they were still relatively free to move, unless those Eagle Men attacked them in full force regardless of everything. Otherwise, there was really nothing they could do. Therefore, they could easily gloat over the misfortune of others. Hey, two people came out. I remember those two. They both know invisibility magic. Oh, I see. They want to send these two to blow up the Eagle Men's nest. A smirk appeared on Lisa's face. It's okay to do bad things, but you'd better be careful, said Ruan Faxbin. I can't do bad things even if I want to. This place is too close to them. If they find us, we'll be in big trouble. Lisa was standing under the cover, hundreds of meters away from Godderis's team. Fortunately, there were bunkers and plants to cover them, so their hiding spot was relatively well hidden. Although Lisa had a bad personality, it didn't mean she was reckless. In fact, every move she made was done after careful consideration. No, I mean, if it's possible, we should give them a big gift. What? Lisa looked at Ruan Faxbin. This is our only chance to weaken them. I don't want to hide the next time I see that woman. Chapter 2091. The two invisible spiritualists followed the winding mountain road and slowly found their way to the nest of the Eagle Men. The nest of the Eagle Men was huge. When they stood in front of the nest, it was as if they were looking at a huge stadium. There were many holes in the cave, and those holes were the Eagle Men. Each hole was an Eagle Man. They had no sense of family and would be abandoned by their parents after they were born. They needed to grow wings in a few days and then go hunting with the main group. Otherwise, they would starve to death. If it weren't for the fertility of the Eagle Men, their breeding method might have caused them to go extinct. Fortunately, the Eagle Men didn't eat their own kind, and they didn't eat the children of their own kind. We need to find a place to plant the explosives, one of the spiritualists said in a low voice. The two of them were in front of the Shadow Men's nest. However, the nest was too big. They also didn't know where to place the explosives in order to maximize their power. Lisa had two branches on her head, as if such a disguise would work. In fact, the Eagle Men's vision was thousands of times better than that of humans. Such a disguise was meaningless to the Eagle Men. However, Lisa's body emitted a smell that could make the Eagle Men think that she was one of their kind. That was because Lisa had used a potion given by Ruan Faxbin. Lisa, that's stupid, Moore said with the communicator. At the same time, they were also observing Lisa's movements with binoculars. Lisa's movements were the most convenient, because she was the only one in the team who could use long-range attacks. Also, Lisa's long-range attacks could control the temperature difference in a small range, even from hundreds of meters away. Moreover, she could sense invisible spiritualists. Like cold-blooded animals, Lisa had heat and heat senses. Spiritualists could only turn invisible, but they couldn't hide their body temperature. That's the ultimate disguise technique, Lisa retorted. Don't copy the president's unfunny jokes on the battlefield. Facts, Ben. XIN Lee is right next to you. If she tells the president that you said his jokes are unfunny, I think you'll be in big trouble. I take it back. Ruan Faxi decisively admitted defeat and immediately changed the topic. When those two people enter the Eagle Men's nest, detonate the explosives immediately. This will ensure that not too many Eagle Men are killed, and at the same time, let the Eagle Men know the danger. At that time, they will definitely come out of their nest and take revenge on Goddess and her team. I know what to do. You don't have to teach me every detail. Reisa, who had a weak sense of morality, knew best what to do to bring the greatest results. The two invisible spiritualists thought that they were hidden. In fact, every move they made was under Lisa's eyes. The moment they entered the Shadow Men's lair, the explosives they were carrying exploded without warning. In an instant, huge flames spread out along with the shockwave. It's a success. Holding the telescope in her hand, she saw flames rushing out of the Shadow Men's nest halfway up the mountain. It's a pity for those two spiritualists. Their sacrifice was worth it. Goddess did not feel it was a pity. She even felt that it was worth it. It was really worth it to pay two mediocre spiritualists to solve the big problem in front of them. The flames gradually subsided. Just then, countless Eagle Men rushed out of the Shadow Men's lair. Those Eagle Men, full of anger, rushed toward the bunker where Goddess and her team were hiding. The sky was dark, and there were far more of them than the first time they were attacked. Oh no! Goddess's expression changed dramatically. Those Eagle Men began to rush under the bunker, regardless of casualties. This was when Goddess's armed army came into play. Their machine guns caused a lot of casualties to the Eagle Men, but there were too many of these Eagle Men, and the armed army did not form a perfect front. This caused the power of their firearms to not be used to the fullest. If it was the kind of battle between two armies, where the soldiers all relied on each other and formed a defensive front, then guns would play the greatest role. But like this, you hide in one place, I hide in another, unable to effectively protect each other. In this case, if the Eagle Men attacked from all angles, it would be difficult for the soldiers to resist. And the situation was also developing in this direction. These Eagle Men were already charging forward regardless of casualties. And the Magic Legion also couldn't exert their combat advantage in the melee. The chaotic scene made it difficult for them to cast a few spells in peace. Except for a few powerful spiritualists, most of the other spiritualists were covering their heads and scurrying away. The team suffered a lot of casualties. Goddess was a little dazed. What do we do? What do we do now? Master, let's go. We can't stay here. The subordinate who had been accompanying Goddess immediately pulled Goddess back. Behind them, some spiritualists who had fought their way out of the encirclement followed one after another. Everyone was fleeing frantically. The scene was too chaotic. No one could stop this chaos. Goddess saw the Eagle Men chasing behind her. The spiritualist beside her immediately stopped and released an ice arrow, which scattered into countless smaller ice arrows in midair, instantly killing a dozen Eagle Men. But there were still more Eagle Men chasing after them. And the ice spiritualist who was in charge of the rear also died tragically under the hands of the Eagle Men amid a scream. Goddess was scared out of her wits. Those Eagle Men had already pounced on her again. Just when Goddess thought she was dead for sure, suddenly, those Eagle Men stopped and hovered in midair, but they didn't dare to move forward at all. Goddess and those spiritualists who had survived all let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did Goddess realize that they seemed to have entered a building complex. This building complex was full of the aesthetic style of ancient Greece, and the color was also mainly white. The building complex was full of grandeur and magnificence, and at the same time, it exuded a fascinating aura. And in the center of the building complex, there was a towering tree. That towering tree stood in the center, just like that. Godderess's entire body and mind trembled. It was actually here. Had she really found it? The Holy Garden. This was the Holy Garden. She didn't expect to really find it. Was that the golden apple tree? This was also the first time Godderess had found the Holy Garden and seen the golden apple tree. Even for Godderess, it was a legend. Godderess couldn't wait to run in through the gate. As for the battle behind her, she was no longer in the mood to pay attention. The thing that he had been dreaming of was in there. Chapter 2092. The walls of the Holy Garden weren't tall. Let's go in first and see what's going on inside. Godderess was surprisingly calm. A spiritualist stepped forward and leaped onto the wall with quick steps. However, the moment he landed on the wall, a screen of light flashed in front of him. Hiss! Half of the spiritualist's body fell to the ground. The screen of light cut his body in half. Before he died, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was sent to the underworld. Everyone furrowed their brows. Master, that screen of light should be the glory of Olympus. Blast that curtain of light apart, Godderess ordered. Master, this is the glory of Olympus. Let's try, Godderess said coldly with a grim expression. Let's wait until all of our people are here. If we try now, it'll only be a waste of mana, Godderess's subordinate explained. Godderess thought about it and nodded in agreement. The glory of Olympus was a spell created by the legendary Queen of Heaven Hera. The Holy Garden was under the management of Queen of Heaven Hera, so it was reasonable that the glory of Olympus was here. That was why it was almost impossible for a few spiritualists to break through the glory of Olympus. The glory of Olympus wasn't unbreakable. In history, hundreds of spiritualists had broken the glory of Olympus, as well as thousands of others. So they also had a chance to break the glory of Olympus. But it also depended on who released the glory of Olympus. The glory of Olympus in front of them was definitely a barrier created by Queen of Heaven Hera. Without enough people, it was almost impossible to break it. Attacking now would only be a waste of time and mana. The Eagle Men didn't chase Godderess's group into the Holy Garden, but the group behind them was still being attacked by the Eagle Men. The explosion just now had completely enraged them. All the Eagle Men came out of their nest. One or two more spiritualists managed to break through the Eagle Men's attack. Everyone's mood sank to the bottom. The Eagle Men's attack lasted for a few hours. Godderess's group lost more than 1,000 people. The Eagle Men, on the other hand, had suffered even more casualties, more than 3,000 of them. The remaining Eagle Men finally left. At this moment, Godderess's group had less than 800 people left. Half of them were spiritualists, and the other half were armed soldiers. Among these people, most of them had injuries of varying degrees. This battle was a devastating blow to Godderess and her team. Fear was written all over their faces. But no one backed down or betrayed him, because to them, Godderess was their everything. All of them had received the blood of Goddereth. It was Goddereth's blood that gave them life. Therefore, they also needed to pay absolute loyalty. This was also the reason why Godderess could order them around at will. All of you, do your best to destroy this light screen, Godderess ordered. After a short period of reorganization, hundreds of spiritualists tried to break through the glory of Olympus. But the result was still disappointing. The glory of Olympus showed no signs of being breached. This caused everyone to be greatly disappointed, but it was also within reason. This was a spell created by the Queen of Heaven, Hera, and she had personally set it up. In the past, the records of the glory of Olympus had been broken by mortal necromancers. Even if it was the same spell, the effect would certainly be different for mortals and gods. Hundreds of spiritualists worked together to attack the glory of Olympus, but the light of Olympus did not even cause a ripple. Damn it, Godderess did not hide her anger at all. You useless things. Even though Godderess knew that it was not their fault at all. But at this time, she needed to find someone to vent her anger on. There was no one else. She naturally needed to vent her anger on her subordinates. Master, only by obtaining the scepter of ruler from those people can you pass through the glory of Olympus. The scepter of ruler was also known as the scepter of Zeus. In the age of gods thousands of years ago, the kings of ancient Greece had to come to Mount Olympus to pay tribute. In order for the kings to enter Mount Olympus, every king recognized by the gods was given a scepter of Zeus. Although the scepter of Zeus was not a powerful magic item, it allowed one to pass through every part of Mount Olympus. Over time, the scepter of Zeus became the symbol of the king. That was why the scepter of Zeus was called the scepter of ruler. Godrus had searched for the tombs or ruins of many ancient kings, but none of them had found the scepter of ruler. On the other hand, Ruan, Faxaben, and the others had found the scepter of ruler in one of the ruins with only a few people. From the beginning to the end, what Godrus wanted was the scepter in Ruan Faxaben's hands. Godrus's face was gloomy. We will wait here. As long as Ruan, Faxaben, and the others are not dead, they will have to come here eventually. Or rather, they've been here for a long time. Suddenly, Godrus had an idea. Use detection. I feel that they are nearby. Several spiritualists who were good at detection walked out and used detection at the same time. Instantly, Ruan, Faxaben, and the others' concealment spells were exposed. In fact, they were less than 200 meters away from Godrus's team. They had originally planned to waste time with Godrus. They didn't come out until Godrus lost her patience and finally left. But no one expected that Godrus would suddenly have a flash of inspiration. She suddenly had her subordinates use detection to make their concealment spells ineffective. Godrus looked at Ruan, Faxaben, and the others with a complicated expression on her face. Ruan, Faxaben, and the others were also helpless, even though Godrus's team had suffered heavy losses. But they still didn't plan to fight Godrus head-on. Miss Godrus, what a coincidence. We meet again. Ruan Faxaben quickly adjusted his mentality, and his face was full of smiles and sincerity. Ruan Faxaben, remember what I said last time? The next time we meet, we won't be so peaceful. Are you sure you want to fight us here? Ruan Faxaben's smile was still the same. It's not that I underestimate you, but even if you win, you won't be able to escape unscathed, especially you. Hand over the scepter of ruler, and I will let bygones be bygones. Hee. Do you think we will believe you? If you refuse, then let's start an all-out war. Maybe we can't escape unscathed, but you will definitely die. Chapter 2093. Maybe we can't win, but we can definitely drag you to hell with us. Ruan Faxaben's attitude was just as resolute. He was just like a brute. Also, do you really think we'd dare to cooperate with you without any trump cards? We know you're up to no good. Godrus's heart skipped a beat. Did Ruan Faxaben and the others really have a trump card? Ruan Faxaben, I'll tell you the truth. Even if the ruler's scepter is in your hands, it'll be very difficult for you to use it. It requires a large amount of mana. Only we have enough people to activate the ruler's scepter. With a few of you, unless everyone's mana is 10 times stronger, you won't be able to activate the ruler's scepter. Even if we can't get anything, it's still better than letting you have your way. Ruan Faxaben wasn't sure if Godrus was telling the truth. After all, their research on the ruler's scepter was still very shallow. They didn't even know what the ruler's scepter was used for, but they definitely couldn't admit it. As you said, my goal has never been the golden apple, so we can continue to cooperate. I can also pretend that the unhappiness in the past never happened. Godrus's proposal was indeed tempting, but she really didn't have any credibility. That was why Ruan Faxaben wouldn't easily believe Godrus's words. Why should I believe you? Do you know what it means to lose credibility? First, you have to tell us what you're looking for and what your ultimate goal is. Otherwise, we definitely won't cooperate with you anymore. After all, your personal confidence is too low. The golden apple is also my goal, Godrus said. But it's not your first goal. What is your first goal? Godrus was silent for a while. Finally, she said, Apollo's eye. Apollo was the god of light. Poets and writers later wrote Apollo as the god of the sun. In fact, Apollo wasn't the true god of the sun. Why would Apollo's eye be in the sacred garden? In the myths, Apollo and Hera did not have a harmonious relationship between mother and son. Apollo was the son of Zeus and the goddess Leto. After the goddess Leto became pregnant, Hera forbade the earth from giving Leto a place to give birth. Leto could only run around in pain until she finally found the unknown island that Asteria had transformed into. Poseidon then raised 4 golden pillars from the bottom of the sea and lifted the unknown island into the air. That was why Apollo became enemies with Queen Hera even before he was born. Queen Hera hates all the illegitimate children of Zeus. Do you think it's strange that she collected the organs of these illegitimate children? What's the use of the eye of Apollo? Apollo is the god of light, the god of prophecy, the god of music, and the god of resolving disasters. Apollo's eyes can see the future. Then why should we believe that you won't betray us again? Ruan finally got to the point. I will only choose 20 of my subordinates to enter the holy garden with me to protect me. You can rest assured now, right? Ruan Faxi thought for a moment and exchanged a look with Risa. Risa disliked Godarus, but she still understood the situation. 1 eye of Apollo, or 2? 1, Godarus answered. You can have the eye of Apollo. No matter how many golden apples there are, they all belong to us. All right, I accept this distribution plan, Godarus said. Just then, Ruan Faxi walked to Godarus with the ruler's scepter. The others still stood behind, maintaining a certain distance from Godarus's team. Godarus spread her hands in front of Ruan Faxi. Ruan Faxi shook his head. I won't hand over the ruler's scepter. Didn't you say that you need to gather a large amount of magic to activate the ruler's scepter? I'll do it. Ruan Faxi was still very careful. All right. Godarus didn't want to have a dispute with Ruan Faxbin over this kind of thing. After all, the Holy Garden was right in front of her. She just wanted to get what she wanted as soon as possible. Raise the ruler's scepter, one of Godarus's subordinates said. Even though we're gathering magic in the scepter, the wielder also needs a large amount of magic. If you don't have enough magic, you should give up on controlling the ruler's scepter. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Let's begin. Then let's begin. Just then, hundreds of spiritualists started sending magic into the ruler's scepter. Ruan Faxi immediately felt the magic gathered by the ruler's scepter. He felt like the wielder was a super bomb. The large amount of magic made the ruler's scepter shine so brightly that people could not look at it directly. Ruan Faxi quickly analyzed the activated ruler's scepter. Soon, Ruan Faxi understood the basics of the operation. Ruan Faxi raised the ruler's scepter and pointed it at the entrance of the Holy Garden. A torrent of magic shot towards the entrance. An opening immediately appeared in the barrier of light that enveloped the sacred garden. Godarus could not wait to go in. Stop. If you don't want to be cut open, stop, Ruan Faxi scolded. What are you doing? Going back on your words? Godarus turned and glared at Ruan Faxi. No. The order of entry needs to be changed, Ruan Faxi said. My men will go in first. Fine. Godarus's face darkened as she gritted her teeth. You guys go in first, Miss Godarus. Other than you and the 20 men you chose, everyone else retreat to a place outside the safety line, Ruan Faxi said to Exian Li and the others. Godarus could only agree to Ruan Faxi's request. After Exian Li, Lisa, Colin, and more went in, it was Godarus and her men's turn. After Godarus and her men entered, Ruan Faxbin entered as well. Then, the opening in the light barrier was closed. Stop them, Godarus said and turned to leave. She no longer needed to hide her intentions. This also meant that the agreement they made not long ago was now completely invalid. Faxi, it seems like she can't wait to tear off all pretenses. That's normal. Is her intention really Apollo's? This is Queen Hera's treasury. There are countless treasures here. Maybe Apollo's is only one of them. What we need to do is find those treasures before she does. Chapter 2094. Even though they were on the same starting line. But Godarus knew this place better. It wasn't her first time here. She had been here before when she was very young. Moreover, the 20 subordinates that Godarus had chosen might not be the strongest among them, but they were the most difficult to deal with. Godarus never intended to let these 20 people defeat Ruan Faxbin and the others from the beginning. Her goal was to have them keep Ruan Faxbin busy. Call on. I don't need you here. Go after them and find the treasure faster than that woman, Ruan Faxaban said. Kellen immediately circled around the battlefield. But before he could run out of the battlefield, a magic rope made of black light wrapped around Kellen's leg. Master said that none of you are allowed to leave. Ah, the spiritualist's head caught fire before he could finish his sentence. Who does your master think she is? She's just an old witch, Rhyssus said disdainfully. The flames burned the spiritualist's head beyond recognition. Luckily, his companions helped him put out the fire. Otherwise, Rhyssus might have roasted his head, but Kallan still took the opportunity to escape. Kallan, if you see that woman, kill her for me. Ruan Faxi didn't need to worry anymore at this time. This time, they completely shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no need to ease up, nor was there any reason to do so. Other than the garden in the center, there were many buildings around it. The buildings were like a maze. It was too complicated for Kallan, who was here for the first time. He did not even find Godarus's shadow, let alone the treasure room. The place was too complicated. Kallan felt dizzy after walking around a few times. Suddenly, Kallan saw a square palace in front of him. The style of the palace was similar to the Parthenon temple. There were 12 white stone pillars in the shape of gears, and the eaves of the palace had exquisite reliefs. Even with the passage of time, one could still feel the craftsmanship and elegance of the reliefs. Colin naturally thought that the palace was a very important place in this place. Thus, Kallan entered the palace without hesitation. However, the interior of the palace was empty. There was a stone pedestal at the top, and on it sat a tall, withered corpse. Even though the corpse was dead, it still maintained a pondering posture. He rested his chin on his fists and gazed into the distance. His golden hair had lost its luster. He was wearing white off-the-shoulder clothes, with vines tied around his waist and a golden hoop on his head. Beside the seat was a pair of gauntlets with a lion's head. Colin felt that this mummy was a little scary. It was as if the mummy could jump up and strangle him at any time. Colin cautiously approached the mummy. After carefully observing for a long time, he did not see any movement from the mummy. There definitely wouldn't be any treasure here. This was because there was nothing else in the hall other than this tall corpse. Moreover, the architectural style of ancient Greece would not have placed a treasure room in such a place. Therefore, this place could basically be ruled out. Colin circled the hall twice before leaving. Of course, apart from the lack of treasures, the main reason was that this place gave him a very good feeling. Kellen did not notice that the mummy's gaze had been following him all the way until he left the hall. However, not long after Colin left, Godarus came to the hall. When Godarus saw the mummy in the hall, a faint smile appeared on her face. Thousands of years of waiting, thousands of years of pursuit, and the hardships and frustrations along the way seemed to no longer be that important. Hercules! Godarus walked towards a mummy step by step, and at the same time called out the name of the god of strength, the illegitimate son of Zeus and Alcmene, who also had a familiar name, Hercules. Godarus came in front of Hercules. Godarus was only as tall as Hercules' knee. As the illegitimate daughter of Poseidon, Godarus and Hercules had similar identities, backgrounds, and experiences. The difference was that Hercules completed 12 impossible feats, and he was named God. As the illegitimate son of Zeus, Hercules was born with great power. He was almost invincible, and even during the War of the Titans, he was the main force in defeating the children of Gaia for the gods. Although he was only a demigod, his feats were greater than most gods. Godarus was jealous and envious of Hercules, because they had the same background and birth, but they did not have the same ability. But that was in the past. Now Godarus was no longer jealous, only smug, because Godarus could still stand, but Hercules could only sit on the throne given by the gods like a withered corpse. Hercules, we meet again. This seems to be the second time we meet. You should still remember me. After all, the memory of a god is quite good, Godarus said in a smug tone. Godarus. A hoarse voice came from the dried-up body. What are you doing here? I am here to give you a new life. Godarus cut her palm and let the blood flow. Accept my gift and become my follower. Go away, you inferior bloodline." Hercules' voice was still weak, but there was a hint of anger in it. "Go away." Godarus's face showed a bit of sarcasm. "Look at you. Are you still the Hercules? Is that the Hercules who shrouded the gods in your shadow? The bloodline of Zeus made you powerful, but it didn't give you eternal life. In the end, you aren't much nobler than me. Look at me now. I'm still young and full of life. Look at you. You're weak and old. You look like you're about to die. At least, I have enjoyed glory, and you have not," Hercules said coldly. "Haha, glory. You were influenced by Hera, the queen of heaven, and even killed your best friend, and then willingly accepted Hera's enslavement. Is this your glory? Haha, so this is how you define glory. I did not willingly." Hercules' voice suddenly became majestic and angry. "I am cursed by her, a curse that even Zeus could not undo. Yes, even Zeus couldn't do it, but I can do it. My blood can. My blood can give you a new life and help you break free from Hera's curse. Now is the time for you to make a decision. Accept my domination, or continue to be dominated by that old which you hate and also hates you." Chapter 2095. Godarus walked up to Hercules. She clenched her fist and squeezed out a drop of blood. The blood fell on Hercules' palm. "Continue to be Hera's servant and then wither and die here, or accept my control. The choice is in your hands." Hercules moved his palm with difficulty, and his eyes fell on the drop of blood. At this moment, Godarus was also nervous. Her lifelong pursuit was now in the hands of Hercules. Accept this drop of blood, and she would have everything. Even if Hercules was only a demigod, he had power beyond that of a god. But if he refused, all Godarus's hopes would be dashed. At this moment, Godarus had already stopped talking. She had said what she needed to say. The more he said, the more likely it would make Hercules more resistant. So it was best not to overdo it. "Are you worried about my refusal now?" Hercules looked at Godarus. "Of course. You are my biggest hope," Godarus said. "My hesitation has made my choice clear." With that, the drop of blood that Hercules kept his promise seeped into his skin. In an instant, Hercules took a deep breath. His body suddenly exuded a strong aura. His dry skin began to swell like an inflated balloon. His withered blonde hair became lustrous. His sunken face began to fill with blood. Whoosh! Every breath he took would make him stronger. The air seemed to be suppressed by his aura and became viscous. Godarus's breathing became very difficult, but she also felt the overwhelming power in Hercules. And the stronger Hercules was, the happier she would be. Hercules walked step by step to Godelus and knelt on one knee in front of Godelus. "My master, I will offer you my most sincere loyalty." Even when Hercules knelt down, Godarus only reached his waist. Hercules was too big for his eyes. Godarus's fingertips gently plundered Hercules' muscles. Godarus had never felt such surging and boundless power from her subordinates. Only a god like Hercules was qualified to follow in his footsteps. Compared to Hercules, the men she had recruited in the past were like shit. "Get up and follow me." At this moment, Godarus no longer needed anything. As long as she had Hercules, she could have everything. And in this holy garden, Hera's treasure room did not need to be specially obtained. In any case, everything here would be his sooner or later. Godarus took Hercules on a tour as if she was touring her own back garden. At the same time, Ruan Faxbin, Exine Lee, Lisa, Moore, and Kalon all felt an indescribable terror in the air. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. They did not know what it was that caused them to have such a reaction. He had clearly dealt with Godar's subordinates. Why did he suddenly feel this uneasy aura? Where did this uneasiness come from? "Kalon, where are you now?" Ruan Faxbin asked through the communicator. "I don't know where I am. It's too big here," Kalon replied. "Did you see anything out of the ordinary?" "No, I didn't see a living thing along the way." "What about Godarus?" "I didn't see her either. I don't know where she went. Do you still remember the way back? Come back and meet us immediately. We can't stay here anymore. We have to leave immediately," Ruan Faxbin said. Xin Li was a little reluctant when she heard Ruan Faxbin's words. "But we haven't found the golden apple yet." Xin Li, the golden apple is on the big tree in front of us, but now is definitely not the best time. We have been here once, so we can foresee more dangers next time. If we continue to stay here and risk our lives, it will be a very unwise choice. Okay, Xin Li was not very willing, but she had learned to listen to orders along the way, and she trusted Ruan Faxbin's judgment. You can't go anywhere. Just then, Goddard came out. Hercules followed behind Goddard. Everyone saw Hercules the moment they saw him. They knew that the sense of danger and uneasiness came from Hercules. Ruan Faxbin's face finally showed a serious expression. He was no longer as relaxed and natural as before. The terrifying aura made his smile disappear. Miss Goddard, is he your real target? That's right. Now, Goddard was no longer angry or anxious. All she had was calmness and calmness. Of course, she did not forget the humiliation that Ruan Faxbin and the others had inflicted on her. Since you've already achieved your goal, why must you be so ruthless? If you did not offend me, maybe I would have let you go to show my magnanimity. But you lowly guys, how dare you offend me? Goddard became angrier as she spoke. You started all the trouble, Miss Goddard. Then all of you should obey, not disobey and disobey. It has already happened. Let's get over it. Reisa curled her lips. This guy had learned bad things from the president. At this critical moment, he still had to make a joke. He really felt that the woman was joking with them. I hope you can still laugh later. Xin Li looked at Goddard. Miss Goddard, not everyone has to give in to you. I don't think you are nobler than anyone. Shut up, lowly woman, Goddard snorted. Goddard snorted coldly. Perhaps I need to let my most loyal servant show you what it means to be in awe. Everyone was ready to fight. Seeing the attitude of Ruan Faxbin and the others, Goddard could not help but show some mockery. It seems that you still do not understand who you are facing. Well, I will give you 30 seconds. If you can hold on for 30 seconds, then I will let you go. Goddard waved her hand gently. Hercules, 30 seconds, is that enough? Master, it is enough. Hercules? Everyone's expression changed when they heard the name. For Europeans and Americans, the legend of Hercules was too resounding. Chapter 2096. 30 seconds. Ruan looked at the time. At the same time, he looked back at Xin Li, then at Imo, Air, and Lisa. Hercules was not in a hurry to act. He was waiting for Goddard's order. Are you ready? If I say not, will you give us time to prepare? Humph. Hercules, you can kill them now. Remember, don't take more than 30 seconds. Goddard snorted coldly. Hercules strode up to the four of them. Even though he had not made a move yet, he was still standing in front of them. He still put a lot of pressure on them. Start the countdown, Goddard said. But Hercules still did not move. Instead, it was Ruan Faxbin, Xin Li, Reisa, and more who moved first. Curse of Chaos. Xin Li cast a curse spell first. Moore's doppelganger appeared behind Hercules, hugged Hercules, and self-destructed. But Hercules was still unmoved. It was as if what happened under his feet was not an explosion at all, but a bug. Go to hell, Reisa yelled at the top of her voice. She put her palms into the posture of releasing Kamehameha, and a red light burst out from her palms. The red light went straight to Hercules' head. Boom! It was all the heat energy that Reisa had accumulated along the way, and it was released in an instant. In a violent explosion, Hercules was still unscathed. Goddard's face was full of excitement. The stronger Hercules was, the more pleasure she would get from it. His indestructible body remained unmoved under such a powerful attack. Was there anything in the world that could hurt him? Ruan Faxbin, you don't have much time left. Please cherish your last few seconds. Goddard looked at Ruan Faxbin proudly, her face full of mockery. Ruan shrugged helplessly. You know I'm not good at fighting. So what? Do you think I will let you go because of that? Hercules was already standing in front of Ruan. He raised his right arm. His right arm was thicker than Ruan's. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Ruan's face. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind Goddard. Kalon had been lying in ambush, waiting for Hercules to make his move. This was their only chance. Goddard was startled, but just as Colin's dagger was about to touch Goddard, a shield suddenly appeared in front of Godarus. Corin was immediately repelled by the shield. Oh no! Ruan Faxi's expression changed. Hercules immediately gave up on Ruan Faxburn in front of him and rushed in front of Godarus, shielding her behind him. Hercules raised his right arm and threw a punch at Corin, who was more than 10 meters away. "Call on, dodge!" Ruan Faxibin exclaimed. Colin tried to move away. A terrifying sense of oppression came from his side. Then, Colin heard a loud noise behind him. Corin looked back and saw the light of Olympus rippling. Hundreds of people couldn't even cause a ripple. But Hercules' punch almost shattered the light of Olympus. The light of Olympus. That old witch Hera. She wants to trap me with this. She is too naive. Hercules snorted and threw another punch. This punch was more powerful than the previous one. When this force fell on the light of Olympus, the whole sacred garden trembled. Everyone could not stand still. 30 seconds are up, Miss Godarus. Ruan Faxi breathed a long sigh of relief. Hercules, kill them for me, Hercules shouted. I want to shatter the light of Olympus. Hercules seemed to be resisting Godarus's order. They have the scepter of Zeus. You don't need to shatter the light of Olympus. You can come and go as you please. Now go and kill them. Okay. Hercules could not really resist, but as a demigod, he had a certain resistance. Miss Godarus, are you going to go back on your word? Ruan Faxi looked at Godarus. Although they knew it was inevitable, Ruan Faxbin and the others were still disappointed. I don't need to promise anything to ants, and I don't need to abide by anything, Godarus said calmly. I see. Ruan Faxburn sighed. Have you given up? Seeing the disappointment of Ruan Faxbin and the others, Godarus suddenly felt the thrill of revenge. I have given up, Ruan Faxi said helplessly. Are you regretting it now? Yes, I do regret it, Ruan Faxi said. But now, I will never forgive you. What do you think I regret? Do you think I regret not accepting your recruitment? Of course not. You think too much. I regret not killing you. It was such a good opportunity to slay a god. For thousands of years, there were not many people who succeeded in slaying a god. Such a good opportunity was placed in front of me, but I did not cherish it. Bastard. Bastard, with just you? Just then, a dot of light appeared in the distance of Mount Olympus. The dot of light was too far away, so it was difficult to see what it was. It looked like a meteor with a long tail. Godarus's eyes were also attracted by the meteor. That meteor was simply too eye-catching. Moreover, it seemed to be flying in their direction. Godarus widened her eyes, trying to see what it was. But the thing was wrapped in a ball of fire, and it was so fast that she could not see it at all. It flew from the horizon to in front of her in a few seconds. It was too fast. Rumble. The thing smashed into the glory of Olympus. In an instant, the earth shook. The impact and explosion of the falling thing swallowed the spiritualists in the periphery. Godarus lost her balance and fell to the ground. Her eyes never left the glory of Olympus. The glory of Olympus disintegrated and shattered in front of her eyes. It was like a mirror being smashed by a fist. The fragments rippled and spread to the surroundings. So scary. What was that? What was going on? Exionly looked at the figure falling from the sky. Her mouth was wide open, her face full of shock. Uncle? Exionly cried out. Chun Zhao turned to Exionly. If Faxi hadn't told me, how long were you going to be stubborn? Exionly pouted. We can solve it. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2097. Ms. Godarus, did you forget what I told you? Take good care of my daughter. Seems like you didn't do it. Chun Zhao turned to look at Godarus. Godarus looked confused. She didn't know how Chun Zhao had come in. Was the impact just now caused by him? How'd he do it? But Godarus wasn't going to waste time talking to Chun Zhao. Kill him. Hercules charged at Chun Zhao. Boom. The huge impact sent Ruan Faxburn, Exion Li, Kalon, Moore, Risa, and Godarus flying. Only Chun Zhao and Hercules were left. Godarus was dizzy, and she climbed up from the ground. She was about to scold Hercules, but she saw Hercules take a few steps back while Chun Zhao stood where he was and scathed. Hercules clenched his fists and stared at Chun Zhao in astonishment. No one has ever been able to take my fists, not even giants. That's because you haven't met me before. Chun Zhao moved his joints. But I want to say the same thing to you. You don't think that's my real power, do you? Hercules' gaze suddenly sharpened. The golden light on his body was like a blooming flower, instantly blossoming. Goddess had been a bit panicked when she saw Hercules lose to Chun Zhao. Now that Hercules had become even stronger, she was overjoyed. Hercules was so powerful, but this wasn't his real power. This made Goddess even more excited. Wrapped in golden light, Hercules charged at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took the punch head-on and also retreated a few meters. But the next moment, Chun Zhao kicked hard and shot at Hercules like an arrow. Boom, boom, boom. The entire holy garden was enveloped in the terrifying power of Chun Zhao and Hercules. Goddess's face was filled with disbelief. There was actually someone in the world who could fight against Hercules? It was natural that Hercules was powerful, because he was the son of Zeus. He was Hercules, the god of strength. But what was up with that man? He was so powerful that it was abnormal. He could actually fight back and forth with Hercules, and their attacks were wreaking havoc here. However, to her delight, Chun Zhao seemed to be weaker than Hercules. Chun Zhao was punched to the ground by Hercules. Roar. Hercules thumped his chest and roared like a gorilla. I am Hercules. No one could defeat me in strength. Chun Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood. He rarely spat blood anymore. That last scene in Rome didn't count. Chun Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Hercules, who was swaggering in front of him. Uncle. Seeing him injured, Xian Li couldn't help but worry. Don't go over. Ruan pulled Xian Li back. Your uncle is fine. Ruan Faxi knew Chun Zhao too well. That was just Chun Zhao's normal state. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. Then let's start the second round. Mortal, it's already amazing for you to be able to do this. Bang. Before Hercules could finish, he was sent flying by Chun Zhao's sudden punch. Hercules touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. Roar. Hercules roared again and pounced at Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao wasn't in the same state as before. After being assimilated by the darkness, Chun Zhao's strength had multiplied. Hercules didn't believe it and pounced at Chun Zhao again. But the result was the same as before. He was sent flying by Chun Zhao's punch again. Hercules didn't feel good after taking the punch. He started spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Is that all you've got? Chun Zhao tilted his head and looked at Hercules. All the veins on Hercules' body popped up. Blue veins popped on his forehead. Hercules' strength increased again. His breathing became chaotic. His eyes were bloodshot, and his chest heaved up and down like a mad beast. Is this the true face of Hercules? Chun Zhao mocked Hercules. I'll kill you. Hercules growled. He stamped his foot, and the ground cracked. Boom! Hercules' strength bombarded Chun Zhao. In this state, Hercules' strength had increased several times again. Return to 1. Chun Zhao also increased his strength. Hercules and Chun Zhao were locked in a contest of strength. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao was still better than him. Hercules was sent flying and was punched by Chun Zhao again. It landed on the trunk of the golden apple tree. The golden apple tree was a sacred tree, but it wasn't harder than regular plants. It was just that it was bigger than ordinary plants. The golden apple tree was smashed into pieces by Hercules' attack. A golden fruit rolled in front of Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao picked it up. Is this the legendary golden apple? Hercules stood up again. He vomited more blood, but he was already in a state of madness. His injuries were worse, but it also made him crazier. Hercules' state reminded Chun Zhao of Asgamor, the demon that had been sealed underground in the African plains for a long time. Of course, while their states were similar, they weren't the same kind of magic. Asgamor's was a talent, an innate ability. The more injured he was, the more powerful he was. Hercules, on the other hand, was purely his willpower. He didn't actually become stronger. He just forced himself to release more power. If he continued to fight in this state, he would only die faster. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't pity him. He was an enemy, the kind that couldn't be defeated easily. Sympathizing with him was just asking for trouble. Chun Zhao casually tossed the golden apple to Xian Li. Giant spirit transformation. Hercules wasn't inferior like Asgamor. He was a true Hercules. If he continued to strengthen like this, he would only get himself into trouble. So, Chun Zhao didn't plan to go easy. By now, Hercules had lost most of his rationality. He couldn't judge the situation anymore. He only attacked Chun Zhao out of instinct. Every time he took a step, the ground would crack. His blood was burning with flames, starting from his insides and spreading throughout his entire body. Hercules jumped up heavily. Chun Zhao also moved at the same time. He didn't hold back at all. His speed and power had reached the peak of what Chun Zhao could release. The two collided in the sky. The huge impact also ignited Hercules' godblood. Boom! Everyone forgot about everything else as they stared at the sky. They looked at the sun in the sky. It was a sun with a diameter of 1,000 meters. It wasn't a small sun anymore. It was like a real sun falling. God King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2098. Goddess kept looking up at the sky. She clenched her fists tightly. Just then, something fell from the sky. It was a person. More accurately, half a person. What Goddess saw was a body without an upper body. Everything above the abdomen had disappeared. Goddess felt as if she was suffocating. How could she not recognize that half of the body belonged to Hercules? It was only half an hour. She fell from heaven to hell. Chun Zhao descended from the sky and landed before Goddess with a suffocating pressure. Goddess was so scared that her face turned pale and she fell to the ground. She had never thought that what she'd spent her entire life pursuing would be so fragile. President, Ruan Fazabin walked over. What? You want to plead for her? Chun Zhao glanced at Ruan. Ruan had an evil smile on his face. No, I just want to feel what it's like to kill a god. Chun Zhao glanced at Ruan and took 2 steps back. When Goddess looked at Ruan, her eyes were filled with pleading. Ms. Goddess, I don't think you've ever thought that you'd face such a situation, right? Mr. Fazabin, give me a chance. Ruan Faxbin's smile was still as chilling as ever. Sorry, we're the same kind of people. Whatever you want, I can give it to you, including myself. Goddess didn't look high and mighty anymore. She was like a woman who'd been humiliated. Before Ruan, she didn't dare to do anything other than compromise. Your suggestion is tempting, but I still want to try killing a god. Ruan was very sure. This was probably the only chance he'd get to kill a god in his life. Even if Goddess was only a demigod, even if she was the weakest among all demigods. Nevertheless, Ruan wasn't a picky eater. No matter how weak she was still a demigod. Of course, there was another important reason. Chun Zhao was right behind him. Just then, Mount Olympus started shaking violently. The tremor this time was more violent than any of the previous ones. The entire mountain was being torn apart. The battle had destroyed the foundation of Mount Olympus. This mountain was not the real Mount Olympus. It was just a corner of Mount Olympus. Although it was huge, the mountain was not actually one with the earth. Therefore, after that fierce battle, it was normal for the mountains and the earth to be torn apart. Moreover, both Chun Zhao and Hercules had the ability to tear the earth and destroy mountains. Farspin, hurry up. Under Chun Zhao's urging, Ruan Faxi's happiness decreased a lot. However, if he continued to delay, the mountain would probably collapse. Therefore, he didn't have much time to have fun. Of course, he still killed Goddess and did not leave her alive. After Ruan Faxbin killed Goddess, Brindle was shocked. Chun Zhao led everyone away from the collapsing Mount Olympus. Everyone held hands, and Chun Zhao lifted them into the air. The people in the sky were just in time to enjoy the process of the mountain collapsing. What a pity. There's so many treasures in that golden apple tree. Ruan Faxi sighed and looked at the collapsing palace below. President, why don't you go down and dig? You might find something good. No need. Didn't you find the golden apple already? Chun Zhao said calmly. Chun Zhao didn't plan on going through the trash. He would dig up something of unknown value in a collapsed mountain. The effort and the reward might not be proportional. After leaving Mount Olympus, Chun Zhao put everyone on the ground. How do you want to split the golden apple? Chen Zhao didn't plan on getting involved in the process. After all, they'd obtained it through hard work. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to split it. How about we cut it into 5 pieces? One for each person. Chen Zhao had a bad idea. No, Ruan Faxi said hurriedly. This might be the last golden apple in the world. The best way was for one person to take out 4 pieces of the same value as the golden apple and share it with the other 4. But the golden apple's value was immeasurable. It wasn't that it was immeasurable. It was that its true value was immeasurable. All the information about the golden apple came from legends. How much was the legendary golden apple's true value? No one could guarantee it. No one spoke. Even the smartest Lisa didn't know how to split it. President, you helped too. Aren't you going to split it? I won't. I didn't do much. The 5 of you can discuss it among yourselves. Chen Zhao didn't want to break their tacit understanding. If Chen Zhao participated, they'd probably give the golden apple to him directly. Then, they'd take some dispensable benefits from Chen Zhao. Even if they said they were willing, they might not be happy inside. President, we really don't know how to split it. How about this? You guys go and find 4 legendary treasures of the same value. That way, each person can take one. Chen Zhao had a very unreliable idea. Everyone shuddered at the sight. After this expedition, everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. Even Xian Li, who'd loved adventures in the beginning, felt tired. Go through the same adventure 4 more times? Maybe they'd consider it after they'd rested enough. Anyway, the 5 of them didn't have such thoughts in the short term. Then how do we keep the golden apple? Don't ask me. You guys decide, Chen Zhao said calmly. My request is simple, Chen Zhao said calmly. Everyone must be satisfied with the distribution. Uncle, how did you know how to enter this place? I already knew this location, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao could have taken the golden apple by himself. But he didn't do that. After all, this was Xian Li's adventure. Taking away the ultimate prize was a very immoral thing to do. Along the way, they were attacked by some creatures. But even if Chen Zhao didn't do anything, the 5 of them could easily deal with these attacks. Chen Zhao was also observing Xian Li's performance in battle. Xian Li's forte lay in curses. She couldn't attack directly, but it was quite useful in battle. This was Chen Zhao's first time observing Xian Li in battle. He had to admit that Xian Li had indeed grown a lot after training for so long. Chapter 2099. Auntie Feilai, I'm back. Feilai went up and hugged Xian Li. Welcome home. A group of children sprinted to Xian Li. They all warmly welcomed Xian Li back. Everyone was very happy. After all, Xian Li had been away for more than 2 months. It's good that you're back. If someone's missing at Christmas, it'll feel like something's missing. Feilai touched Xian Li's hair. Xian Li, you've grown taller, haven't you? 2 months ago, Xian Li still looked like a big kid. But after 2 months, Xian Li's face looked more weathered, and there was a hint of seriousness between her brows. She seemed to have matured quite a bit. At night, everyone held a banquet for Xian Li. Chen Zhao booked the entire restaurant. To be honest, 2 months didn't seem like a long time. But Chen Zhao and Feilai both felt that Xian Li was different. She'd really grown up. She could still play with her siblings, but her gaze was completely different. In the past, she played with her siblings, but she was actually playing herself too. Now, playing was actually companionship. At the dining table, she knew how to put food on her siblings' plates. When she saw her siblings' food fall on their clothes, she also knew how to help them clean up. After returning to the hotel, Chen Zhao realized that the atmosphere was a bit strange. When they passed through the hotel lobby, the hotel staff were all standing straight and ready for battle. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised. They didn't look at him with caution or hostility, but their gazes were too strange. Just then, a priest in a white robe walked over. Hello, you must be Mr. Chen. I am. And you are? We're His Majesty John's followers. His Majesty wants to see you. Old John had sent them. Why would he want to see him? Where? When? Now. If it's convenient, please come with me. Chen Zhao turned back and looked at his family. Feilai nodded. Go. Take care of the kids. Okay. Chen Zhao left with the people from a church. No wonder the people in the hotel looked at him differently. Although the Vatican was only a religious country, it had the highest status here. For Westerners, this was a holy place. The Pope was God's messenger. Chen Zhao was a non-believer, even though Chen Zhao had come into contact with many supernatural events. Superhumans, demons, angels, gods, and even mutants. But Chen Zhao still had no faith. In fact, Chen Zhao still believed that gods were just more powerful humans. Even other supernatural species were just a step ahead in evolution. This kind of thinking was typical of people who had no belief in God. Of course, he wouldn't deny the significance of religion. In this era, religion had changed from the initial worship to spiritual guidance. God was no longer an omnipotent and supreme being in religion. God is the spiritual sustenance of man. The car stopped in front of a church in the Vatican. Compared to the St. Peter's Cathedral that he had visited last time, this church was much more ordinary. A soft light shone from the church windows. Under the priest's guidance, Chen Zhao walked into the church. Old John was kneeling in front of the cross, praying and chanting the Bible. Please wait a moment. His Majesty is in the middle of a lesson. Chen Zhao nodded and sat on the seat next to him. A few minutes later, Old John's prayer ended. The etiquette of the church was quite complicated. After that, Old John had to wash his hands. After a series of steps, Old John finally walked up to Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, hello. Hello, Your Majesty. Chen Zhao had a very good impression of Old John. He was even better than Zhang Tianyi. However, Chen Zhao would be friends with Zhang Tianyi, but not Old John. Because Old John was hard to get close to. It wasn't because of his status. It was because of Old John's personality. It was as if everyone standing before him would feel like they were bad people. The old man rejected all evil. Those who interacted with him could see all the human virtues in him. They could also discover all the evils in themselves. So, he could be a senior, a teacher, or a guide. But they definitely couldn't be friends. Mr. Chen, I suddenly realized that you're lying to me. I don't understand, Chen Zhao replied, playing dumb. He just didn't want to admit it. Kamor Deacon is dead. So what? Nothing. He deserved to die because I once made a prophecy for him that he wouldn't live past this year. But I realized that you killed him. How did you realize? Chen Zhao looked at Old John in surprise. He lost the bet, Old John said. Now, his power is in you. Do you know his power? Yes, I do. But you've never stopped him. I did, but you didn't know. He died under his own power. In your Easterners' words, it's called karma. So, Your Majesty, did you call me here today to denounce me? No, I won't take revenge for anyone, especially Kamor Deacon. Then why did you call me here today? Let's chat and confirm our guesses. Then you're sure, right? Yes, I'm sure. Old John nodded. Chen Zhao stared at Old John. He had a feeling that Old John definitely didn't call him here just to confirm this. There had to be something else. All right, there's something else. If something big happens in the world again, I hope Mr. Chen can lend a hand. What if I refuse? Will you punish me? Chen Zhao asked. Mr. Chen, I'm not threatening you. I just want to tell you that the power you obtain from Kamor Deacon is very evil. You need to use justice to dissolve his power. My power doesn't just come from Kamor Deacon. There are other powers from hell too. Not all the power from hell is evil. Even if it's evil power, if it's used by a righteous person, it won't be evil. I just want to tell you that some powers will cause an effect, and Kamor Deacon's power is one of those powers. I think the world is very peaceful and safe now. It's not that easy for something big to happen. This world is far more fragile and unstable than you think. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2100. With righteous people like you protecting the world, I believe in you. Don't disappoint me. Chen Zhao shirked his responsibility calmly. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in John's righteousness. He was even a bit conflicted, even though John didn't have any selfish motives. Chen Zhao was like this, or rather, everyone was like this. Everyone had a rebellious mentality. The more someone asked you to do something, the more you wouldn't want to do it. At the end of the day, Chen Zhao was just a mortal, a normal person. Moreover, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the church. The more powerful they were, the more trouble they would have. If they came to him for no reason and asked him to do something, it would be even more troublesome. So, Chun Zhao always kept his distance from him. Sorry, Your Holiness, I have something to do. I'll be leaving now. John nodded slightly. Go. He didn't plan on forcing Chun Zhao. At Chun Zhao's level, he couldn't force him. Chun Zhao turned and left. The next day, Chun Zhao's family left Rome. Chun Zhao's family had been playing in Rome for a few days. They'd pretty much finished all the places they wanted to play. But Chun Zhao wasn't going to another city in another country. Instead, he went back to Los Angeles. Although everyone came out to play, they would still feel tired even if they were to play. No matter how fun it was outside, it wasn't as comfortable and relaxing as home. Even the energetic children showed signs of exhaustion after a few days. Hearing that they were going home, they were all overjoyed. However, on the plane, the children turned into frosted eggplants and became listless again. When the plane landed, the kids only recovered their energy. It was Xian Li's first time at Mirror Lake Manor. The first thing Chun Zhao did was pick a room with Xian Li. Xian Li, which room do you like? I'm fine with anything. You don't have to. After all, this is your bedroom. You'll be living in this bedroom for a long time, so you have to pick a bedroom you like. I'm fine with anything, Xian Li said again. No, Chun Zhao said firmly. Nothing is fine, Chun Zhao said firmly. Everyone has their own preferences and aesthetics, so don't make do. We don't have to make do either. Xian Li was helpless, but also touched. After all, Chun Zhao treated her as his real family. Then I want the first room on the third floor. The room where I can see the sunrise. What about the bedroom style? Do I need to change it? Mr. Fellwood should be happy to help us modify the style. No need, I like the style of that room. Although there wasn't much to do when he got home, there were still some trivial things to do. For example, there were a few documents in Denver that Chun Zhao had to sign personally. When Stephen heard that Chun Zhao was back, he ran over to complain. After all, Chun Zhao's family had gone out to play while he was still busy. Chun Zhao's words caused him to really start shooting a new movie. Once the news of a new movie was leaked, he was completely harassed by those movie companies and could not rest. In addition to the big six, there were also small and medium-sized film companies that wanted to cooperate with him. Don't look at how those small and medium-sized film companies can't come up with so much money. However, as long as they put Steven's name on it, it would be a piece of cake to raise enough funds. Every day, there was someone waiting for him at his door. The big six even used their own resources to pressure Steven. Anyway, he just had to get the investment quota. The two blockbuster movies had made Steven the most successful director in the world. As for Chun Zhao, he was an outsider. No matter how close he was to Steven, he couldn't get an investment slot. This was the rule of Hollywood. Many people were envious that an outsider could earn money just by playing around. If another outsider stole money, the people in the industry would be unhappy. Although the money didn't belong to them, it was their cake. Just because they couldn't eat, it didn't mean that they were willing to watch others eat it. Supernatural Organization Headquarters. Is this the golden apple? Everyone surrounded the golden apple and looked at it curiously. It was a legendary treasure. One thing for sure was that the golden apple wasn't real gold. Instead, it looked like gold on the outside. From the texture, it should be the texture of a plant. I wonder what it tastes like. West licked his lips. Ruan Faxburn immediately moved the golden apple away. West, this is ours. Don't mess around, or I'll break your teeth. Stingy, West pursed his lips. It's a pity that the golden apple couldn't be moved back. It's useless even if we moved it back. The golden apple needs 3,000 years to bear fruit. We don't have that long of a lifespan. We can wait 3,000 years. Morit's face was full of regret. To everyone, the golden apple was invaluable. But because of the long waiting time, it was of little value. Thus, while everyone felt that it was a pity, I didn't think too much about it. The one who felt the most pity was Morit. After all, he was a botanist. Plants were his specialty. If he could get the legendary plant, it would be a great help to his plant research. Just then, Chun Zhao took out a branch and tossed it before Morit. Take it. I don't know if it can survive. It'll depend on your ability. Seeing the branch, Morit's eyes brightened. He immediately grabbed it. President, this is I caught it on the way back at Mount Olympus, Chun Zhao said. Of course, Chun Zhao knew the value of the golden apple tree. But because he had to ensure his people's safety, He didn't have time to care about the tree. Moreover, the golden apple tree was too huge. It was even bigger than a castle. Even Chun Zhao's spatial ring couldn't fit it. So, Chun Zhao broke off a branch and brought it back. I don't have more. If you can't grow this branch, I can't do anything either. Morid, we're all waiting for you to grow the golden apple. Then we'll all have something to eat. Don't disappoint us. If you're willing to wait 3,000 years, I'll definitely grow the golden apple. Why don't you go die? If I have 3,000 years of lifespan, do I still need to eat your golden apple? How do you guys plan to split the golden apples? West asked curiously. Qinzhao hadn't told them that Ruan Faxburn, Exine Li, Kalon, Moore, and Lisa were conflicted about the golden apples. Thus, everyone was also very curious about the distribution plan. They planned to find 4 legendary treasures of the same value, and then split the golden apples. Chapter 2101. President, I didn't say that. Ruan Faxbin was stunned. But don't you think that's the best way? Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. How about we cut the golden apple into 5 pieces? They didn't want to cut the golden apple into 5 pieces either, even if they didn't know what the golden apple was for. But it was still a legendary treasure. The headquarters started a welcome party again. Chun Zhao and Wes stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor. How's Magri Modric? He hasn't done anything yet, Wes said. What's he doing? Chun Zhao frowned. I don't know, but he and his subordinates haven't been idle these days, Wes said. Looks like we need to give him some warnings, Chun Zhao said, narrowing his eyes. Chun Zhao looked at the two. He didn't ask them to come for a vacation. President, after Christmas, we plan to go to the 3rd red mission. Have you decided which red mission? I'm still working on it. After all, it wasn't easy to find a suitable mission among the many red missions. Magri Modric had been under a lot of pressure recently. Because of his greed, he'd offended a terrifying expert. If he hadn't been rash, things wouldn't have been so unpleasant. But now, he had no other choice. Either he attacked the target. Otherwise, he would ignore the mission given by the powerhouse. Magri Modric's final choice was, of course, to complete that mission. After all, Dragon Tiger Mountain had a lot of people and was extremely powerful, but they were still a righteous sect. Even if he became enemies with them, he would at most get a warrant from the spiritual world. Modric, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of this kind of arrest warrant. Within the Sacred Flame sect, who did not have a few wanted posters on them. But if that person attacked, it wouldn't be as simple as a normal warrant. He would really kill them. But their target, Yanghua, hadn't shown up much. He hadn't shown himself much, which made him feel a little helpless. Yanghua had always been in the headquarters of the psionic team. Magri was arrogant and even looked down on the psionic team. But the psionic team was backed by the government. So no matter how arrogant Magri Modric was, he couldn't directly attack a secret government department. Lord Protector, we found out that our target rented an apartment on the 5th Avenue Street. According to the residents of the apartment building we visited, the target didn't rent the apartment for himself. The neighbor said that it was an Asian who looked sick. Magri Modric raised an eyebrow. Are you sure this information is true? Not a trap? No, before we came, the Asian was already living there. So even if it is a trap, it is not for us. Investigate more carefully. Just as his men left the room, Magri Modric suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind him. Who is it? Magri Modric suddenly turned around, but a large hand grabbed his face and covered his eyes. Mr. Magri Modric, you seem to be slacking on my mission. It seems that I need to find someone else to entrust to. Magri Modric turned pale with fright. He remembered the voice. Of course he remembered. The owner of this voice had given him nightmarish memories. Recently, he couldn't even sleep peacefully. He didn't even dare to turn off the lights. It was as if this person was observing him in the dark. Sir, I can explain. I didn't slack off, Magri Modric exclaimed. Really? But why haven't you made any progress on my mission? Chen Zhao asked in a low voice. Do you think that stalling for time is effective on me? No, I don't think so. Really? Then explain to me why you still haven't done anything. It's because that person hasn't shown himself. He's been hiding in the psionic team's headquarters, so we can't do anything. But we found out that he rented a house outside. It seems to be for an injured person. Are you planning to use that person to lure out the target? That's right. Magri Modric asked carefully, Sir, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Sure, Chen Zhao said. Give me the results as soon as possible. If you haven't completed the mission before I come to find you next time, I won't just come and talk to you. Chen Zhao instantly disappeared before Magri Modric's eyes. Magri Modric's expression was solemn. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about resisting, but Chen Zhao had left too deep an impression on him last time. That kind of terrifying power really made people unable to muster the will to resist. He didn't know about Chen Zhao's bad taste. He found that he quite liked playing this kind of mysterious role. Those fish have taken the bait, Wistana said to Yanghua. Someone's asking about the house you rented. Yes, after waiting for so long, they've finally taken the bait. They're really patient. Are you confident that you can catch all of them? Not really. Wistana shook her head. I've investigated their background. They're from Europe. Apparently, they're very famous in the spiritual world. They're called the Holy Flame Sect. Holy Flame Sect. The corner of Yanghua's eye twitched. So it's those bastards. You know them. After all, Wistana could only be considered a marginal figure in the spiritual world. Her understanding of the world had only been obtained in the past half a year. This Holy Flame Sect is a place of evil in the spiritual world. They do all kinds of dirty things. Can we deal with them? If it's the full power of the Sacred Flame Sect, our psionic ability team is still slightly weak. However, it's impossible for them to come all the way here. Otherwise, the government would definitely be furious, Yanghua said. I reckon that they've accepted some mercenary mission to find trouble with me. Can we be ruthless? Wistana asked. If we can, Yanghua said. Of course, it's best if we can leave one or two alive. Won't they take revenge? Why would they? Plus, do you think the Celestial Master sect behind me is afraid of them? Hearing Yanghua's confident reply, Wistana heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, the psionic team was too weak. Everything had to be handled carefully. God King of the Nine Skies. Chapter 2102. To a psionic ability team, a mid-level religious organization like the Sacred Flame Sect was a colossus to them. Even now, Wistana was filled with respect for the spiritual world. Imagine being in North America, the region with the least amount of magic in the world. Yet, organizations like Chunzhao and the Supernatural Organization had appeared. If it was Europe, where magic was at its peak, how powerful would they be? Actually, Wistana still didn't have a correct understanding of the spiritual world. She always felt that Chunzhao wasn't a top spiritualist. Because this was North America, there couldn't be a top spiritualist. Just like soccer, no one felt that there was a Mr. Soccer in the soccer world. That was Wistana's mentality. Hey, Yang, you haven't contacted me for a few days. Chen Zhao called Yanghua. Chen Zhao's tone was deliberately casual, as if he didn't know the truth at all. Are you sure you need me to send you information? Even if it's meaningless information. Little Yang, don't you respect your own promises? Chen Zhao, you're the one who made things difficult for me first. Yanghua's tone was somewhat resentful. I made things difficult for you first. Don't forget, you were the one who started the bet, not me. You can't say that I made things difficult for you after you lost, right? That's not very kind of you. My promise is to do everything within my power and not violate my moral bottom line. However, your request has already touched my bottom line. Do I need to consider your bottom line when I bet with you? Do I need to check your hobbies? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Anyway, that's my attitude. You can order me, but you can't criticize me. Whatever. Since you're like this, our relationship ends here. Chen Zhao's tone suddenly turned cold. You don't need to give me any more information. You can do whatever you want, but traitors need to be punished. Chen Zhao, don't threaten me. Even if you don't tell me, I'll tell you anyway. With that, Yanghua hung up. Chen Zhao was unhappy, but he wouldn't do anything. No, in fact, he'd already done that. If Yanghua didn't have a good elder, Chen Zhao would have killed him long ago. Night. Chen Zhao stood before an apartment building. Chen Zhao subconsciously evaluated the rent of the apartment building. The rent here was quite expensive. However, Chen Zhao realized that all the residents in the building had disappeared. 50 people had gathered on the 20th floor of the apartment building. Everyone was a spiritualist. There were also spiritualists lying in ambush on every level. There were more than 80 of them. This was a trap. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the psionic team wasn't useless after all. After all, with the government's intelligence resources, it wasn't strange for them to discover Magri Modric's actions. In addition, Wistana had recruited more than 80 people from the original team that only had a dozen people. It seemed that their strength had increased tremendously. Just then, Chun Zhao realized that Modric was already at the bottom of the apartment building. Chun Zhao picked up the phone and called Magri Modric. Magri Modric, who are you? Modric looked at the unfamiliar caller ID. I am your employer. Sir, what can I do for you? Hearing that it was Chun Zhao, Modric's tone immediately changed. It's a trap. What? What do you mean? The apartment building you found is a trap. There are 50 spiritualists lying in ambush. What? Magri Modric was shocked. Then what should I do? Listen to my commands. Modric thought about it. He felt that since it was a trap, they should just retreat. There was no need to take the risk. However, Chun Zhao didn't want them to retreat. Modric didn't dare to say that either. Chun Zhao said into the phone, management is on the 5th floor. There are surveillance cameras for the entire building. There's an enemy there. Send 2 people to climb up from the outer wall. The spiritualist in charge of surveillance isn't strong. It's not hard to deal with. Chun Zhao observed that there were many eyes floating around the spiritualist in charge of surveillance in the control room on the 5th floor. These eyes were looking at all the images. It could be seen that this spiritualist could receive all the images at the same time and process them with his brain. These eyes were also on every corridor on the 5th floor. Chun Zhao explained the situation on the 5th floor. There are no surveillance points in the ventilation ducts on the 5th floor. You can move through the ducts and enter the surveillance room directly. Modric was a bit surprised. How did Chun Zhao know the layout of the entire building? Even if he had spies in the psionic team, he shouldn't know so much, right? But Chun Zhao seemed to be the person in charge. He actually knew every single point clearly. This meant that Chun Zhao might be in the building. He also had super senses. This made Modric even more afraid to play any tricks. Chun Zhao also knew what Magri Modric had done in the past. For example, he wanted to start a fight between the supernatural organization and the psionic team, but he pretended not to know. Be it the supernatural organization or the psionic ability team, they all noticed Magri Modric's actions. Both sides tacitly pretended not to know about this matter. They didn't suspect him either. Of course, this was also because Modric's actions were too obvious and crude. He found someone to attack the psionic team and then left a mark of the supernatural organization at the scene. No one would fall for such a crude method. The psionic team and the supernatural organization were competitors, but such a simple method of provocation couldn't be used as evidence. The person in charge of surveillance on the 5th floor was ambushed, but he still sounded the alarm before he was attacked. It's done, Chun Zhao said. Their eyes have already been taken care of, but he sounded the alarm before he was attacked. Now, 3 people are coming down in the elevator. Cut the elevator rope. Boom. After a huge sound, the elevator crashed down from the top floor. Okay, have you people occupy the surveillance room, Chun Zhao said. Also, activate the building's fire system. Fire could create chaos. Sometimes water could do the same, especially when Chun Zhao controlled the power of water. The delivery elevator is working. You don't need to climb up with your legs, Chun Zhao said. Of course, if you think this is a warm-up before the battle, pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 2103. Damn it, how did the Sacred Fire sect know so much about her setup? Wistana's face was filled with anger. She thought her setup was perfect. She had thought of every detail. Even her subordinates might not have known everything. However, the result made her both shocked and angry. All of her arrangements had lost their effect. Instead, the Sacred Fire sect used her setup to find loopholes. News came from outside that the psionic team had lost a few people. Although it was only a few people, it made their arrangement even more flawed. Is there a mole among us? Wistana asked with a serious expression. Wistana, it's not a mole. Someone on the other side has super perception, Yongwis said. Yang Guo said. As long as it's within a certain range, almost no action can escape the enemy's eyes. At this time, we can no longer rely on our previous arrangements to win. We can only change our strategy at any time. This way, even if the enemy has super perception, they won't be able to react immediately. But what should we do? Wistana was troubled. Blitz looked at Yanghua. Yang, can you temporarily take over command? Yanghua thought about it and nodded. I'll try. Yang, I'm counting on you. This started because of me. I'm responsible, Yanghua said seriously. First, the enemy activated the sprinkler system. Is this to create chaos? Blitz asked. It could also be a spiritualist with water magic or water talent. It's best if we send a water or ice spiritualist to deal with it, Yanghua said. Why not the earth element? That should be able to restrain the enemy's water element. My grandmaster once said that in a disadvantageous situation, we don't need to turn defeat into victory. Instead, we need to ensure that we don't lose in every detail, Yanghua said. They heard Yanghua say that his grandmaster had said that. No one had any objections. In the water element's home field, even if it is restrained by the earth element, the power that the earth element can display in this building is still very limited. So, in the end, we might not be able to defeat the enemy's water element spiritualist. If we also send one or a few water element spiritualists, in a situation where both sides have the home field advantage, the enemy's home field advantage will be gone. At least we can guarantee that we won't lose. Everyone heard this and immediately felt that it made sense. After all, these are the words of Yang Guo's grandmaster. Even if Zhang Tianyi didn't show his face, Yang Guo's name was still on his lips. This was enough to intimidate all the spiritualists present. The other side doesn't have the advantage in numbers. Even if their average individual strength is stronger than ours, it doesn't mean that they will definitely win. Our advantage in numbers means that we have more flexibility in our arrangements. Huh? They actually gave up on the defensive formation and scattered all of their members. To Chun Zhao's surprise, the commander was now Yanghua. On top of that, his commands coincidentally restrained his advantage as a spectator. It had to be said that Yanghua's command was just right. The chaotic and collapsing situation was once again stabilized by Yanghua. Yangua's commands were of a high standard. In a situation where they were completely unaware of the Sacred Flame sect's strength, they had actually managed to arrange everything so neatly. Moreover, Yangua's arrangements were very flexible. After giving up the advantage of the terrain, he made full use of his familiarity with the terrain. When one of the front lines was in danger, the other front lines could provide support at any time. The smartest thing about Yanghua was that he didn't seek victory, but stability. As long as the situation was stabilized, the Sacred Flame sect would be helpless. After all, as long as the police or firefighters arrived, the Sacred Flame sect would have to retreat, unless the Sacred Flame sect wanted to cross their bottom line. Chun Zhao was considering if he should attack in secret. He was confident that he could do some things for the Sacred Flame sect while hiding his identity. However, the risk of doing so was very high. Once his identity was exposed, it would mean that the supernatural organization would start a war. No matter how weak the psionic team was, they were still a subordinate department of the government. Chun Zhao was the kind of person who didn't want to fight openly, but wanted to scheme behind the scenes. In all kinds of entertainment, he would be the worst type. Of course, reality wasn't like that. The little demon in Chun Zhao's heart started to stir. Should I interfere or not? Just then, a few water spiritualists from the Sacred Flame sect met the water spiritualists from the psionic team. The two sides fought back and forth. There might be a difference in strength. However, because both sides had the home advantage, they were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, water wasn't a magic system that could be decided in a short period of time. As a result, the people from the Sacred Flame sect were dragged there. This also meant that the Sacred Flame sect, who didn't have an advantage in numbers, had even fewer people. The psionic team's strength was uneven, but there were still some experts. These experts had a clear goal too. They wanted to find the lone Sacred Flame sect member to fight. If the Sacred Flame sect spiritualist was weaker, then he would take the opportunity to get rid of him and weaken his opponent's abilities. If the spiritualist was strong, then they would stall for time. The weaker people from the psionic team formed teams and moved together. Chun Zhao was a bystander, so he could see the whole situation clearly. But Modric didn't know. It was like a real-time strategy game. Both sides' maps were dark. On one side, there was a master strategist like Yonghua who could command on the spot. On the other side, Modric clearly wasn't as good. Modric's only hope was Chun Zhao. But even if Chun Zhao commanded on the spot, even if he opened the entire map, he still didn't know how to change the situation. Because Chun Zhao wasn't a strategist. In the past few battles with the supernatural organization, Chun Zhao found his own opponents. His subordinates were given to West to command. Modric kept asking on the phone what to do next. "You piece of trash," Chun Zhao yelled at Modric. "I already told you the current situation. Can't you think of a solution yourself?" "You piece of trash," Chun Zhao yelled at Magri Modric over the phone. "I already told you the current situation. Can't you think of a solution yourself?" Modric was depressed. "You piece of trash," he yelled at Modric. "I already told you the current situation. Can't you think of a solution yourself?" Magri Modric was very depressed. Weren't they having a good conversation just now? Why did they suddenly stop giving him orders? Chapter 2104. As expected, after Chun Zhao gave them some pointers, as expected, Magri Modric brought his men towards Wistana. However, such an obvious weakness, how could Yonghua, as a tactical expert, not take advantage of it? So Wistana was bait. When Magri Modric brought his men to Wistana's front, Wistana's eyes lit up. The spiritualists who were originally scattered around immediately surrounded him. Moreover, Wistana was always protected by a tank. This caused Modric and his men to be unable to capture Wistana in an instant. "You're Magri Modric, the guardian of the Sacred Flame sect, the person in charge of Norway?" Yonghua looked at Magri Modric. "You should know who I am, so I won't introduce myself. Now, tell me, who asked you to deal with me?" "You think I'll tell you?" Magri sneered. "Are you still going to put up a stubborn resistance?" Yonghua smiled at Magri Modric. "I don't need to fight you to the death. I just need to wait for the mortals to arrive. Are you trying to use ordinary people to threaten us?" "Of course not. That's our bottom line, but it's also your bottom line. If you fight us in front of a large number of ordinary people, you'll be the ones in trouble. So, this battle can only be said to be a draw." Just as Magri Modric had said, this was their common bottom line, a line that no one could cross. Yonghua was silent for a moment. He looked up at Magri Modric. "You might not be able to buy that much time." "Why? Do you think you can deal with us in such a short time?" "We can't do it." "Then how did you make it so that I couldn't buy that much time?" "Because the place you are in right now is my senior brother's bedroom. He doesn't like people disturbing him," Yonghua said. "Senior?" Magri Modric suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, a terrifying pressure came from behind him. Modric turned his head abruptly and saw an Asian man standing behind him. The Asian was staring at Magri Modric with a cold gaze. It was none other than Yi Fengmiao, whom Chun Zhao had defeated earlier. After being defeated, Yi Fengmiao's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Right now, Yi Fengmiao was truly the number one of his generation. Previously, he had already caused some seniors to be unable to match him. Right now, he could make most of the old seniors feel helpless. When Magri Modric sensed the terrifying aura from Yi Fengmiao, he even thought of the person who brought him terrifying memories. "Go! Retreat!" Magri Modric made a prompt decision. But Yi Fengmiao simply raised her hand and made a grabbing motion. A mortal binding rope. In an instant, Magri Modric and a dozen of his men were immediately restrained. It was too fast, so fast that it was suffocating. Magri Modric was definitely not a weakling. There was no lack of experts among his subordinates. But he couldn't even block a single attack from Yi Fengmiao. Wistana and the psionic team members at the scene all sucked in a cold breath. Too strong. This man called Yi Fengmiao was simply too strong. Wistana looked at Yi Fengmiao. If he joined the psionic team, he wondered if he could fight against Chun Zhao. Wistana finally felt the possibility of defeating Chun Zhao from Yi Fengmiao. Even if Yi Fengmiao alone wasn't enough, the psionic team might be enough. "Yang, take them away. Also, Find someone to help me fix this place tomorrow. Got it. Yang was shrugged. To be honest, Yi Fengmiao's advancement was too terrifying. If it were him, just now, he definitely wouldn't be any better than Magri Modric. This was the difference in levels. Any schemes would be meaningless. Mr. Yi, thank you for your help, Wistana said respectfully. You're welcome. Yang is my junior. He's also taking care of me in LA these days. I can do what I can. Yang Guo sensed Wistana's intentions and immediately said, Wistana, let's take them back first. Yang Guo clearly didn't want Yi Fengmiao to participate in this messy situation. Right now, Magri Modric's face was ashen. He didn't think that he would be defeated in a magical desert like North America. But he also felt that it was natural. After all, the people who captured him were from the Eastern Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters sect. That was a top-notch sect and inheritance with a long history. Therefore, it was natural that their disciples were strong. The only thing that they couldn't accept was the fact that they had lost instantly. Yi Fengmiao gave him a very similar feeling to that person. That faintly discernible oppressive aura, as well as an unimaginable power. They weren't enemies that could win with numbers. Magri Modric couldn't imagine what kind of power was needed to defeat him. There were still many monsters in the world that made him tremble. For example, the ridiculously strong supernatural organization. There were enemies in that organization that he couldn't do anything about. Now, there were a few more. Bring them all back to the headquarters, Yang was said. Chen Zhao was very helpless. When he saw Yi Fengmiao attack, he couldn't do anything anymore. He didn't care about Yi Fengmiao's power, but if he attacked, Yi Fengmiao wasn't weak either. He could definitely recognize his power. It would be even more troublesome then. Fortunately, Chen Zhao didn't need to worry that Magri would confess to him. After all, Magri didn't know his identity either. This made Chen Zhao feel relieved. If they really fought, he would definitely win. But his power would definitely make the government wary. In the end, he wouldn't be as relaxed as he was now. Either he would be the government's dog, or he would be monitored by the government. After all, Chen Zhao was a walking nuclear warhead now. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao still followed the psionic team until they returned to the headquarters. Only then did Chen Zhao give up. Chen Zhao didn't want to get too close to the psionic team's headquarters. After all, he caused a ruckus last time. The psionic team might have made some arrangements against him. These arrangements might not be able to do anything to him. However, Chen Zhao might be exposed. Chen Zhao started to regret asking Magri Modric. At the same time, he felt that he'd made a strategic mistake. He'd underestimated the psionic team and Yang Guo's abilities. Of course, there was no point in regretting now. Just then, Chen Zhao received an unfamiliar call. Subconsciously, he felt that it was Wistana calling to test him. Chapter 2105. Hello, who is it? Chen Zhao answered. Mr. Chen, where are you now? Who are you? Mr. Chen, can't you recognize my voice? Miss Wistana? Chen Zhao asked, knowing the answer. Mr. Chen, do you know that we caught people from the Holy Fire sect? Oh. Chen Zhao's answer was still flat. Mr. Chen, you don't seem surprised at all. You know that the Holy Fire sect is in LA? Do you think I can't know or shouldn't know? Do you think that the supernatural organization's intelligence is inferior to yours? Mr. Chen, I'll get straight to the point. The people we caught said that the supernatural organization hired them. Oh, I see. I'll go to your headquarters now. If you want to confront me, I'll be happy to stand in front of the judge. Wistana wasn't really confident. Although Magri claimed that the supernatural organization hired them, she wasn't sure if Magri was trying to get away. But she wasn't sure if Magri Modric was purposely accusing the supernatural organization in order to escape. Wistana thought that she was in the right, so she wasn't afraid to confront Chen Zhao. She thought that she was in the right, so she wasn't afraid to confront Chen Zhao. Even if it was proven that Chen Zhao and the supernatural organization had nothing to do with it, it had nothing to do with them. Chen Zhao didn't know what Magri Modric had said. However, he definitely couldn't back down now. Chen Zhao went home and drove a car to the headquarters of the psionic team. Many people in the team glared at Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao had given them quite a bit of mental and physical trauma last time. Blitz walked up to Chen Zhao. His emotions couldn't be seen from his expression. However, he definitely didn't like Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, please follow me. Chun Zhao was brought to a round room. Everyone in the room was the backbone of the psionic team. Yonghua was also included. Yonghua immediately tensed up. He wasn't sure if Chun Zhao would expose him in front of everyone, no matter how unwilling he was at the time. After all, he had been a traitor once. However, Chun Zhao clearly didn't plan on exposing him. Magri Modric and a few of his men were tied up tightly. Other than their heads, the rest of their bodies were like mummies. Chun Zhao glanced at Magri Modric. Mr. Chun, do you know them? He knows. Chun Zhao pointed at Magri Modric. They're the ones who said the supernatural organization hired them? I'm the one you hired. One of Modric's men immediately shouted. Mr. Chun, do you have any explanation now? Wistana looked at him proudly. Chun Zhao ignored Wistana's question and walked up to the Holy Fire Sect disciple. You said I hired you, right? Chun Zhao realized that they didn't recognize him at all. They just wanted a bite. That's right. I remember you. It's you. Hiss. Chun Zhao stretched out his hand and tore the disciple in half. What are you doing? Everyone cried out in alarm and got into a fighting stance. Mr. Chun, you better give me a clear explanation. Otherwise, I can only assume that you're trying to silence me. Chun Zhao didn't care about the attitude of the people around him. He walked up to the second Sacred Fire Order follower. You also said I hired you? That's right. It's you. The second Sacred Fire Order follower gave the same answer after a slight hesitation. Stop. Yonghua charged at Chun Zhao, tried to stop him from killing. But Chun Zhao turned around instantly and grabbed Yonghua's arm. Then he slapped Yonghua's chin. Yonghua spun a few times in the air and landed heavily on the ground. He was heavily injured. Chun Zhao turned around and grabbed the disciple again. Hiss! Another was dismembered. Chun Zhao walked up to the third disciple. You also said I hired you? No, I didn't. The Guardian told us that. He said that if we were captured, we should let the psionic power team and the supernatural organization fight. That way, we would have a chance to escape. The third Holy Fire Sect disciple said in fear. Only then did Chun Zhao let the disciple go. He turned to Wistana. Miss Wistana, if you really want to fight, just say it now. I can kill you and everyone here legitimately. I'm tired of this way of interaction. Mr. Chun, we were tricked by them too. Tricked? It's such an obvious lie. You're telling me you were tricked? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Wistana didn't expect Chun Zhao to be so tough. Did I make you think this way somehow? Chun Zhao walked toward Wistana. Seeing Chun Zhao's fierce look, a few spiritualists immediately went up to stop him. But Chun Zhao swept across with a leg sweep. Chun Zhao sent everyone flying. Wistana's pupils contracted. She wasn't worried about her own safety. She was shocked that Chun Zhao was still so strong. Everyone present was the backbone of the psionic team. Every one of them was very strong, but before Chun Zhao, they were as weak as babies. Wistana stood before Chun Zhao. She could feel the pressure from Chun Zhao. Do you like to use this method to test my bottom line? Chun Zhao asked. Mr. Chun, this is a misunderstanding. Slap. Chun Zhao slapped Wistana. Sorry, this is also a misunderstanding. Wistana covered her face and stared at Chun Zhao angrily. Chun Zhao glanced at the patterns peeking out from Wistana's sleeves. He put his hand on Wistana's shoulder. Be careful. Your secret technique might not be effective. Wistana's body trembled visibly. Chun Zhao's words had many meanings. It was precisely this kind of unclear words that made people think a lot more. Chun Zhao walked up to Modric. Modric was also very regretful. He should have thought of this long ago. The supernatural organization was so arrogant and crazy. Without such a strong leader, how could they have such strong subordinates? She'd actually tried to drag him down. She was asking for trouble. You're the one who wants to drag me down with such a childish lie? Chun Zhao looked down at Magri Modric condescendingly. Sir, I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I don't accept apologies. Chun Zhao suddenly grabbed Magri's neck. No one could stop Chun Zhao's violent actions. Stop Chun Zhao from silencing them. Chapter 2106. Just like that, Chun Zhao killed them in front of everyone. No one could stop him. Chun Zhao acted as if he'd done something insignificant. He did it so casually. The psionic team members along the way didn't stop Chen Zhao. After joining, they'd all heard that Chen Zhao was a fierce person. The second batch was clearly not as strong as the first. They knew how strong the previous members were. Even the previous members had been taught a lesson by Chen Zhao. They didn't think they could fight against Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao strolled away as if there was no one around him. Chen Zhao didn't expect them to have no suspicions. In fact, no matter what decision or action Chen Zhao made, they would be suspicious. Even if Chen Zhao kept Magri Modric, wouldn't they be suspicious? That was impossible, since they were enemies. Even if Chen Zhao didn't do anything, they would think that he was guilty. Rather than that, he might as well do whatever he wanted. The next day, Chen Zhao received an unexpected call. It was from Lei Ong. "Mr. Chen, come to the headquarters of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department." Chen Zhao frowned. He really wasn't familiar with Lei Ong. They weren't even friends. As the former head of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department, Chen Zhao and Lei Ong had a conflict before. However, after Lei Ong left his post and was promoted, their relationship miraculously improved. Although Chen Zhao didn't have direct contact with Lei Ong, they still had some business cooperation. Everyone's identity and status were different, so they had different ways of thinking. Lei Ong was the best example of this. As the famous saying went, there were no eternal friends in the world, only eternal interests. Of course, Chen Zhao and Lei Ong weren't friends, but that didn't stop them from being allies. Lei Ong used his position to provide Chen Zhao with a lot of useful information. However, Chen Zhao didn't understand why Lei Ong called him to the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. To make peace with Mansari? He should be very clear that this was simply impossible, because to put it bluntly, it was a power struggle between them. Mansari wanted to control the supernatural organization and Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao obviously wanted the department to be independent. The two had irreconcilable conflicts. Unless Mansari could advance in a short time like Lei Ong otherwise, they would never be able to resolve their conflict peacefully. Therefore, there was no point in trying to make peace. Chen Zhao wouldn't back down, even if it was Lei Ang's request. Furthermore, Lei Ong wasn't shameless enough to force him to back down. However, he still had to give them permission to go to the anti-terrorism department. Lei Ong had given him face. Whether Lei Ong would give him face or not depended on Lei Ang's thoughts. If Lei Ong thought that he could control Chen Zhao after being promoted, Chen Zhao didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Chen Zhao went to the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Most of the people here were strangers. It was obvious that Mansari had cleaned up the place after he took over. He even helped his own people get promoted. The current Anti-Terrorism Security Department had already undergone a major change. Chen Zhao walked past the office area and knocked on office door. "Come in." He heard Lei Ang's voice. When Chen Zhao pushed the door open, he saw Leon and Mansari sitting inside. But because of where they were sitting, Chen Zhao didn't plan to continue. Chen Zhao stood there with his hands behind his back. "Mr. Chen, aren't you going to sit?" Mansari smiled. He'd purposely arranged this seat. Lei Ong was his superior in name. Although he wasn't directly in charge, he still couldn't offend him. His seat was similar to Lei Ang's. They were both slightly higher than the third seat. The remaining seat was naturally for Chen Zhao, who'd arrived last. Even if it was just a small trick, Mansari would still feel happy. This kind of behavior seems very childish. But it was also Mansari's test for Chen Zhao. Lei Ong was Mansari's superior in name. Mansari was also Chen Zhao's superior in name. However, Mansari clearly didn't want an uncontrollable subordinate like Chen Zhao. That was why their conflict was so intense. Chen Zhao glanced at Mansari casually. Then he stood there, not planning to sit down. "Mr. Leon, if you're here to make peace with us, then forget about it. I think you should understand where our conflict comes from. I'm not here to mediate. I'm not interested in your relationship, but I hope you can cooperate sincerely this time." "I also think we should be more sincere," Mansari said. "Both sides should show their sincerity." Chen Zhao stood there and didn't speak. He watched the two put on a show. Mansari and Lei Ong both felt embarrassed. Only then did they stop. "Chen, we've already found out that there's a huge threat in the Bermuda Triangle. It's a legendary demon. There's a large number of demons there. This isn't just a problem of the ocean. It's a problem of the entire country. So I hope you can let go of your prejudice. I think Minister Mansari doesn't need me. He's formed his own team, and it's quite strong. With his team, you probably won't need the supernatural organization. Chun, I know about Mansari's team. They're not strong. They can only handle small things at most. Big things like this still need the supernatural organization. Of course, it can also be two teams working together, Mansari added. I think they can create different sparks when they work together. I'm not interested. Chun Zhao rejected without hesitation. Why? Mansari asked sarcastically. Are you afraid that the supernatural organization will be overshadowed by a new psionic team? No matter what you say, the supernatural organization will never work together with a psionic team. That's my principle. What if I say it's an order? Leong threatened. Bang! Chun Zhao slammed his palms on the table before Leong. Mr. Leong, please repeat what you just said. Leong's face twitched. Forgive me, Chun. I apologize for what I said earlier. I forgive you, Chun Zhao snorted. Chun Zhao was also reminding him not to forget why he could level up. If Chun Zhao and the supernatural organization hadn't pulled him back at the last moment, Leong wouldn't have been able to level up. Now, Leong would be lucky if he wasn't killed like a bug, let alone leveling up. I still say the same thing. The supernatural organization will never work together with a psionic team. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Chapter 2107. Let's not talk about whether the psionic team would stab us in the back. Let's talk about who contributed more and who contributed less. How will we distribute the merits? That's why I'm so against it. You're all under the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Mansari's tone turned cold. Sure, we can work together, but I want the right to command and have absolute decision-making power. Chun Zhao looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at the devil, is beside you. 02106 Leon's Little Abacus. Please wait a moment. After the content is .d. Please refresh the page to get the latest. Chapter 2108. Portia was speechless about Chun Zhao's lifestyle. Chun Zhao spent most of his time in the sun. Occasionally, she heard that he received a call from a client and went to see them. However, Chun Zhao had never brought her to see a client. Nevertheless, she knew that Chun Zhao charged at least $1 million each time. Chun Zhao didn't care about this at all. To Chun Zhao, these numbers that could drive Portia crazy weren't even as much as his income for a day of doing nothing. The rest of the time, Chun Zhao basically brought his kids out to shop. Because it was almost Christmas, Chun Zhao and his family had many things to buy. Fei Lai's coastal rescue team's work had become easier. Because of the cold weather, the number of tourists at Angel Beach decreased sharply. Of course, this also reduced the number of missions for the coastal rescue team. Most people could enjoy a happy Christmas in peace. So, Fei Lai also went on a shopping spree. Portia's biggest daily workload wasn't shopping with the family. Instead, she was packing up the things they'd bought in the living room. After lunch, Chun Zhao's family enjoyed a peaceful and satisfying time. Portia, has Zephyr contacted you recently? Chun Zhao asked. She's called me once. Portia took some time to reply. Boss, if Zephyr runs into trouble, will you help? If it's convenient, Chun Zhao said. After all, it's hard to find an assistant as excellent as her. Boss, don't you think it's too much to say that in front of me? If you complain less during work, you'll be pretty good too. But as your assistant, my work is like hard labor every day. But Zephyr never complains. She's an assassin. She might be thinking about how to kill you. Portia didn't mind making fun of Zephyr's past identity at all. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Zephyr's past career was much more noble than an assassin's. It could even be said that she maintained world peace. Zephyr was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. On the surface, she kept everyone at arm's length, including Chun Zhao. She was only slightly nicer to Portia. But in reality, Zephyr was a person filled with a sense of justice. Moreover, Zephyr was very attentive. She had a completely different personality from the bulky Portia. Of course, this was also related to Fervor's past career. As a dragon slayer, if one was not careful and patient enough, the success or failure of an operation would not be the only thing that mattered. At the same time, he could also put himself and his teammates in danger. The knocks on the door woke Morocco Bick up. He had been on the run for a month. Ever since he was released, he had been constantly being hunted down. He didn't know who was chasing after him. However, he was very clear about one thing. If he was caught, he would be dead. Morocco Bick immediately escaped from the back door of the room. He's in the motel room. This was also where Morocco Piccolo stayed most of the time. But just as he walked out of the back door, he heard footsteps. Morocco Piccolo didn't even think as he charged into the dense forest behind him. Morocco Bick turned around and looked at the people behind him. It was obvious that these people were members of a gang. At that moment, Morocco Bick suddenly started to miss his life in prison. However, he suddenly thought of what happened in Los Angeles' 7th prison and suddenly lost his thoughts. Recently, horrible things had been happening in 7th prison. Morocco Bick didn't know who was chasing after him. He had offended too many people outside. Just like that, Morocco Bick ran for his life with his chaotic thoughts. But he was too tired. He didn't eat anything today. Yesterday, he went to a Burger King and only ate a leftover burger. This was the daily life of a desperate man like him. He couldn't even compare to a homeless person. Really, a desperate man wasn't the kind of person who could go around freely like in the movies. Most of the desperate men were in a precarious situation and lived in constant fear. Most of the time, they didn't even dare to go into the sun. And Morocco Bick didn't just eat little. He didn't even have time to sleep. In the past week, he didn't sleep more than 12 hours. In other words, on average, he slept less than 2 hours a day. Morocco Bick's stamina started to run out. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer, but Morocco Bick's consciousness was getting blurry. Finally, Morocco Bick felt a strong and powerful body pushing him to the ground. It was a bearded man who was even bigger than him. Then Morocco Bick fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the cold and wet floor. The room was a bit empty. There was only one table, and a big bald man was sitting in front of it, wolfing down food. Morocco Bick recognized the man. The underground king of L.A., King Mordery of the Wild Boar. Morocco Bick had seen Mordery before, but Mordery had never seen him before. Morocco Bick knew very well that he had no contact with King Mordery of the Wild Boar. So, he didn't understand why he had been captured by this man. Mordery stuffed a 3-layered beef burger into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Then, he stood up and walked to Morocco Bick. Damn bastard. Do you know how much manpower I spent to catch you? How much time I wasted? You made me, the underground king of L.A., lose face. I actually used 23 days to catch you. Morocco Bick was so scared that he moved to the corner. Mr. Mordery, I didn't offend you. I was asked by someone to do it. I promised my friend that I would let him see you in 3 days, but he came back from a trip abroad, and he still hasn't seen you. You've made my promise worthless, Mordery said angrily. Morocco Bick started to worry again. Who wanted to capture him? At this moment, the door to the room opened and a figure walked in. Morocco Bick's terrified emotions suddenly calmed down. Why is it him? Chun Zhao, his former cellmate. Chun Zhao's arrival caused Mordery to go up and give him a warm hug. Chun Zhao and Mordery almost never contacted each other. Chun Zhao and Mordery would only send each other a message during holidays. In Mordery's heart, Chun Zhao was the person he trusted the most. Perhaps the only person he could trust. He also kept a good distance. They were both silently watching each other's growth and personal development. Mordery, next time, greet me differently. M. Chapter 2109. Chun. No, Mr. Chun, it's me, Morocco Piccolo. Do you remember me? It's me. Chun Zhao turned his head to look at Morocco Piccolo. I remember. How could I not remember? I remember people who owe me money very clearly. I paid your bail before, and I said that it's not money for you. It's a loan. You have to pay me back, but it's been so long and you haven't paid me back. You even went to jail during your bail period, so the bail was confiscated. Morocco Piccolo's eyes were wide open. Morocco Piccolo's face was full of awkwardness. Chin, leave it to me. Mordery walked up to Morocco Piccolo. Do you want to feed the sharks or the crocodiles? Mordery wasn't someone who only knew how to fight and kill. He'd experienced the ups and downs of life. So his life experience had given him the wisdom to deal with all kinds of things. Chun Zhao clearly didn't plan to really kill Morocco Piccolo. However, threats were clearly very effective against people like Morocco Piccolo. Criminals like Morocco Piccolo were very dangerous. On the one hand, they were constantly on the edge of courting death, constantly testing the waters. On the other hand, they were also filled with fear of death. Chun Zhao didn't have to reason with them or talk about morality. He just had to ask them if they wanted to live or die. This was more effective than other methods. Boss Mordery, Morocco Piccolo, said fearfully, "I just owe you a little money." "It's not just a little," Chun Zhao said. $50,000 isn't a small amount for anyone. I'll think of a way. I'll definitely pay you back." "Then how do you plan to pay me back? Is it just a verbal promise?" Chun Zhao asked, unconcerned. No, I have a way. I could definitely pay you back." A smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. "How many people have you made this promise to?" How about this? My request isn't that high. Help me, and I'll forget about the money." Morocco Piccolo's heart jumped. "I understand. Mr. Chun, who do you want me to kill? Or help you transport goods?" Chun Zhao's face darkened. "I don't need you to do that. Mr. Chun, don't worry. I understand. Even if I get caught, I won't betray you," Morocco Piccolo said, acting smart. "I said it's not about that," Chun Zhao said with a dark expression. Mordery put his arm on Morocco Bic's shoulder. "Let him finish. Don't try to act smart." Yes. Morocco Bic wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The pressure Mordery gave him was too great. This was a supervillain who killed without batting an eye. Sure enough, even if he had taught Morocco Bic a lesson in prison, he would still be able to defeat him. It was not as intimidating as Mordery. "Go back to prison," Chun Zhao said. "More accurately, go back to prison 7. Morocco Piccolo almost spat out blood. "The 7th prison? Stop joking." Even though he used to be a frequent visitor of the 7th prison. But it didn't mean that he treated the 7th prison as his own nest. More and more people were dying there recently, and the frequency was increasing. Moreover, Morocco Piccolo remembered that night clearly. "Mr. Chun, I can agree to anything but this. I don't want to go back there even if I die." "You know what's there? The White Nightmare." "That's the White Nightmare." Morocco Piccolo remembered it very clearly. If Chun Zhao wasn't there that night, he'd be dead for sure. Mordery didn't know what was wrong with the 7th prison. If Chun Zhao wanted, he could arrange for someone to go in. Of course, since Chun Zhao wanted Morocco Piccolo to go in, he had to go. Even if he didn't want to, he had to go. "Mordery, give me some alone time with him." "Okay, call me if you need anything." Mordery turned and left quickly. The moment Mordery left, Chun Zhao suddenly grabbed Morocco Piccolo's neck. "I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm ordering you." A wave of dark lava appeared behind Chun Zhao. "If you refuse my request, then you can go to hell right now." Instantly, Morocco Piccolo felt fear he'd never felt before. It was a shock from both his body and mind. He knew that Chun Zhao wasn't an ordinary person. After all, Chun Zhao had chased the White Nightmare away with his bare hands last time. Now, he finally saw Chun Zhao's true terror. "Who do you think is scarier, me or the 7th prison?" An evil smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. I'll go, very good." Suddenly, Chun Zhao put away that creepy smile and the dark lava. Morocco Piccolo almost thought that spring had come. Chun Zhao put Morocco Piccolo down and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll protect you. The warden of that prison is my friend. You'll enjoy 5-star treatment there." Morocco Piccolo wanted to cry. Even 10-star treatment was useless in that damn place. Of course, compared to the terror Chun Zhao had shown just now, that place didn't seem that scary anymore. Chun Zhao took out a bottle. It was filled with a thick and turbid liquid. Morocco Piccolo felt his hair stand on end just by looking at it. He didn't know what was in it. "If you encounter danger, drink this. It can temporarily give you some inhuman power." Chun Zhao didn't tell him about the side effects. If Morocco Piccolo was a good person, Chun Zhao didn't mind giving him some benefits. For example, strengthening potions. But Morocco Piccolo wasn't a good person. In fact, he was an extremely evil person. All the bad habits of humans could be found in him. If he obtained inhuman power, who knew what crimes he would commit? so it was best to give him this. It was the crazy corpse demon's saliva that Chun Zhao had Hellies concoct. Anyway, its origin was disgusting. After people took it, they could obtain great power in a short time. But the side effect was that they would have to lie in bed for a month. Can I not take it? Morocco Piccolo wasn't blind. How could he not see how terrifying and supernatural this thing was? It definitely wasn't some nectar. If you're not afraid of being pressed to the bed like last time when you encountered the White Nightmare, I don't mind. But I can't bring it in. You don't have to worry about that. I'll think of something. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 21:10. After Chun Zhao let Morocco Bit go, Morgri walked in. Chun, we're done. Yes, we're done. Chun Zhao nodded. Should we send someone to follow him? No. Since we found him this time, he can't run anymore. Chun Zhao was rather confident about this. You're not looking for him just for the tens of thousands of dollars, right? Morgri had never interacted with Chun Zhao. However, he still paid attention to Chun Zhao occasionally. He had a rough idea of Chun Zhao's wealth. A few tens of thousands of dollars was really nothing to him. So if there was no need, Chun Zhao wouldn't chase after someone who owed him tens of thousands of dollars. Chun, Victoria seems a bit strange recently. Morgri's expression was serious. To him, Chun Zhao and Victoria were his only friends. Chun Zhao had helped him in his most difficult time. Victoria, on the other hand, was with him when he needed company the most. To Morgri, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Victoria was his family. Strange? What happened to Victoria? Some time ago, a foreign gang came to fight with me for territory. I don't know how they found out about my feelings for Victoria, but they wanted to kill Victoria to attack me. In the end, all the gunmen sent by the gang were killed by Victoria. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. Victoria's body is huge. She's about the same size as Princess. Princess has killed people before too. Victoria killing a few people isn't something you should be so surprised about. You haven't seen the scene. She tore down my house. Are you worried about your house? What do you think? Okay, take me to see Victoria, Chun Zhao said. Morgri brought Chun Zhao to his house. As a gang leader, Morgri's house was very remote. Almost no one knew where he lived. Of course, it wasn't a secret to Chun Zhao. When Chun Zhao and Morgri got out of the car, Victoria charged over happily. Morgri turned and left in fear. He'd experienced Victoria's super passionate charge before. Now that the walls around his house had been torn down, most of the credit had to go to Victoria. Only Chun Zhao opened his arms, and Victoria rushed into his embrace. To cushion the impact, Chun Zhao had to take a few steps back to prevent Victoria from knocking herself unconscious. Victoria rubbed her head against his body. Then he ran up to Morgri. She grunted and nudged Morgri with her head. It was as if it was complaining about Morgri for avoiding its warm welcome just now. Victoria, Morgri explained, just because Chun can handle your passion doesn't mean I can too. I'm a normal person. Victoria turned back to Chun Zhao. Morgri was left standing there with a bitter smile. Chen's here, Morgri said helplessly. I'm sad that you treat me like this. Victoria looks very healthy. She doesn't seem to have any problems at all. Victoria, over there. Morgri pointed at a tree in front. Although Victoria was dissatisfied with Morgri, she still obeyed his orders and opened her mouth in that direction. Roar. This was definitely not the sound of a wild boar. Amidst the roar, the tree Morgri was pointing at collapsed. The entire tree trunk was cut in half. Sound waves? No, it wasn't a sound wave. It felt more like a shock wave. Not bad, Victoria. Good job. Chun Zhao patted Victoria. Chun, aren't you surprised at all? Chun Zhao looked at Morgri. Morgri, you seem to have forgotten that I practically created Victoria. Do you think I should be surprised? I should have thought of it. Morgri smiled bitterly. Actually, he had already realized something, but he wasn't sure. Tell me what's special about Victoria, Chun Zhao said. I'm not sure about the details, but I suspect that Victoria can absorb the shock and then release it. Am I thinking too much? No. Actually, I know someone who can do the same thing. Chun Zhao shrugged. You're talking about people with superpowers, right? He's like a superhero from the X-Men. You can think of it that way. Chun Zhao didn't plan on explaining too much to Morgri. Mordori wasn't part of the circle anyway. As for how he imagined it, Chen Zhao didn't care. Victoria was very smart. She wasn't even smarter than Princess. Victoria could complete many of Chen Zhao and Mordori's orders perfectly. Chen Zhao also did some small experiments on Victoria. He had a rough understanding of Victoria's abilities. Victoria indeed relied on absorbing the shock and then releasing it. But it wasn't an external attack. Instead, it created the shock itself. More accurately, it was kinetic energy. For example, when it crashed into Chen Zhao, even if Chen Zhao didn't retreat, it could still absorb it. If Chen Zhao attacked it, the attack wouldn't be absorbed. The shock would be as much as it should be. Of course, with Victoria's defense. Unless it was a large caliber gun, normal guns really couldn't do anything to Victoria. Plus, even a small car might not be able to hold Victoria's weight of more than 1,000 kilograms. So, the gunmen who came to kill Victoria in order to attack Mordori were really suicidal. Okay, it's fine. Victoria is very healthy, both physically and mentally. Okay, as soon as Chen Zhao left Mordori's house, he received a call from old Zhang. Chen Zhao, you hit my disciple? Which time are you talking about? Which time? Of course it's Yanghua. He can't get out of bed for half a month. Only half a month? Which hospital is he in? I'll treat him for another month. That's enough. Why did you hit Yanghua? Didn't he tell you? No. What happened to you guys? Then you can question him after you figure it out. If you keep talking, I'll kill him right now. Then I'll hang up first. I'll deal with you later. Zhang Tianyi scolded himself for being muddle-headed. He didn't even understand the situation before coming to question Chen Zhao. Given Chen Zhao's cautious nature, he wouldn't touch his grand disciple unless there was a reason. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He seemed to have beaten Yanghua too lightly last time. Should he give him 2 more hits so that he'll be bettered in for at least half a year? Otherwise, he felt that the cost of breaking his promise was too low. Anyway, Chen Zhao was in the right this time. Old Zhang couldn't find any reason to refute him. But Yanghua seemed to be in the psionic team's headquarters right now. If Chen Zhao rashly went in, he wouldn't have any reputation. Chapter 2111. On the way home, Chen Zhao received another call. Hey West, what's up? President, the psionic team is recruiting again. As expected of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department, they have a lot of funds. Paying a spiritualist a higher salary than an ordinary person wasn't enough to raise them. Spiritualists needed training, nutrition, and mana replenishment. The money they needed was much more than a professional athlete's daily expenses. There were also some special types of spiritualists, such as alchemists and mechanical spiritualists. Their expenses were even higher. The expenses of a small or medium-sized company could barely support an alchemist's daily expenses. Therefore, the supernatural organization only had one alchemist, Ruan Faxpan. They only had one healing spiritualist. If possible, he also wanted to find a few more alchemists and healing-type spiritualists. But that would be too much of a burden for the supernatural organization. The size of the organization determined the composition of its members. President, are we just going to let them continue being so arrogant? Sooner or later, they'll naively think that they're strong enough to challenge us and start a war with us. The people of the supernatural organization were naturally stronger than regular spiritualists. But the structure of the organization was a bit special. Most of them had their own families. He wasn't the kind of person who lived alone and didn't need to worry about his family. So, if a real war broke out, the supernatural organization would lose, because this could affect their original family. So, both Chen Zhao and West were actually avoiding a real war. Chen Zhao had shown all the power in front of the psionic team. Wasn't he showing off his power to them? It made them think more carefully when making a choice. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and said, they're probably preparing to attack the Bermuda Demon Lair. In this operation, they'll probably use up all the people they recruited. They recruited quite a lot of people this time. What's your plan? Are you going to cause trouble for them? That's too crude, Wes said. It's not suitable. What's your plan? We'll observe and see if there are any good seeds that we can rope into the supernatural organization. Do you think we don't have enough people? It's not that we don't have enough people, but for the next Scarlet mission, we plan to challenge some difficult missions, so I'm afraid we won't be able to do it with our current manpower. Then can I help a little? Don't. Please don't, guild leader. If you interfere again, I'll really get angry. Okay, I won't interfere this time, I swear. West knew very well that Chun Zhao was one of the top few in the spiritual world. Perhaps even this one of them could be omitted. If Chun Zhao interfered, most operations in the world would no longer be operations. It was a one-sided slaughter. All right, what are you going to observe? Remember to inform me if you come across any good seedlings. I have a list with me. Some of them are in L.A., West said. We can go and observe them now. All right, where are you now? I think it's not far from Mirror Lake. Guild leader, are you home right now? I'm heading home. I'm almost at Mountain Town. All right then, I'll wait for you in town. A while later, Chun Zhao met up with West. Where are we now? Is it in town? No, in the neighboring town, West said. The person they were going to find was currently living in Anderstown. They were less than 15 kilometers away from Mountain Town. Chun Zhao looked at the information West had given him. Target: Lindsay Beyonce, 25 years old, female, unemployed, with a bad personality. She'd been sent to the juvenile detention center for stealing in school. She'd arrived in L.A. less than 5 days ago. She was currently living at her uncle's house in Anderstown. What magic does this woman use? Chun Zhao asked. Not sure yet, but there are records of her using magic twice. One was to rob a bank, and the other was to protect her family. Chun Zhao and West arrived at Anderstown. Anderstown was much more desolate than Mountain Town. The two towns were about the same size, but Anderstown wasn't as lively as Mountain Town. After all, Mountain Town had Mountain Beer's production line. It created thousands of direct jobs in Mountain Town. There were also countless indirect business chains. But Anderstown didn't have a company like Mountain Beer. So, most people here worked outside. The conditions were much worse. Chun Zhao and West arrived at Anderstown, which was rather eye-catching. Especially Chun Zhao's car. It was too eye-catching. Chun Zhao parked the car by the road and walked into a fast food restaurant. When the boss at the cashier saw Chun Zhao and West, he was stunned. But soon, the boss sprinted out of the cashier and came before Chun Zhao and West. Mr. Chun, hello. Welcome. Chun Zhao looked at the boss in surprise. Hi, do we know each other? Hello. My daughter works at Dashin Brewery, so I've had the honor of meeting you. How may I be of service? Nothing, Chun Zhao said. My friend, I want to eat something. Can you bring some food over? Mountain Beer and the Mountain Town government had an agreement to give priority to mountain residents. However, this priority was under the same conditions. It didn't have to be mountain residents. So, the residents of the surrounding towns still had the chance to work in Mountain Town. Okay, one moment, please. The boss of the fast food restaurant ran to the backstage quickly. Soon, a woman in a midriff-bearing top and shorts walked out with a plate. Here's what you ordered. Enjoy. The woman casually tossed the plate on the table and turned to leave. Beyonce, be careful. That's Mr. Chun. He's very rich. Both Chun Zhao and West could hear the argument between the boss and the woman backstage. So what? What does it have to do with me? No matter how rich he is, it has nothing to do with you. Your sister Nicole works at his brewery. Do you want to make her lose her job? If he dares to make Nicole lose her job, I'll kill him. You'd better behave yourself. You can't offend that person. It said that there were 2 gangs in Mountain Town that disappeared overnight after offending that person, Wang Yao said. I'm not afraid. Chapter 21:12. President, it seems like you've done scary things at home too. Please, I did send them all to jail. At least most of them did. You don't think I killed them all, do you? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm against violence. The argument between the fast food restaurant owner and Lindsay Beyonce was rather loud. A while later, Lindsay Beyonce walked out of the backstage angrily. When she reached Chun Zhao and West's table, she stopped and kicked the corner of the table heavily. Then, she left angrily. Immediately, the fast food restaurant owner ran out. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. My niece has been in a bad mood recently. I'm sorry she affected your meal. It's fine. Chun Zhao and West both expressed their understanding. They didn't plan to chase after Lindsay Beyonce immediately. Chun Zhao still finished the food in front of them unhurriedly. After eating, Chun Zhao put $2 bills on the table and left. West, you can track that woman's scent, right? I didn't leave a mark on him. President, you remember her scent, right? I don't remember. Even if I do, I won't use scent to track a woman. It's very dangerous to use your president as a hunting dog. Chun Zhao stared at West coldly. Fine, change your tracking method. I know you must have other methods. In fact, Lindsay Beyonce hadn't left Chun Zhao's little world. She was always under Chun Zhao's observation. At the moment, Lindsay Beyonce was in a small alley. Ever since she came out, she had been destroying things in the alley. It was obvious that it wasn't her first time here. It had become a place for her to vent her anger. She was punching the wall crazily. An enhancer? It seemed different from what Chun Zhao knew about strengthening. She was indeed strengthening her body, but she only attached magic to the surface of her body. It was completely different from regular strengthening. Take Chun Zhao as an example. Other than using immortal power, he would also let it change his body in order to achieve a qualitative change and finally strengthen himself. The other enhancers might be slightly different, but they were generally of the same type. But Lindsay Beyonce treated her magic like a bulletproof vest. Chun Zhao could do it too, because the quality of his immortal power was completely different from normal magic power. But this woman's magic power was not very strong, and could only be regarded as medium level. But she could arm herself with pure magic. Chun Zhao and West came to the alley and saw that the walls were covered in fists. It could be seen that every time she quarreled with her uncle, she would come here to vent her anger. Also, the frequency of her venting seemed to be a little high. Lin Beyonce saw Chun Zhao and West at the end of the alley. He immediately revealed a ferocious expression. What are you looking at? Do you think I won't beat you up? Lin Beyonce had always been rebellious. She hated people like West and Chun Zhao. They looked decent, but were actually filthy people. Miss Lin Sand, we're here to look for you. Looking for me? What are you doing? Lin Beyonce squinted at Chun Zhao and West, sizing them up. Then what do you think we'll do with you? Thinking for a moment, she looked at Chun Zhao and West with even more disgust. You know what I did in the past. Who do you want me to beat up? Or do you want me to harass someone? Fuck off. I won't be your fighter, Lin Beyonce said in disgust. However, Chun Zhao and West didn't plan to leave. She stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at Lindsay Beyonce with a smile. Lin Beyonce seemed to have sensed the malice from Chun Zhao and West. Didn't you hear what I said? Do you really think I won't dare to hit you? Lin Beyonce didn't do anything. She just scolded. She remembered that her uncle had told her that Chun Zhao was a rich man. She did not want to cause trouble for her uncle. Although she argued with her uncle almost every day, her uncle was really nice to her. If possible, she really did not want to drag her uncle down because of her. Your magic looks interesting, Wes said, looking at Lin Beyonce. He could also see Lin Beyonce's special magic. You're a spiritualist too? Lin Beyonce looked at Chun Zhao. You too, right? Or did you hire this old man specifically to help you solve all kinds of supernatural problems? That's right. He's my fighter. How about it? Are you interested in being my fighter? I can pay you a lot. Trash, get lost. Huh? Little girl, it's not nice to treat my boss like this. Wes stepped forward. You need to apologize. Old man, be careful or I'll crush your balls. Crack. Lin Beyonce clenched her fists. If you can do it, you can give it a try. West opened his arms generously. So you're a masochist. If you don't leave, I won't go easy on you. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. If you can do it, then come over and crush my whitey. Lin Beyonce suddenly charged at West. But the next moment, Lin Beyonce felt her body stiffen. No, more accurately, she was immobilized. There was nothing wrong with her body. It was her senses that had gone wrong. She seemed to have become sluggish. Lin Beyonce quickly thought of a way to escape. Instantly, Lin Beyonce shrunk back. Both Chun Zhao and West were shocked. Lin Beyonce's move was like a cicada escaping its shell. West's field of slowness could slow down all living things within a certain range. However, West's field of slowness was used on Lin Beyonce's shield. Lin Beyonce removed the complete shield and used the chance to escape from the field of slowness. It had to be said that this move almost blinded Chun Zhao and West. It was not because she was powerful, but because of Lin Beyonce's outstanding battle experience. Lin Beyonce also took the chance to close in on West. "Old man, you're finished." Lin Beyonce's fist was already close to West's face. But West maintained his smile. "You overestimate yourself." Chapter 21:13. Lin Beyonce was also a violent person. West's words had already ignited her fighting spirit. Lin Beyonce sneered. "Old man, don't let me break your bones." West crooked his finger. "Come." Lin Beyonce charged at West. "Freeze." Just as West froze Beyonce in place, Beyonce cast another golden cicada escape. This cicada shedding could break free from West's control in an instant. In a sense, Lindsay's ability was a great counter to West's, but that was when they were at the same level or close to each other. In terms of magic power, there was still a gap between West and Lindsay Beyonce. Lin Beyonce used the same trick and appeared in front of West in the blink of an eye. West wasn't good at fighting alone. In the past, he had always been a strategist in the supernatural organization's operations. But that didn't mean he couldn't fight. West looked at Lindsay Beyonce, who was approaching. He raised his right palm and snapped his fingers. Pa! Instantly, Lindsay lost her balance. Her body seemed to lose its momentum in the air, and she fell heavily to the ground. Lin Beyonce wanted to stand up immediately. But when West pressed his finger down, Beyonce immediately felt an invisible weight pressing on her back. The invisible thing that was pressing down on Lindsay Beyonce was actually air. West's slow field could affect more than just living things. Even air could be affected. Within a certain range, the air would lose its mobility. Lin Beyonce tried to use the same trick to escape, but this time, she was completely surrounded by air. The thick air completely sealed off her escape route. "Old man, if I break free, I will crush your balls," Lin Beyonce said in a vicious tone. West squeezed his legs. "Then I can't let you go." Lin Beyonce was even more furious. But the difference in strength was obvious. She couldn't break free even if she wanted to. This was not a problem that could be solved with skill. Fine, I give up." Lin Beyonce rolled her eyes and shouted. In an instant, West released Lin Beyonce's restraints. "Boss, let's go." West and Chun Zhao, who were watching from the side, turned and left. Just then, Lin Beyonce dashed behind West. "Get down." West didn't even look back as he pressed Beyonce to the ground. The two of them left without looking back. "President, what do you think of her? Did she come into contact with other spiritualists in the past? She seems to have a lot of battle experience and doesn't look like a spiritualist without any power. Have you forgotten? She spent 2 years in the juvenile detention center. According to my investigation, she also committed all sorts of crimes in the juvenile detention center. Did she train her fighting skills in the juvenile detention center? If that's the case, then I can only say that she's a genius. Logically speaking, without rich combat experience, it would be very difficult to hone such outstanding combat skills. But there were indeed geniuses in this world. If Lin Beyonce was really a genius, then everything would make sense. In front of a genius, anything that was unreasonable could become reasonable. What about her abilities? West asked. Not bad, but that's all. If we really want to recruit her into the supernatural organization, it's best to train her character. The organization follows individual will, but it doesn't do whatever it wants. Also, Maev wants to become an official member. I agree with Maev becoming an official member, Chun Zhao said. After all, we know her very well. What about her husband, Jiggs? Jiggs doesn't object. Jiggs was living with Maev in the headquarters now. Apparently, Jiggs found a professional manager for his company and did nothing else. He just relaxed with the people in the organization every day, or accompanied Maev. After awakening, Maev also became an outer member with Chun Zhao's approval. Who's next? Toddy Belster. She's very famous in Washington. She's a regular on TV. She's good at exorcism, prophecy, and curses. That's really traditional. These spells belong to the traditional magic system. Of course, such traditional spiritualists made up a large proportion of the entire Western spirit world. Chun Zhao and West hurried to the famous spiritualist residence. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw a man walk out of the apartment. President, that's him. With West's reminder, Chun Zhao immediately turned around. He caught up to Toddy and grabbed her hand. Hi, Mr. Toddy. Hi, are you my fans? I'm on a tight schedule. Give me your phones. What? Aren't you taking pictures? Toddy asked matter-of-factly. Mr. Toddy, I think you're mistaken, West said. We're not your fans, and we're not here to take pictures. Fine. If you're here for trouble, I'm afraid you've found the wrong person. I'm a spiritualist. I'll make sure you live in fear for the rest of your lives. Chun Zhao and West's faces darkened. Toddy Belster was a very egotistical and arrogant person. They couldn't even finish a sentence. Toddy Belster kept talking to herself. Mr. Toddy, we're in the same profession as you. We're spiritualists too. Same profession? So you're here for trouble? Or is he here to compete with me? I'm not interested. Go find someone else. My magic is used to deal with evil creatures, not humans. I don't want to hurt you. We're not competing with you, West said. We just want to see how strong you are. I still refuse. You don't know what kind of person you're facing. The person who asked me to use magic on him last time is now a puddle of paste. You definitely don't want that to happen. We're spiritualists too, so you don't have to worry about hurting us. No, that's what the person said last time, but his arrogance killed him in the end. I blamed myself and swore to never use magic on humans again.